Welcome everybody to the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour.
Inside the water, like everybody want to win. It's gonna be a good show.
We now have like the best showcase.
I'm here to win.
For me, freestyle is everything in my life.
Pressure is a privilege, brings out the best in us.
The level can fully be shown when the conditions are perfect.
It's time to show it.
Let's get it.
Who are going to be our new world champions?
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
Welcome back to Cape Verde, Ponta Preta, everybody, for the first event of the kitesurfing season of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. The last time you were here, the forecast was amazing and we saw some of the best surfing today. And I tell you what, the forecast is even better this year. We caught up with our head judge, Malami Hersat de la Via Marquez, and the two winners from that past edition in 2019, Mitu Monteiro and Muno White. Let's have a look what they had to say.
Well, Ponta is one of the world-class waves we have for kite surfing and even surfing. It's an amazing right-handed wave, pretty long, so we're definitely here for solid waves. And we have a good swell coming, so we're pretty happy about that. So here we'll be looking for several things for judging criteria. First, wave selection is super important, especially because we have big descent sets and the wave picks up quite a lot, so that will be important. And then commitment. It's not only about taking the big waves, but it's about shredding on that wave. There is potential for doing a lot of variety, so we're not only looking at same turn over and over. There is possibilities of big airs, The local boys are very good at those airs and bars, massive carving, and we want to have good flow and combination of those maneuvers. So we have a lot of contenders on that wave. Of course, Mitu is back, so that would be amazing, and he's got some of the best skills on that wave. Kite surfing, it's like surfing. The more experience they have, the better it is. So we have new young blood riders coming, but I think experience will play a lot here. But of course, we've got James. I've seen them because I've been here for 2 weeks, and I've seen them destroying the waves. James, Hendrik, he's learning from Mitu and Ayrton, spending the whole day with them on the water. And then all the Brazilians are really good, and all the local boys. So I think it's really not easy to pick the winner, so that will make it more exciting.
It's really amazing to be back here. I've been wanting to come back for a long time. It's been 4 years, and so it'll be interesting to see how it goes getting back into competition. I haven't competed since then, so I think it'll be a lot of fun, and just really excited to be back here. It looks like we have a good forecast too, so I think it's going to be an awesome event. The conditions here are amazing. Just since it's a long point break, right? It's a perfect, with side offshore winds, it's a perfect kiting wave basically, because you can keep your kite parked and just surf the wave. It's super clean. Feels the most like surfing to me. It's been 4 years since I last competed, and I've been spending a lot of time at home, especially through COVID. Haven't been traveling as much, but doing some more fun trips and some photo shoot trips. And yeah, just excited to be back in competition. Last time I was here, I came out on the top, which was really amazing, and hopefully I can do a repeat of that, but we'll see. A lot of these girls, there's a lot of new girls on tour that I've never competed against before, so it'll be really cool to see everyone just charging out here.
Wow, it's so nice to be in Ponta Preta, compete. Actually, till the last time I was a bit confused, was not sure if I'm gonna compete or not, because I spent a lot of time like do some coaching, and so yeah, but then I say, we have a party at home, why not? I don't gonna be part of it, So for this reason, I decided to do it, and also for my country, for my family. So I want to be there also with all the riders play. So I hope we're gonna have some great condition and to have fun here. I think like all the locals, also like the people spend time here, you have a lot of advantage, because this wave is not so easy, the wind direction. But this week, I think we're gonna have some side shore wind, and everyone gonna be in comfort zone. We can say like that. So, but the nature, we never know. So let's see what's gonna happen. But yeah, I saw like many riders is ready, because I saw them riding here. It's gonna be not first time is here. So I think we're gonna have some really nice show here, and you're gonna have some new generation coming, and you're gonna put some nice show on as well. For me, it's an honor, to be there, still be part of this event. And already there's a few riders here, young one was on the water, and I see in 1 week he make a lot of progress. So this year I'm gonna be 40, and to be with this young guy on the water, I think gonna be really nice. So I'm gonna try to give some, like trouble with them. So yeah, let's see what's gonna happen, and I'm gonna do my best, and let's have fun.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, everybody, and welcome to Cape Verde here in Ponta Preta. I'm Josie Ashton, and joining me here in the booth we have Liam Dredge. Liam, welcome.
Thank you very much, Joe. It's good to be here. First kite surf stop of the year, so super excited. Conditions are looking good. We've got a perfect booth here, and can't wait to get the comp going.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we were here was 2020, but the year before that, 2019, was where we were actually able to go out here on Ponta Preta. And I tell you what, the conditions were epic. But looking at the forecast for the next upcoming week, because we're here from today until the 27th, we have a nice long waiting period.
Yes.
But day one, shooting it out of the barrel, and we have probably about 4 to 6 foot waves peeling off for this right-hand point break, and I can tell you, we are center stage, and just take a little look at that.
Beautiful, just look.
And here we can see this is the beautiful location we have here on the Isla de Sal, so the island of Sal, just outside of Santa Maria's little town, and this is Ponta Preta, ladies and gentlemen. And I tell you what, it does not get much better when it comes to right-hand point breaks. And I really said before, swell is probably about 4 to 6 foot on sets. That is what the forecast is coming. The tide is already up there on the push. Let's see what it is going to be, because I reckon we are going to have an absolute bomb of a day of action out there. And it is so cool to start off the kite surfing season, because we started off in Qatar for the general GKA Kite World Tour, one of the twin tip freestyle.
Yep.
We also just came back from Colombia with the freestyle, but this is the first kite surfing discipline. So for you guys and girls back at home, what that means is they are out there on their surfboards, ripping it up, slashing it up, surfing it down the waves. So it is all about the style, the variety. It's about hitting the waving, that critical moment, linking the maneuvers together. What we are looking for is 100% surfing and waves.
100% surfing and waves, and you can see out at the moment we've got a few of the locals just ripping up on their surfboards while we're just waiting for that wind to come in, and just being at that skippers meeting there, Joe, as well, hearing our judges discuss to the athletes wave selection. That's going to be a biggie on this one, because I mean, look at that little winger at the moment just making use of that wave, but for our kite surf riders today, it's going to be picking the right wave and tearing it up towards the judges.
Yeah, there we can see Zane Schweitzer coming out of Maui, one of the most talented wing foilers we have, especially when it comes to the waves, just coming out of New Zealand. Also, they had the first event of our sister tour, the GWA Wing Foiling World Tour. They were over there in New Zealand, and a really beautiful event. What a place to start off the season as well. I mean, 2023 is off to a great start.
Joe, we are pumping, just like these waves, we are pumping through the comps. We've been New Zealand, like you said, Colombia, Qatar, and also this event as well. We are combining it with the wing foilers as well. So the wing foilers are getting a little bit of practice in, and we'll see them in action later on over the next sort of week or so. But full action is on the kite surf to begin.
Yeah, and one of the things that, you know, how this wave works, the Ponta Preta, as we can see, it is a right-hand point break. It comes off of a reef. When the swell is westerly direction, which is what it is today, that we have a great forecast for the first 2 days of this waiting period, so talk about starting off with a bang. When that swell is westerly, it wraps down this point break and really makes its way through. When it comes to the wind, what we're looking for is kind of side off to cross off. So the more northerly it gets, the more offshore it gets, so it makes it harder for the athletes to ride on the wave, because they have to push against it. So today is even looking that it is going to go to side off, which is pretty much picture perfect, and you can already see it is just coming up on 10 o'clock local time here, so 12 o'clock in Europe, and all different time zones, because hey, everybody joining in from all over the world. Once again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's either going to be a coffee or a cold one that you're opening to watch this stream, and hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen, because we have 28 male riders, so a full ladder of male athletes, and then we have 17 women athletes out there. And I tell you what, I was watching the girls warm up yesterday, and yikes.
Are they ripping? Are they ripping? Because at the moment you can see just some really nice sets coming through. We're going to be starting off with the women today when we get that system to go. And yeah, really looking forward to seeing what they're going to be bringing to the table. The last kite surf event we had was over in Taiba, where we wrapped things up for the 2022 season. And as you mentioned, Joe, it's been a few months now, about 4 months since that last event, so they have been putting in the work. They've all been training here, there and everywhere, but pretty much all these riders have spent a good few days learning and understanding this wave, because, you know, it's a tricky spot, and we don't want to see anything go wrong here, because it's that volcanic rock, and when that kite goes down with these big waves rolling over, you know, it could get a little bit sticky out there.
It's going to get sticky, it's going to get gritty, it's going to get meaty, and it is going to get fast. But this is what Ponta Preta is about. And I mean, look, you know, even the clouds are starting to go away. We're going to have that golden sunlight coming up. It's going to be blue, 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 and blue, left, right, and center. And now let's have a little look back on what has happened. You know, what has happened last year. You know, we had our world champion, James Carew, who absolutely dominated last year. He came off with the win also of the last event, which was down in Taiba. Machu Lopez, second position on the overall ranking, coming, you know, representing Spain, but he was born here in Cape Verde and has knows this wave like the back of his hand. One of the things a lot of the athletes have been saying, Liam, is that experience is key. There's a lot of young riders up and coming, but to have been on this wave, to have been munched by this wave, to have actually got past this wave is definitely going to make a difference on the scores.
For sure it will, Joe, for sure, because it's, like we said, challenging wave. And then now, just moving on from Matthew, let's see how those rankings played out from 2022. Third position, a guy with amazing style, Pedro Matos, and then in fourth, Sebastian Ribeiro. So two Brazilians there, hungry and chasing the pack, both with really nice, elegant style. Sebastian especially, coming from that surfing background, really does show great flow, and on a wave like this, I reckon he's going to be a treat to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also, this being a right-hander, we already have, minus Matthew, all of those riders are regular, so that they are going to be going front side, which makes a difference. Matthew is a backside rider, so he's going to be hitting this wave, let's say, backwards for people that haven't been watching the sport to how to understand. But he can also go switch, so he turns himself from going goofy to switching his left foot forward, and he goes this. So a lot of mixing up out there. In the end, you got to do what you got to do to have the cigar at the end of the wave, and what the guys and girls are going to have out there is a 14-minute heat, 3-minute transitions in between each heat, and then each rider has 12 wave attempts, with the top 2 waves accounting. So basically, loads of time, you can chill, and as you said before, Liam, wave selection is going to be key. It's about 1.5 meters to 2 meters is what the forecast is saying, with about 17 seconds coming through here. That is what the forecast is saying today. Already, we've got about 4 to 6 foot, depending on the metric system we're using, and the waves are probably about, I'm going to say, 4 to 5 minutes in between sets. So we can already see that swell is here, it's pushing through, it is bouncing off the reef, and it's just going to give us a full day of, I am going to call it, some of the best kite surfing we will see to date.
You've called it early, Joe. You have called it early. And one thing I must say as well, I think this is going to be a similar competition to what we experienced a little bit last year in Dakar. Remember that session there where it was firing over in Dakar last year. But I think Ponta Preta, Cape Verde 2023, we're going to go a step above. We're going to go a step beyond. We're going to really hit it home on this one.
Yeah, and also let's not forget, we've been seeing a lot of these athletes have been here for about a month. They've been training. They've been getting used to, getting into the groove. This is, once again, we say it now, and we'll be saying it throughout the whole stream, experience, knowledge. Take surfing, for example. Look at the GOAT, Mr. Kelly Slater himself. That guy has won everything that is needed to win, and he is pretty much coming up on 50 years of age, and it is that experience that plays it, and we're going to see that here. And watching the gram over the last month, where we can see a lot of the riders have been here, they have been getting into tune. Had a little chat with James Carew, our world champion, yesterday, and one of the things he says is he's been here. He won the last event, which was just before when the world shut down with the pandemic. He won, but that was over on Kite Beach, which is the other location we have. And then 2019, it was Me Too. One of the things that James says, he's been here so many different years, but you need that time to get back into sync with the ocean, feel the groove, and I think the guys and the girls that have come a little bit earlier are going to have a slight advantage. And you can see everybody starting to get ready up here on the beach. There we can see Kessiane Rodriguez, the Brazilian powerhouse. I mean, she came off of a win over there in Brazil.
Yeah, she did. She snatched the win from Capucine over last year at the end of Brazil. And let's just have a little discussion about those 2022 women rankings now. So, as we know, Capucine took the win. So that was her world championship she crowned out there. And Kessiane Rodriguez, second position. Third, we have Frances Kelly, who unfortunately can't make this event. But Camille Lozerand in fourth, the young duotone Youngblood, is going to have a point to prove for 2023.
Yeah, Camille is definitely one of the up-and-coming stars on the tour. Freestyle savvy.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very talented freestyler. Wave riding was not her forte, but she has been here, if I'm not mistaken, for a month. Seen a few videos, saw her out there yesterday, improved her skills. Because, what are we looking for here at the GKA? We are looking for the most complete kite surfer on the planet. So you got to be able to do it in the flats, you got to be able to do it in the waves, in the good, in the mush, in the perfect, in the medium, to be able to crown yourself the most complete rider out there on the day, on the year, and then, you know, just the easy thing, you're world champion.
Exactly, and talking about a complete rider in all disciplines, Bruna Kajir. She is jumping in on this competition, and she sure has been busy in 2023. Winning the freestyle in Qatar at the start of the year. Colombia having quite a good result over there. She finished 4th, probably wanted to do better, but still, you know, finishing up in the top 5 there. And then here, keeping herself busy in the waves in Cape Verde. So, did well in Brazil last year. Let's see what she's got on this event.
Yeah, talk about come off of a bang. We can see Bruna, you know, came in, pretty much said, hey, I'm going to, you know, give this a try and see how I do. 2nd place, straight off the bat.
Just got the toes wet, just got the toes wet.
You know, just dabbled, a little dabble. There's nothing wrong with a bit of a dabble. And I mean, like you say, Bruna, she's been a world champion herself. She's probably, you know, one of the most experienced and talented all-round riders in the sport. A great ambassador on and off the water. And it is great to see her here. But this is a different kettle of fish.
Oh, yeah.
You know, this is a real wave. This isn't onshore mush. This, you know, a lot of the girls, you really have to train in this. And I saw Muna out there yesterday. You know, Muna coming all the way in from Oahu. She is a very, very talented surfer, a very, very talented kite surfer. And let's not forget, the last time we were at this contest, as we saw there on the interview at the beginning of the stream, she was the queen of Cape Verde.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner, Joe. She did win the last event, and really excited to see her compete and get back in onto this wave. And just looking out of the window at the moment, you can see there a little bit of the event site wave just peeling through, just going through a slight flat section and waiting for that next set to come through. A few local surfers out there, a couple of the wing foilers, just getting amongst it, getting a feel for the conditions while we wait, and we are currently on standby, just waiting for that first heat to get underway, and as soon as it does, we'll be ringing the bell and going all in.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting a little update, the little birdie coming into the ear here, Liam. So at the moment, we are going to go on full standby in about 3 minutes, which is 10:15, where at any time we can be going into competition. So basically what that means, when they put the athletes on standby, it means that it is pretty much going to go. So we're just going to have a little breather, have a little sip of the old coffee, get ourselves going, because there we can see everybody starting to get ready. There's Julia Castro coming out of Fuerteventura. Great to see her back in action. She's been in the booth a couple of times with me as well. Very talented young lady on the surfing, comes from a freestyle background, also getting in the wing, because as we said, we also have on this waiting period, we have our sister tour of the Wing for World Tour. So we are right now, everybody, we are on standbys. Hold on to your hats, because we are about to start.
please, all the surfers, get out of the competition area immediately. Wingers too. So please, surfers, get out of the competition area, please. Pablo, manda tutta a gente dentro da área para sair. Agora.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are ready to go, because we are going to be starting off with the women. And I tell you what, the conditions are just getting better and better out there, Liam. It is looking like we're going to have a full day. And just look at those little right-hand rollers coming in.
Right-hand rollers, look at that, just peeling through, beautiful stuff. Wind has definitely increased since when we left you last, everyone. So a few more knots are just coming our way. Nice rolling, peeling sets, and everyone's just chomping at the bit to get out there.
Yes, they are. We are going to have Clemence Delian is going up against Charlotte Carpentier. Charlotte out there on the core kite, and then we have the other athlete, Clemence, is going to be going out on the F1 kite. So we are about to go, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to hit it off. Green light, start. 3, 2, 1. Bada bim, bada boom. The first event of the season is about to go.
Super excited for this, and here we go. Red flag is in the sky. First event of the kite surf season. Let's go.
Yes it is, Liam, and we are about to go. As you said, red flag in the sky, meaning that we have 3 minutes and it is action out there on the water. I hope everybody, you are ready, because we have 4 to 6 foot perfect Ponta Preta.
Perfect Ponta Preta. Just looking out there, it looks gorgeous, Joe. The sun is shining, the wind is blowing, the waves are coming, and what more do we want? What more do the riders want?
Absolutely. You know, this is the picture perfect start. We can see out there our athletes are starting to get ready, our jet ski ready. You know, obviously safety very important here. This is a point break. It goes break on some of the rocks. You've got to be ready to make sure that everybody is safe and sound. Very big setup. A big thank you to all of our sponsors, especially to Joe and to Giada for making this event happen, because, you know, this place is nostalgic for us. You know, 2019, we saw some of the best waves we have had yet. And also it is great to have a pure surfing 100% wave event on tour to see what the surfers can bring to the table.
Exactly, that's what we want to see. You know, the riders have been asking to come back to a place like this. They've been begging us, can we go to one of those big boys? And here we are. We're in Cape Verde. We've got the conditions we all want, and it's anyone's game, Joe. It really is anyone's game in conditions like this.
Yes, it is. And now let's go and have a little look-see out there on the water, because just about 1.5 minutes to go, and let's have a look and see what riders are going to be competing in the first heat of the season.
And there we have it. There's our first 2 women up on your screen. Clemence Delian against Charlotte Carpentier, both coming out of France there. And we've got some F1s, we've got some cores out there, and it's going to be a tough one to begin with, battling out from the same nation, Joe.
Yes, they are, and let's not forget they have 14-minute heats. The top 12, they have 12 wave attempts, and then they are able to score on their top 2 waves. We caught up with our head judge, Mallory de la Villamar, and also there we can see Tom Hartman, the tour manager, just double-checking to see and to get some of the surfers out of the water. We are going to have surfing, 100% surfing. What are our judges looking for? Commitment. Really hitting the wave in the sweet spot, in that power section, linking the maneuvers together, flowing, using the kite to improve your performance, not to get you through sections that you wouldn't if you were just surfing. So that is what everybody is looking for. That is what we're going to see. And now it is go time, because yellow flag is in the sky, and just look at those peelers coming up on the screen.
Big set coming through, and hopefully what this will mean, big set comes through now. As soon as that green flag goes up, then a nice following set will hopefully come through, and it looks like there it is. All systems go. So first heat, and Clemence on your screen there, riding for F1, making the most out of this one.
Yeah, there you can see all the way down. So starting to drive, going a little bit, you know, nice and easy through it, making a few turns. You can see rocking the helmet as well, keeping the safety on. Now, as that tide is getting to a sweet spot, we can see the making it all the way down to the bottom, and this is what we are looking for. Now the riders are starting to push. Wow, what a way to start out. What a first wave to get herself going. Good start to her heat.
Actually one of the longer waves there, Joe, as well, so it came in all the way towards the judges, and that'll be a good wave to start it off.
And the eye in the sky, the bird in the sky, the bird's eye view, as we always say, Liam. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. And I tell you what, sets are starting to roll in. Was talking to Mallory this morning. Mallory lives out here. He's got a place out here. So our head judge really knows this spot well, as we could see there on that interview. Just giving us, you know, the ins and the outs and what, you know, what we're going to be able to see down here. And the swell for today is going to be in between 1.2 to 1.8 meters. So just under 6 foot at the end of the day. We have 14-second swells. There's a secondary swell at 9 seconds and a bit of a wind as well, so it's all adding up just to get us the best conditions possible. Low tide is just about now. It was at 10:17, so we are literally on low tide, so even better. Now we start to be on the push. High tide is going to be at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so pretty much first day of the waiting period in a location like this. One of the best right-hand point breaks that we can ask for, with one of the best swells, the best wind. I tell you what, talk about dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's.
Exciting stuff is coming our way and your way when you're tuning in, watching at home. So get yourself comfortable, because we've got hours of competition coming your way with conditions like that lining up beautifully for all of our riders here at the first kite surf event of the GKA Qatar Airways Tour this year. Everyone's super eager to get involved, get amongst it, and here we have again on our screen Clémence coming out of France, dropping in on what will be her second wave. Nice big set just came through, so let's see what this wave will deliver just as it's starting to form and come above that head height now. When's she going to drop in? When's she going to initiate that first turn? It's looking like it's going to be here.
Yeah, there we can see engaging again. There's kind of, you know, 3 sections to this wave. The very top section where, you know, not a lot of the riders actually hit it, and then as they make their way down, you can see that it starts to link together. We've got the sun right on top of us there nicely, and you can see all of the white water, and just being able to link a few times. She is straight lining it a bit, but going to have to, you know, start to try and get a groove on. But at the moment, Charlotte has not actually been able to make her way up to the point, so she is solo out there. You can see a nice little replay there, and once again the drone out just to see, making the way. You can see how that wave just peels along the reef there, Liam, and as we've got some scores coming up. So we've got a 6.5, so the top 2 waves for her, a 3.70, excuse me, and a 2.77, so 2 good rides for her. Let's see what is going to happen. Totaling herself out at 6.5, but once again she's solo out there. 14-minute action. Top 2 waves count. The girl's got loads of time.
There's not often in your lifetime that you get Ponta Preta to yourself, and that's exactly what she's got at the moment. Unfortunately, can't quite see Charlotte at the moment. I'm sure she'll come into action shortly. Maybe some kit issues or something's going on her end, but I'm sure that we'll see some scored waves coming in as soon as Charlotte gets her way out into the competition zone. And there we have nice view in the sky. That's exactly what we have. Peeling waves coming our way. They're not slowing down anytime soon. And it's going to give our riders a right old playground for the rest of the day. The next few days, really nice forecast we have. Wind is continuing to build. Sun is shining here. Local time is just past 10:30. So plenty of time on the clock for plenty of action.
Yes, it is. They have to, that's the beauty of these waves events. As we were saying before, sets about probably every 5 minutes we're seeing the sets. It's kind of, they've been calling 17-second straddle. The straddle kind of came in around 2 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. It's pushed all through the night and is looking like it's going to be increasing today. Drops off a little bit, and then Sunday and Saturday and Sunday are also looking like 2 good days. So it looks like we are going to be at Ponta Preta most of the week. Let's not forget we have our sister tour of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. We saw the Wingfoilers throwing it down and getting groovy here at Ponta Preta. And as Mr. Angulo says, you got to get loosey-goosey out there.
Loosey-goosey, yeah. They've been testing the waters out there, our Wingfoilers, and it's going to be a tough spot for them. But, we've got the best of the best in the world, both on the kite surf and on the Wingfoilers. They're all here, ready to give it a right old go here in Cape Verde. So right now on your screens, Clement's number in first position with the 2 scores on the board, making her way back in towards the competition area. I'm just looking out of the corner of my eye, definitely going through one of those flat spots, Joe, but as you mentioned, roughly 5 minutes we're seeing the sets coming through, and I reckon sooner rather than later I can see some little pearlers coming in now, so potentially going to get involved.
Yeah, there we can see Charlotte getting all the way down there on the shore break, going back into the water. Wasn't able to get out. I don't know if she took a too smaller kite or not. Not having the best situation for her out there at the moment. And as it stands, we have the French athlete Clémence Derrien is in first position, and Charlotte still yet to go on another wave. But I can see out of our booth, it looks like we have some action out there on the waves. As we can see, there is Charlotte making her way out. And there it is, side to side, synchronizing, going back out. And this is where Charlotte, it looks like she now is definitely in contention to making herself all the way up. Yes, she is. And there we can see both of the riders making it out. And I mean, like you said before, Liam, it's worth just to go into the comp and qualify just to have this place to yourself.
It's one of the best wave spots that we have in the world, and it's firing today. Nice waves coming through every 5 minutes, and both riders there just getting used to it, getting in sync, and Charlotte there on the core kite is just making her way to the edge of the competition area. And one thing as well, Joe, that's going to be quite interesting is this whole priority. Once we get into those, the closer rounds, the quarters, the semi-finals, that priority and who's going to jump on that wave first, that's going to be key.
It definitely is, and also the first person that makes it out that gets that priority flag. Mallory was explaining there's a white flag and the yellow flag on the beach, meaning that to show who has the priority, because if they are in the same spot and fighting for the same wave, that priority point is very important because those sets are coming through. At the moment, sets are quite firing through between, like they are coming through consistently as we are up there on the push, and we can see everybody getting kites ready. We can see some of the athletes with 9-meter kites out on the water, if I'm not mistaken. We have Clémence out there on the 10 F1, and Charlotte is out there on the 9-meter core. Charlotte a little bit of a smaller athlete, and we can see Clémence once again dropping in, swooping that kite together. Wave selection is key because even some of these inside rollers do link up and manage to get a few turns. And I tell you what, this one has a nice amount of face. There's already linking 3 maneuvers together, staying reasonably close to the foam board to keep that power, and this is where she's going to go off the back. At the moment, it looks like the strategy of Clémence, she really is just keeping it busy, getting some medium scores, getting some kind of a backup score up there on the board, and then she is going to try and improve as the heat goes on. But we've got about 4 minutes to go left of this heat. We're going to have to see Charlotte, sticky situation, unusual situation for her. She's going to have to get her A game on if she wants to overtake the French athlete.
She certainly is, and just going back out now, right foot forward. So didn't like what she saw coming towards the beach there, coming back in towards our judges. So just wants to keep that priority out there, jump back in. But I think for Charlotte now, Joe, as you mentioned, there's a few final minutes on the score now, about 4 minutes left. She's just going to want to get a couple of waves under her belt, just get a few scores on the board and hopefully pick the right one and jump into that first position.
Absolutely. I mean, it ain't over until the buzzer. You got to go it if you want to risk it, if you want to get that biscuit and throw yourself forward. And she really is in, as I said before, sticky situation, needs that upper if she wants to have a possibility here. Because Clemence, she really has thrown it in nice and early and going very well out there at the moment. And we can see her there on the drone making her way forward. All right, so both of the athletes just out the back, managing and waiting for that set. It does look like we've got some motion in the ocean out there. Liam looking, I mean, we pretty much have front row seats here. We are right on top of a tower which is facing, you know, perfect Ponta Preta. The only way to make this better was if there was a nice cooler with some cold ones on the left-hand side, but it's way too early for that. But now, getting ourselves out there, Charlotte, no, excuse me, that is Clemence out there in the yellow. So Charlotte Carpentier, can she drop in? No! Not able to get on that wave. That is really going to cost her, because out the back, we have Clemence about to engage, and there we can see her. Look at that wave, Liam.
Foaming, yeah, it's really looking nice. Nice wall to that wave, but unfortunately there, just the board gets caught up underneath her, loses her feet. That whitewash just snapping it away and not able to ride that one out. And you can see Charlotte on the back there just putting in a nice quick turn, because I reckon she can catch a wave off the back of this set.
Yeah, there we can see how that whitewater just took Clemence off of her feet. But now Charlotte is definitely in position. This wave, it does look like it's opening up nicely. She needs a big score if she wants this one to happen. So a very important moment here for Charlotte. Let's see how she can produce the goods. Here we have engaging first turn. Losing a bit of power in the kite, but coming down. Now she needs to get past this roll if she wants to be able to... Oh, just getting whitewash, washing machine, dryer, all a combination in one. I talk about a twizzle and a twirl. Not being able to get the wave that she wanted there. So at the moment, Charlotte Carpentier, unfortunately on that one, just going down a little bit too hard. And it looks like Clemence Derrienne, unless something miraculous happens, it looks like she's going to take this heat.
I think so as well. That'll be a first position there if it all stays the same. And you can see it, just Charlotte there, probably put that turn in a little bit too late, just right on the foam then. It just all got a little bit messy, board lost, and then you can see it's clearly windy out there, because up she went like a little puppet. The feet were going all here, there and everywhere, and really trying to engage and get back out for another wave. But you know, time is ticking and it's looking a little tight out there.
It is. I mean, wave selection is key. We've been saying it from the very beginning, and Clemence here really has taken some of the better waves. Probably not the bigger waves of the sets, but the ones that are opening, going down the point. And here we can see she's going to be engaging on this last one. And look at this, small wave on the inside, but she is going to be able to connect turns, because this is actually breaking all the way down the reef. You can see turn number 2. Oh, and unfortunately going down a little bit close to the rocks, but hey, anything can happen, but it looks like the French athlete Clemence Derrienne putting in a solid performance to start off. And there we can see Charlotte Carpentier. Now she is scratching and trying to grab waves as there's no flag in the sky, meaning that less than a minute to go on this heat.
Joining this wave as well at sort of a different point, but a nice first initiated turn there, dropping in, hoping for that second one. Let's see what she has. Gets nice and low, doesn't quite get the snap, isn't quite quick enough, and you can see loses the board again, unfortunately for Charlotte. So definitely not the start that she was wanting to have out here in Cape Verde, but you know, she's got her hair wet, she's got used to the conditions. We're out there, it's just the two of them. You know, it's not over just yet.
No, obviously these aren't elimination rounds, so these are the first rounds of the competition, meaning that there is still loads of action to go, so they are going to have another chance. Coming up next, we are going to be having, if I'm not mistaken, Muna Wright and Camille Losseran, just waiting for the confirmation on that one, as we have 17 women athletes, so the bracket isn't completely full, so that will mix it up and change it. But I mean, just look at that image. Look at that one there. So yes, that is official. So making our way through to the next round. Congratulations to Clémence Darian with a 6.5 total out there on the water. And unfortunately there it looks like Charlotte just losing her board onto the rocks, but everybody helping out and making sure, you know, it is one big family here at the GKA, and talk about what conditions we have out there today.
One of the things I have noticed, actually, Joe, just making on my travels here, is that these riders, they haven't packed lightly. They've bought the gear, they've bought multiple boards, multiple kites, and I reckon we're going to see, you know, some kit breakages this week.
Yes, I mean, you know, Ponta Preta does definitely not take any prisoners. But coming up next, we are going to be having out there Muna White and Camille Lasserang, a big heat out on the water, and here we can see some of the replays and the beauty shots of that first heat of the competition, where we just saw Clémence Darian take the win.
We are coming in the last minute now. We're gonna go for one minute before. But she's gonna compete against Camille Lasserang, one of the best, from my point of view, freestyler. Yes, again. And then one of the best freestyler, but also she's really good surfer. She's amazing.
All right, well, there we have. Those are the two ladies that are going to be battling it out here in our Coliseum that we call Ponta Preta, coming out of the United States of America, down from Oahu, Hawaii. Muna White, and she is going to be going up against Camille Lasserang, coming out of Switzerland. Camille Lasserang, up-and-coming rookie. She is one of the powerhouses when it comes to freestyle. Surfing was her Achilles tendon, but we're going to have to see, because I know she's been put in the training, seeing some good things from her. Muna, when it comes to surfing, one of the best athletes out there on the planet.
For sure, I'm super excited to see Muna ride this wave, riding the Cabrina gear, Camille riding the duotone. So that's the toys that they have on offer, and you can see on your screen now Muna just, you know, seeing and waiting for that swell to kick in.
Yeah, there we can see, just waiting for that set to come in. There was some very nice rollers in that first heat of the day, and there we can see both of the athletes out there next to the competition boy, just making sure, getting the look, getting the groove, and as we said before, loosey-goosey out there on the water. Day number one, if you are just joining us. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the season opener of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour for the kite surfing discipline. Out there on the water at the moment, you have Muna White coming out of Hawaii, the winner of the 2019 edition when we were here at this spot for the last time, and she is up against young gun rookie Camille Lasserang. Big heat on the water, and already swell is about 4 to 5 foot on sets, looking good. We've got a nice westerly swell that rolls its way across there. You can see people starting to rock up, come down to see the best of the best battling themselves against the Mother Nature over here. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, Liam, it looks like we've got some motion out there, a nice bit of energy coming our way. We're going to be starting off this heat.
Energy is what we want. Give us the energy, because we're looking forward to seeing this one. Muna, first time competing since, I think, 2019, actually. If I remember rightly, Joe, it was, she said, 4 years since her last competition. So she's had a little bit of a breather, to say the least.
Oh, she has definitely had a breather. So it looks like the youngster is going to be the first one to engage, and a nice set coming their way. Both of the athletes on the way, so let's have a look and see. Camille a little bit caught up over here in the whitewater, going to be making it all the way down, straight line in this one so far. And we're waiting, we will get the replay of the wave there from Muna. There we can see her moving, already linking 2 turns together. We will be able to see a full replay of that wave, but just enjoy the show. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Muna White is on fire, and she is here to have a replay and a repeat of that first position, and the style is all over Ponta Preta.
Yeah, you can see she knows this wave so well, that kite position as well, beautifully placed, really linking up the turns. You can see just laying that left hand out there, just opening up the body and getting amongst it.
Alright, so we're going to grab a replay. So here we can see Muna starting on in that first section all the way up. And you can see double pump on the bottom. This is where she's reading that wave. Make sure she hits it in that sweet spot. Engaging, nice middle sign, driving her way down, just keeps linking it together, and this is why she is one of the best surfers we have out there and proving it out there on her first wave. And there we can see both of them getting back out there. Camera having a little look-see front and backwards as look at the size of the waves. Our camera is probably about 6 to 7 meters off of the ground, and the waves, sometimes it's even hard to see the riders at the back because it is starting to get big out there.
It's really starting to increase now, most definitely, and that's a good little view. You can just kind of see definitely overhead height there, but you can see both riders out the back, just getting towards the edge of the competition area. Big set has just come our way, which both riders have been involved in one wave of that. So let's see if we can get another one.
Yeah, while we're waiting for that set to go through, let's have a little look at that replay one more time. So here we can see Muna White. This is her first wave. Calm, cool and collected, smooth operator out there. You can see her driving through the fins, up and over, nice little finisher there.
And a big score has just dropped there for Muna White, a bang on the 8.00, and Camille there just with the 1.5. So great first initiated wave there for Muna. She'll be happy to see that score.
She definitely will be, and the judges liking what they saw. So nice opener there for her. I mean, wow. 8.0, that is what I call a way to start a heat. So in the driving seat, as they would say, what a first air competition. It is looking groovy out there.
And Muna on your screen now, just coming in towards competition area. You can see those riders always checking over their shoulders, always looking at what's to come. And there, just a few. Nia Suarez there are one of the top female wing foil athletes there, just chatting to Tom Hartman. And back now on our screens, Muna White. And if I'm just looking out of the screen now, some nice forming waves coming our way, some little peelers. As you can see out the back there, that red Cabrina kite, that is Muna White. And the blue duotone that's a little bit further to the left-hand side, that is Camille. And there's our crew getting all those important shots, which you will be seeing later. Sun is shining here in Cape Verde, the wind is blowing. It's starting to pick up. The waves are starting to get that little bit more meatier. And everyone's excited. The beach is starting to get a little bit busier as well. And what a place to start the 2023 kite surf season. You wouldn't have it any other way. And Muna White here, left foot forward, coming in. It's looking like there's a nice forming wave potentially here if it starts to really open itself up. But it's actually Camille Lozerand who's in a little bit closer towards the judges, who's just dropped in on a wave. Let's see if we can get all eyes on Camille. Here she is, dropping in. Trying to link up that turn, getting caught up in the whitewash. Can she hold it together? Unfortunately, no, she can't. But out the back, just behind, Muna White is on an absolute bomb. There's your previous replay of Camille, but let's try and get all eyes on Muna White. Just right here. Decides to pull out of that one. Just at the end. If she carried on any further, I reckon the two athletes might have clashed there and caught their lines. You can see there on the screen, they're very close. And Muna White looking for another nicely scored wave there. Probably would have wanted to carry that one on a little bit longer, but decided against it, decided she wanted to pull out and head back out towards the competition area, because nice set has just come in. That's a second set of waves for this heat, and plenty still to come.
Yeah, we are definitely getting at least 4 to 5 sets in between each heat, and we're really starting to see Ponta Preta firing. We've just gone past low tide, so the tide is coming up on the push. I reckon we're going to be seeing a full day of action already. Muna White, the champion from 2019, showing she has the goods, showing the surfing style, and what an opener with an 8.0.
And you can see another score has just dropped there, 2.13. So Muna White still in that first position. And just looking at the forecast there, sunset is at 20 to 7. So we've got plenty of time, plenty of hours of competition. And if the conditions allow, we'll keep firing through, because, you know, we wouldn't have it any other way. Big waves, strong winds, and these riders getting all involved here at Cape Verde.
Yeah, no, looking forward to the days we have here. I mean, tell me about it, Liam, because first event of the season, we've got the conditions out there looking good. Muna White on the driving seat. But let's not forget, we have a full fleet. Coming up next, we're going to have Suzy Straustrava going up against Daniela Moreno coming out of Spain. Suzy, she's known this place. She knows Ponta Preta. And we heard it from me too. We heard it from everybody that experience is key at a location like this.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into a location like this. The wave itself and all of its surroundings, you know, you've got to have the experience. You've got to choose the right wave. You don't want to be ending up on the rocks, because otherwise you're going to be in a little bit of a mess. And we're just coming up now towards the 5-minute mark, where 5 minutes remain of this heat, hoping for that other set to come in. You can see our riders on your screen just cruising up and down, just waiting for those rollers, waiting for those waves to start forming so that they can both engage and get involved on another scored wave.
Yeah, each of them has had 2 waves each, and it does look, I reckon, just under 5 minutes to go. I reckon we've got enough time for one more set to come. We can already see some bumps making their way through. Muna out there on the red Cabrina. We can see Camille out there on the blue Duotone Neo. So waiting just patiently. They do say patience is a virtue, but I tell you what, yet it definitely does look like I can see the lines starting to stack up all the way at the back, and there we can see some of the tourists starting to enjoy and come down and see Ponta Preta, because, you know, when this place is fine, the beauty of Ponta Preta is, as a crowd, as a public, you can pretty much be about 4 meters away from someone having a barrel, giving them a little high five as they go past. That is how close they are to us.
You really are on the water's edge, and Muna White, they're just getting caught on the top of the lip of that wave there. Just her first sort of error she's put in on this heat, and I'm just looking at where Camilla is. There she is on your screen, just turning around, coming back in towards the competition area, but it is looking a little bit flat. Maybe something will form the closer in she gets, but, you know, time is still on the board. 3.5 minutes left of this heat, so let's see if we get the waves. Let's see if the waves come their way for these 2 athletes.
Yeah, no, we are. I reckon one more set, as we said before. So we have 40-minute heats, 12 wave attempts, so they're allowed to go on 12 waves. The top 2 waves are going to count. What are the judges looking for? They're looking for the commitment, wave selection, hitting the wave in the sweet spot, utilizing the kite to improve your riding, not to be hanging on the kite, to be able to get through sections. You know, the judges really do reward those athletes, those surfers that just use that part. And talking about our judges, there we can see all of them getting ready there. We can see Alvaro, the old avocado hat, Rui Maida. We can see Julio, our tech guy, and that is Big Joe, the man from down here in Cape Verde. It is so good, Bigfoot, to see him over here helping us out. And then we can see our safety team. Everybody is ready to rumble. It is a go, go, go over here. As out there at the moment, we have heat number 2 of round number 3 of the women. Muna White from Hawaii.
Looking at this spot and thinking, cool, I'd like to get involved and go out on one of those waves. And let's just talk about one of our judges on the judge team, Paulino Pereira. Talk about that wave. What did he do back in the day, Joe?
Yeah, once upon a time, Paulino Pereira, he is one of the few athletes that has had a 10.0 ride here. He was here in 2019, that epic big swell that we had back then, and he got a tube ride which scored him a 10.0. So it's great to see up there in the judges panel as well. I'm just looking over to my left. I can see Mallory. Mallory looks like he's like, yeah, I can see you. I can see you. Mallory's liking what he sees. He's already, you know, spends a lot of time here in Cape Verde and enjoying the conditions, because when we have conditions like this, everybody is smiling, everybody is happy, and this is what we want to see for a wave event.
Yeah, for sure. Mallory's been on holiday for the past week, Joe. He's been here since the 4th, having a great time, making the most of this. And now he's got to watch these guys get involved, because Camille here on your screen, looking over her left, looking over her right, trying to wait and pray to the wind gods and the wave gods that someone will throw her a bone so she can get involved in another wave. But yeah, we're coming down towards the final few minutes now, final minute or so of this heat. So plenty to do. We need a big set to come through so Camille can get a similar score to Muna White's first. But it's going to be a challenge. It is going to be a challenge.
All right, and it looks like we're having a little look-see that we can just see us chilling here in the studio. Thank you, Mr. Director. As just going through, and it looks like we're getting ready to go down also to the beach to see everybody and get, you know, involved with the riders. The riders are about 300 to 400 meters down to the left. There we can see Kessiani Rodriguez starting to get herself ready. Stretching it up, always a smile, this young athlete, you know, coming off with a win over there in Taiba, but this is a complete different kettle of fish. This is pure surfing. It's not with the onshore, and I'm very, very interested to see how she handles these conditions. She will be coming up shortly, but it does look like as we approach the final seconds of this heat, Muna White is going to be taking the win of this one, second position, Camille Lassaron. It looks like the 2019 winner is starting off with a bang.
And there she is on your screen, coming in towards the judges. Will Muna manage to get one last wave before the buzzer beats? It's looking like she's going to engage on this one, that she's got to look slightly further down in the competition area, still in front of the judges. Starting to open up a little bit here. Let's see what she has.
Yeah, unfortunately that is not going to count because we are on red flag. So just, you know, nice little crowd pleaser. So while we wait for the next heat to be coming up, where we're going to have on the water Susie Schwartzschreiber up against Daniela Moreno, let's have a little look-see at the highlights of that last heat.
Last minute for the heat number 3 of the women.
All right, well, we are back as that yellow flag is about to hit the sky, meaning less than a minute to go, and we can see everybody starting to get back. The sun is shining, and there we can see the beautiful blue colors coming out here on the Cape Verdean island of the island of Sao here, Santa Maria Ponta Preta, for the first event of the season opener, Liam, and what a way to open.
Beautiful way to open. Look at what we have here in front of our eyes. Perfect waves, perfect wind. The sun is shining. The water is nice and clear, crystal blue. And these riders are getting involved because this is their heat number 3 now, the third heat of the women's fleet. And last heat we saw Muna White pass her way through and scoring a nice wave with an 8.00. That was the highest wave score of that heat and of the day so far. But we're early doors, Joe. It's early doors. There's still plenty of heats to come. And these two on the water now, Suzanne against Daniela. It's going to be a good heat. It's going to be a good heat.
It certainly is. Susie knowing this wave, wow, Daniela coming out of the Canaries, also a nice and talented surfer. It's going to be interesting to see how she pulls herself together because, you know, this is offshore conditions and they aren't the easiest ones to handle. But now we can see getting going as that red flag has already hit the sky and we are 1 minute in to this heat. Alright, so there we can see those are our two athletes. Susie Swarstrava is going up against Daniela Moreno out of the Canaries, having a little bit of problem, both of these athletes making their way up to the top session. It does look like Daniela is going to be out there on the F1. I can see over the top of my screen she is already in position, and there we can see out there on the core that is Susie Swarstrava. So Susie in action. Let's go out onto the water for heat number 3 of round number 3 of the competition. And there we can just see her cruising and perusing.
Just cruising, blasting upwind, trying to get into that competition spot, into the right zone to start initiating on these waves, because super important you're on that right hand side so you can drop in. And there we have on your screen Suzanne on the core equipment, just blasting up towards the edge of the competition area. You can see a few white caps there. Wind is definitely there. So when they're closer in towards the shore and the judges, sometimes it can be a little bit of a struggle because we do have that slight offshore breeze there, so it can be a little bit gusty close in.
Daniela is sailing smart. She's coming from the upper part of the competition area. She's now in the competition area.
Alright, so they are making their way back. And there we can see Diogo Cardoso. In the difference we saw, for example, from before with Muna. Really you can see her linking it together, going back to the foam wall, back to the power zone, up and over. If you can pull that together, that is what is going to give you the extra kudos and the shackers from the judges. And there we can see everybody. That is our event site over here at Ponta Preta. That's us over there on the left-hand side here in the live stream booth. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Cape Verdean Showdown.
Local time 10 past 11 in the morning, so look at that, the sun is shining, great view of the camera there in the sky, and the crowds are starting to form on the beach. I'm sure as the afternoon comes, that's only going to get busier as we start to continue to pump through competition, and you can see on your screen some nice little rolling sets maybe coming our way.
Yes, it does. It does look like we have some sets coming our way. And let's not forget the waiting period for this competition is from the 17th, which is today, all the way until the 27th. So 10 days of waiting period. And there we have it straight off of the back, starting off with a bang we have about 4 to 5 foot, some even bigger sets making their way through. That is the forecast that we have today, and it looks like the forecast is right on point. And I can see over the top of our screen that is Susie making her way out, and there we can see Daniela, the Canarian athlete. Both of them just, waiting around, circling like sharks at that back area where those little sets come through to engage and get yet another wave, because Daniela, she had the first wave of a 2.0, as you said, Liam, straight line in it. You can really see the judges are slashing, are really slaying those scores if you do not do top to bottom linking maneuvers.
I think it's great judging there, Joe, because, we are at a spot like this, Ponta Preta. We want to see the nice flowing, carving, big turns, big hacks at the top of the wave. That's what we're looking for. When we come to a destination like this, it's the best of the best, and we want to see the best of the best. We want to see these riders get fully engaged and make the most out of every inch of that wave. And just discussing there, Joe, about that sort of waiting window, 17th to the 27th is the waiting period for this event. And, our sports team saw the forecast. We can see it's been pumping recently, and it was all systems go, go, go. We did a little bit of registration yesterday, but now all action and all eyes goes back onto our rider Danielle here in the F1 kite, who's finding herself just coming short on that wave.
Yeah, Daniela really pushing herself, trying to get on that. Those are those offshore conditions. What they do is they go on smaller kites to be able to move that kite around, but it means you don't have as much power. So if you don't get it right, you will not get on the wave. Going a little bit further out in front of this one to make sure that she does get on it. And I tell you what, it doesn't get much of a better view than that one as we are starting. So let's see Daniela Moreno for her second wave attempt, looking to get a second score. Let's not forget they can have 12 waves, top 2 waves count. Straight lining this one at the moment, deciding against it, going to go off. So that is pretty much not going to be a score at all, as we are still waiting for Susie. As I can see her, if I look out of the booth here, we have front row seats. She is all the way out the back. It looks like she's going to be doing the old patience as a virtue, as we are just coming up on 5 minutes left of this heat, and she is still yet to land a score.
Quite far on the edge of the competition there, Joe. Far right-hand side. Going to need some binoculars soon to spot her, but we always go back, wave selection. If you choose the right wave at the right time and it all links up, that can be what gets you over the finish line. So let's see, plenty of time still on the clock, just under 5 minutes to go. Both riders out there. Daniela with a few scores under her belt. Suzanne waiting patiently for the waves to come her way, and I'm just looking again, still out the back. It's looking a little bit flat. We just had that set come our way, waiting now for the other set. Plenty of time, so let's see what comes our way.
Yeah, they are, and I tell you what, look at that. Look at the bumps, look at the motion, look at the energy. As you can start to feel, Ponta Preta is starting to get the teeth out and starting to smile nice and wide here on this first day of competition. And there it is. That is the image we want to see. Lines across the horizon. Daniela, they are a little bit further out on the left, as we are going to wait and see, is she going to be able to drop in? She is, and I tell you what, this wave is opening up all the way down the beach to see what she can make out of this one.
Come on, Daniela, start engaging those turns. There's the first one. Doesn't quite get up, and unfortunately coming off the top of the wave there. Tries to dive herself back in onto that one, but just losing out on a little bit of speed there. Didn't quite initiate those snappy, quick turns. Keep the power in the kite, keep the energy through the board. And Suzanne as well, unfortunately not being able to stay on the wave just behind. Both riders heading out towards the edge of the competition area.
Yeah, there we can see Susie making her way out, and as you said before, it does look like the wind has shifted a little bit further offshore. So riders really, you've either got that kite in that power section like you were saying, Liam, you got that kite parked nice and low, or you are going to get pulled off of the back of the wave, which is what we just saw there with Daniela.
Yeah, tricky conditions, but they're the best riders out there. They've got to be able to adapt to the conditions that get thrown their way. And you can see here Susie just pumping her kite, trying to get involved because looking at the ticker, looking at how much time is left on the clock, we're just sitting above 2.5 minutes. So still time to catch some waves. Looking at those scores, Daniela's still in first position, Susie still yet to have a score drop, so we'll definitely want to find herself a wave, because 2.33 is a score that definitely can be beaten, and it can snatch her into first position.
Yeah, let's not forget 12 wave attempts, top 2 waves are the ones that are counting. And now I can already see also, Liam, on the left-hand side of a competition area, the left-hander is starting to open up as well. Not many people use it, but you can see that Ponta Preta with this, with the tide coming up, is starting to open up. It's starting to smile at us. It really is starting to come through. But I'm going to say it, sets look like they're taking a little bit longer now.
Definitely mellowed off a tad, Joe. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Definitely they have sort of dropped off a tad, but when they come through, they're still punchy. There's still plenty to get involved with. There's still plenty of wave. Still plenty for these riders to choose from. But like you said, they're just taking that little bit longer. Another couple of minutes or so now between the heats. But green flag is still in the air. Still time on the ticker for this heat.
Yeah, we're just coming up in a little bit under 90 seconds left, as they are not in position. It is going to be hard for them to get back into position in time. There we can see on your screen on the F1, that is Daniela Moreno coming out of Spain. She is currently in the lead, as she's had pretty much 2 straight liners, a 2.0 and a 0.33. But Susie out the back, there it is, 1 minute to go, is looking like she's going to be coming back towards us. Let's not forget, if she is on a swell, if she was on a roller before the buzzer, that wave does count.
Well, let's see, because 40 seconds now, time is ticking. Every second counts, and all she needs is that one wave, because she's chasing a 2.33. It's looking like Daniela is going to be struggling to find a wave. She's a little bit downwind of the competition area now, where the waves start to really get their energy and form. But Susie out the back, it's looking like it's going to be a challenge. It's looking a little bit quiet out there in the ocean, unless something just sparks itself up.
Yeah, and there it is. That is the sound. So that is red flag up. So that means Daniela Moreno is going to be winning that heat. And coming up next, we are going to have Julia Borgi Silva, local out here from Cape Verde, is going up against Kesiani Rodriguez. Let's have a little look at the recap of that last heat.
Welcome everybody to the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour.
Inside the water, like everybody want to win. It's gonna be a good show.
We now have like the best showcase.
No, I'm here to win. freestyle is everything in my life.
Pressure is a privilege, brings out the best in us.
The level can fully be shown when the conditions are perfect.
It's time to show it.
Let's get it.
Who are going to be our new world champions? All right. Well, it is ready to go as we have Julia Silva, the young daughter of the two organizers, Joe Silva and Giada, out there on the water, 14 years of age, and Kesiani Rodriguez, the winner of that last event in Taiba. Big heat out there. Let's see how these two young ladies are going to be doing. We can see the two faces. Those are the two ladies getting ready to rumble down here. Youngster on the water up against an experienced Kesiani Rodriguez, but let's not forget, this is her hometown.
It certainly is, and hometown, home wave can definitely take it as advantage, and I don't think she'll be scared or put off by going up against Kesiani. You know, very experienced rider Kesiani coming out of Brazil, so let's see what she's got.
And there we can see Joe Silva getting nervous, the father of Julia out there on the water. Joe Silva, our organizer here for this event, and you can see now he's got his little youngster out there. Fatherly moment right now.
Yeah, he's going to take this all in, lap it all up. You can see he can't keep still, just looking out towards the sea, seeing what his daughter's going to do. And here she is on your screen. Nice wave forming. Let's see how she can engage on this one.
Yeah, I can see him doing signs, telling her, showing her what to do. Joe, a very talented kite surfer himself, and she's already dropping in on a little nice inside roller here, waiting to engage on that first turn, coming close to the rocks. But I mean, you know, she knows the rocks. She probably knows the rocks by their first name, and already starting to go down. We can hear they're on the beach, everybody getting wild as we have the little youngster, and a first wave, nice opener. It is so good to see it. The young guns, the fire, the energy coming through the beach with these young ones, and great to see starting off with a couple of nice little turns, very straight at the moment. Pretty much Amuna White is the only athlete we've seen top to bottom, and that's why she got that 8.0.
It certainly is, but you know, a nice little wave, and you can see the replay here. It was definitely a nice forming wave, one of the smaller ones we've seen today, but nevertheless, it's a wave scored, and you can see here just putting in that first initial turn, nearly loses it there, weight goes a little bit forwards over the front of the board, but drops in, flatlining this section, and a little bit of a shebang there, engaging that on that little second turn, and then at the end here, board just gets snapped away from her. But, you know, as you said, Joe, the cheers were on the crowd, she'll be stoked with that one, and first wave on the board.
Yeah, you know, nice little schmackaroo, a little schmacker as we say. But at the moment, waiting for Kesiani to get herself out there on the water. Looks like she wasn't able to get out. So once again, we've been saying about a Ponta Preta experience, knowing the conditions, knowing the location, and the youngster proving the point at the moment in the driving seat so far. So don't forget, we have 40-minute heats with the top two waves are the ones that count as we are getting ready to go. And there we can see Kesiani going back onto the water.
And here we can see Julia once again dropping in. This is a better wave. Selection one more time, all the way down. She needs to get a couple of turns. All right, fast straight lining. Now I can hear the crowd starting to like it. She's made it all the way through the three sections, and I can see Joe also running along the stones like no tomorrow, down through the beach just to make sure his youngster is okay. But another good wave there for her. All right, let's have a little look at the replay. So she did have a lot of speed. She was just pushing her way all the way down. Bit of a straight line, but still another couple of turns, and she is the only athlete to engage on a wave so far in this heat.
Picked up plenty of speed in that section there as well. You can see, looked slightly a little bit out of control at one point, but held it together, kept it going, and rode that wave out. And you could see, as you mentioned, Joe, the father there, just sprinting across the stones there. Feet got to be made of concrete because it's pretty sharp out there.
Yes, it is, and there we can see it does look like Kessiani Rodriguez has made her way into the impact zone, so I'm sure we'll be seeing some set waves for her as we have just gone over the 8-minute mark, so 8 minutes to go. And there we can see judges. Those are our judges out there on the screen, as was our judges tower with all of the boys taking a look, making sure they know what is going on and getting ready to go. We already had a big score out there, highest score of the day, Muna White 8.0, and once again Julia dropping in on yet another wave. This girl is keeping busy.
She's keeping busy. It's the home spot. She knows the wave well, picking and choosing the right ones and being in the right place at the right time. Dropping on this wave. Let's see what she's got. First turn. You can hear the crowd cheering. Flat line in this section, plenty of speed. Let's see what the second turn's got. Not quite getting high enough and snapping, but still keeping on her feet, Joe. This is a nice wave right in front of the judges now.
Yeah, it is all the way down. Liking what we're seeing. Only 14 years of age. All the way down to the bottom. That is going to be a nice one. She has a 1.57 backup score. That is definitely going to improve over that and probably improve over her top score. So I tell you what, the young athlete really starting to bring it towards her, and it looks like all the way out the back another set is about to come through. So I reckon we might be seeing Kessiani engage on the first wave. But I tell you what, nice riding here from the local Julia Borgi Silva.
Getting better with every wave that comes her way. And here we have Kessiani Rodriguez dropping in. Let's see what she's got, because this will be her first wave of the heat.
Yes, it will. All right, engaging first turn. That kite almost falling out of the sky there. One first turn. Another nice and timed turn there for Kessiani. A little bit far out in the front, but engaging. Oh, managing to push against that white water. Holding the power. Very nice move there from Kessiani Rodriguez. So looking like she's finally got her groove together as we are now here in that heat number 4 of round number 3. And here we can see the replay. This was the one. Boom! Managed to hold it together, keep herself on her feet. That is going to be a good way for her. Waiting to see some of the judges score as we are right about there. Kessiani Rodriguez, one of the other favorites for this event.
Definitely is. Took a little bit of time getting involved in this heat. I think judges were telling us that potentially going up a bigger kite size, wanting a little bit more power. You can definitely see at the moment working it close in, but as soon as they get out of the back, plenty of power out there. And both riders now firing back upwind, getting towards that starting point, because motion of the ocean's gone a little bit flat. So, for the time being, they can, cruise up there. They've got nothing to rush for. There's a little bit of a pause in the waves. And Kessiani Rodriguez's score still yet to drop. Be interesting to see what the judges put for her first wave.
I can see our judges just getting ready, as they can see both of the athletes swooping, swinging those kites around, both F1 athletes making their way back up, as that is the top section of the Ponta Preta playground. And we can see bottom right hand corner our videographer Diogo Cardoso just getting ready to get those shots, as it doesn't get much better when it comes to be able to see and look at a big wave competition, because a lot of the times when it is in a pure wave spot, they're normally out on an outer reef or out in the back, really a big distance away. Ponta Preta it's a theater. It literally really is. You are standing on the rocks and you are pretty much at sometimes only maybe 10 foot away from the athletes throwing down out there, and it just gives it, you know, it gives that electricity, it gives the crowd to be part of the action. And as we've just seen there now, Kessiani Rodriguez overtaken and taking the lead with a 5.17, but the youngster Julia Borges Silva really getting herself together. Will we see a first upset? We will soon find out, but I mean, Kessiani with one wave score beats the other two of the youngster, but still 14 years of age, showing that she knows this location. Experience once again is a big part of this.
It certainly is. It certainly is. Just position yourself in the right place when those waves do come. And you can see at the moment, nice shot there of both our riders, both riding the F1 gear out there at the moment. As you can see, a little bit of a flat spot, no waves appearing just yet. I wouldn't be surprised if both riders do make that turn around and go back upwind towards the edge of the competition area, because sooner or later another set will appear, because on the clock at the moment, coming up to 3 minutes left. So 3 minutes remaining in this heat. Plenty of action still to come and plenty of action to follow.
Yeah, they are getting, looks like, I reckon we're going to have enough time for maybe one more wave to engage for each one of these athletes. Anybody's money out there at the moment, because if for some reason Kessiani doesn't get a wave, Julia only needs a 0.51 increment on her scores to be able to take that first spot. Anything can happen. We know that any heat can come down to the buzzer. I mean, Kessiani, let's not forget, in Taiba, if I'm not mistaken, Liam, it was in the last 90 seconds, took the win from Bruna with that last wave. So she knows what it is to be a buzzer beater, and we have seen many buzzer beaters in the competition that have been in the past, and I must admit, I do like a good old buzzer beater.
Keeps us on our toes, doesn't it, Joe? It keeps us on our toes, and I'm sure that during this whole event, we will see buzzer beaters left, right, and centre. And that's exactly what keeps us going, keeps us up at night, those buzzer beaters. And on your screen now, Kessiani Rodriguez coming in, still needing or wanting, looking for that second wave score. Nice little rolling wave starting to form. Is it going to turn into something that she wants to have a little bit of a play with? Maybe not. Looking over her right shoulder, is she going to engage? It's not quite shaping up, but you know, with a little bit of time left on the clock, she wants to get involved.
Yes, she does, and you know, she knows she needed that backup score. That would be a low score, but intelligent riding from her, because what she's going is she's going, okay, I'm at least going to get 2 scores. And now Julia, it looks like, is going to be dropping in. We're just waiting for her to come back onto the screen, as they are right down in the middle. Right, here he is. All right, this is going to be probably the last opportunity for her. Is she going to be riding this one all the way down? But it looks like it is flattened out, unfortunately, so that's not going to be the one she was looking for, as we are just going to be approaching, getting very close to the final minutes of this heat, as we are going. Alright, 30 seconds. Kessiani Rodriguez engaging. Nice check turn there, right next to the rocks. I mean, you need some wheels getting so close to them there.
Dangerous stuff. That's what Ponta Preta can do. Sometimes, as we've said a few times, you know, you're right on the shoreline. You are right where everyone is.
Alright, well there it is. That is the red flag, meaning Has there been an upset? It looks like it hasn't, because Kessiani Rodriguez on those last two waves put the goes together and had very nice surfing. You can see she's still getting used to this wave, but doing enough to go through to the next rounds, as she is definitely one of the favorites out there as well. Coming up next, we are going to have Irati Fonseca Colla from Cape Verde, and she's going up against the veteran Sonia Bunta. Coming out of Germany. But before we go to that action, let's have a little look at the recap of that last heat, because there was some very nice surfing out there from these athletes. And welcome back, everybody, as we are about to start the next heat. There we can see Irati Fonseca Colla. She is a veteran out here from Cape Verde, up against Sonia Bunta from Germany. These are going to be the two athletes that are going to be going out on the water. Heat number 5, round number 3 of the competition. If you are just joining us, welcome to the season opener here, Cape Verde, Ponta Preta. And there we can see all of the athletes getting ready to rumble. We can see a couple of the Brazilians chilling out further down there with the Kite League crew and just relaxing and getting ready to get themselves out there on the water. And I tell you what, I cannot wait to see some of these athletes throw down for us. And there we could just, you know, getting ready. The swell is good, the waves are here, the sun is shining, and they're about to get out there on the water. Green flag in the sky.
Boom, green flag is in the sky. And just before this heat really starts to get meaty and underway, Joe, let's just talk a little bit about wave equipment. What are these riders using out there? Because last couple of events we've seen freestyle, boots, twin tip, big air is obviously your twin tip board, foot straps, you know, big air kites, 5 struts, you know, freestyle kites, very different as well. What are these guys using? What's their weapons of choice? What toys have they got?
I mean, you know, a lot of the athletes are using the wave equipment, like you say. Why? Because it is a surf competition, so they need kites that have a fair amount of drift is kind of the majority of what they have, so that they can park that kite. And let's say for, you know, for people to understand that the kite actually can fly backwards. So basically when the line's slacking out because they are engaging on the wave, the kite can continue drifting downwind, down and along for them to be able to ride that wave and not get pulled off of the back. But when it comes to offshore conditions, you have to park that kite down and right in the wave for it to yank you back onto it. When it comes to boards, we are seeing pure traditional style surfboard. So you're looking for, as the waves get bigger, the boards tend to get bigger. Exactly like in surfing, at the moment I think within the average size of board is probably going to be in between a 5'10" to about a 6'2", depending on the side of the riser, and also a nice little tail at the back so they can push off of it, engage it, keep the speed. Let's not forget this is a powerful wave, and with that offshore it means that the wave is pushing them forward, so they don't need as much volume. We're seeing quite a few of the athletes take smaller kites because what they want to be able to do is whip that kite around and get the pure surfing style. When it's a little bit more onshore and the waves are a bit more mushy, they don't have that power and kind of laid back, you need the extra volume to be able to get them in. And then of course you've got to know what you're doing.
Of course. Well, there you go, people. Every day is a school day with Joe here, and there's your little nugget of tricks right there. So thank you very much. Net gives you a little insight on what they're riding, but on your screens now, Sonia here getting involved in her first wave, riding the core equipment, and just as you said there, Joe, got the surfboard under the feet, the wave kite in the sky, and just grooving around on that wave.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that looks like they're out there on a 9-meter core. Has a beautiful wave kite, the Nexus, that is very well-known core, has some great gear. And yeah, really looks like that one is working for her at the moment. Sonia, she's been around on tour a very long time, knows what to do. She knows how to dot the I's and how to cross the T's. So getting herself ready as we are just making our way at the moment with this heat number 5, round number 3 of the women. Alright, well, Sonia dropping in on a nice little outside bomb. I tell you what, there is a set coming through. Lining it up, this wave is looking like it is opening up very nicely, but talk about speed run. Looking like a stone being thrown across the water there. A little bit too much speed, not being able to get in on the water. And as it at the back, we can also see Irati, the local Cape Verdean, and let's see if local knowledge is going to prove a point here, because at the moment Sonia has 1 score, and we're going to be seeing the recap of that last wave. And look at those waves coming in. There are some bombs, and there we can see also the replay of that last wave from Irati. All right, Irati there, that was on the nice little wave here on the in, and I'll tell you what we can see as we have the prime seats here. All I need is a popcorn. I mean, I tell you what, this is movie theater spectacle that we have here in front of the booth. We are right on the point, and now it looks like that wind has gone a little bit more offshore because the athletes are going upwind a little bit more, and the waves are cleaning up, and you can start to even see a couple of little barrels out there.
This wave here, as you can see, just that one there, really nice forming wave. Unfortunately, Ryder's not able to get on that one, but a really nice set that just came our way, and that is just a little treat for what's to come.
Yes, it is, and we can see the waves are just starting to increase. So that obviously that, normally when the tide goes from low to high, so 10:30 was complete low tide. We are now at 11:45, so now it is starting to push. And there we can see our judges out there. Those are all the boys taking a look-see. and making sure the scores are where they should be with the Capitan General numero uno, Mallory Hersat. We caught up with him yesterday. We had that little interview with him on the beginning of the screen. And like I said before, when there are conditions like this, the quality of the athletes that we are seeing here and how Ponta Preta is just bringing it to us. I mean, just look at that. This is what you want for a wave contest.
It certainly is. Everything is aligned for us. We've got some really exciting competition to come your way, and some really exciting riders also to take the water. 28 men, 17 women have registered for this event. So it's a busy, busy boy. And let me also tell you, Joe, that for the men, we had a crazy amount of people that really were waiting to also come in. So, you know, why would you not? Ponta Preta, Cape Verde, this is where people want to be. This is the wave that people want to get a kite on.
Yes, it is, and it really, one of the things that everybody wants to be here as well is because on a perfect day, there's normally quite a few people out, and you get this to yourself for a total of 14 minutes. It's worth it just for that, mate.
14 minutes to remember, that was sure. If you can, for all your lives and those waves come your way in those 14 minutes, boy oh boy, you're going to have the time of your life out there. And that last set that we had was a really, really nice one. We're just going through a slight lull now, but you know, I reckon in the next 2 or 3 minutes we're going to see a few more rockets come our way.
Yes, we are. All rockets all blazing, and the gasoline is going through their veins. We can definitely see we are going to be continuing all day long. We are going to push as far as possible because the conditions and the forecast for today don't get much better for first day of competition. And with that tide being pushed up, we have a high tide at 5 o'clock. As it was sunset around 6:30, and that's when that golden hour, 5 o'clock somewhere, just comes towards us. And now we can see everybody starting to get down here on the beach, bring the old deck chairs, bring the sarnies, get and start to enjoy some of the best kite surfing that we will see, because if 2019 was good, I can't wait to see what 2023 brings to the table.
2023, well, so far it's so good. It's been a busy, busy year for the tour so far, and it's going to be even busier because this event is jam-packed. It's a double up, so we have the kite surf and the wing foilers, but right now all attention goes on to Arati here, who's engaging the local. Let's see what she has on this wave. How well does she know it?
Yeah, she's a bit way out in front at the moment. She's going to have to speed down the line if she wants to get past this second section. All right, she does. Mid-face turn, not going up to the top judges, but still she has got good wave selection on this one. And again, all the way down, and the local crowd are liking what they see. Arati, very good selection for this wave. Turns, they're definitely not vertical. She is straight lining it, but still she's picked off one that has been able to go all the way from the back all the way down to the shore, so surely that is going to score well for her. She's currently in second position, but I reckon after that wave she is going to overtake Sonia Bunter, who unfortunately wiped out on her last attempt. Let's see if we can get a little replay of that one from Sonia. Yeah, there it is.
Here is Sonia on the wave. It was looking like a really nice one actually, and just unfortunately, as you'll see shortly, just loses her feet, gets swallowed up, and wasn't able to ride out of that one. And I've just noticed a little self-assessment here, Joe, on the waves that have been coming in the last sort of 10-15 minutes. It's the back end of the set which actually looks to be that right one to be picking off.
Yeah, sets are probably in between 3 to 5 waves. Normally what you want to do on a set is you want to take off on the middle waves. Why? Because in the end, if you wipe out on the first one, you don't get the other 4 on the top of your head. And normally the last wave isn't as big as the middle ones. You can see a lot of the experienced riders, they are taking off on that second to third wave, so they can have a little look-see, see what's happening out there. And you can just see by the waves, wave after wave, line after line. This is Ponta Preta, ladies and gentlemen.
Ponta Preta firing from all cylinders at the moment. Some nice sets coming our way, and here on your screen, Sonia getting the most out of this one as she starts to make her way in towards the front of the judges, still putting in a few minimal turns. That's what you refer to, Joe, as that mid-face turn, not quite getting to the top of the wave and really hacking against the water, but nevertheless it's a score. And at the moment, with that lower score of 0.80, yes, you can see now has, well, in a second, sorry, will hopefully improve off that one.
Yeah, it will. At the moment, we are just coming up on about 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes left of this heat. So both of the athletes, Sonia trying to make her way back up. There you can see on the screen, that is Irati Fonseca. She is already there as well, if I'm not mistaken. That looks like a couple of the French athletes. To just see, yeah, that definitely was. That was Derian. And she did very well in her first heat, taking the win over Charlotte Carpentier.
That feels like ages ago now, Joe. There's been waves after waves after waves, and right now we are in round 3, heat number 5 of the women, and we are continuing to fire through the heats because conditions are providing the goods at the moment. But just right now, going through that lull period where the waves have gone a little bit quiet, but any minute now they'll be cooking up with gas again as we enter 1 minute and 30 seconds left of this heat. So let's see if Sonia can find that wave and improve on one of her scores of a 1.23.
There we can see a couple of the wing foilers yesterday. This young man absolutely ripped it yesterday. He was out here in Ponta Preta and can't wait to see him get in there. Axel really throwing down one of the, the youngsters up and coming on the tour, Axel Gerard. And like I said, he was out here Ponta Preta yesterday, and he was definitely not on the shoulder. He was right in the mix and impressed a lot of people here.
It's a tough spot for these wing foilers to get used to for sure, because you don't want to get swallowed up with a foil. That could be messy. So right now, final 40 seconds of this heat. Sonia still looking for the score to push her up into that first position. Here she is on your screen now, working her way in towards the judges, but this wave has really flattened out now, and you can see there looking over her right shoulder, praying to the wave gods that something will form.
Yeah, she needs to get it out there. I mean, Sonia just behind Irati out there, wasn't able to keep it together, not be able to get that second backup score, as I do not think she is going to have enough time. Irati looks like she's going to maybe engage on another wave just before the end of this heat, as we are coming down to the final seconds. And it does look like Irati is going to have enough time and be able to score on this last one.
And here we have Irati just looking over the right-hand side of her shoulder, just dropping in on this wave. It's looking like a good one, so let's see how she fares on this wave. Gets that first turn, sort of flat line in this section again, mid-faced carving turn there, but coming in towards the crowd, you can hear the claps, you can hear the cheers from the local riders here in Cape Verde.
Yeah, you can. So there it is, Irati taking the win on that one. And coming up next, we are going to have Julia Castro from Spain going up against Bruna Cagia from Brazil. But let's catch the recap of that last heat. Welcome back, everybody, as we continue the action out here on the water for heat number 6 of round number 3. There are the two ladies that are going to be battling out there. We have Julia Castro coming out of Spain versus Bruna Cagia from Brazil. Javi, tu sonido. Yeah, so there we can see two very talented athletes, Julia Castro coming out of Fuerteventura down in the Canaries, riding out there for duathlon. And then Bruna Cagia, this girl needs no introduction, coming out of Brazil. She's been a world champion freestyler. She came 2nd position in Taiba on the waves in that last event in Brazil, the season finale, and now looking to see how she's going to do on the perfect right-hander Ponta Preta here. Let's see, big heat on the water.
Big heat coming our way. But when we talk about experience, there's probably no one in that women's fleet that's more experienced in the sort of competition aspect than Bruna Cagia. She has been on the tour for, you know, a good time now, just keeps it going, taking it to the young guns, and you can see there the heat ladder. We're just coming towards the back end of the round 3. Heat number 6, there it is on your screens.
Yeah, those are all the athletes, they're all the numbers that have been happening out there. So we can see already pretty much all the way through round number 3 here in Cape Verde. Quítame esa chapuza, tío, porfa. Por favor. Y Javi, el micrófono, tío, me han escrito ya 10 personas. Por favor, solucioname el micrófono, que es prioridad. Por favor. Alright, so we have 14 minutes of action. Top 2 waves are the ones that count, and they can take off on 12 waves if they want to. So there it is on your screen. That is Julia Castro out there on the duotone, and it actually looks like she's on a stubby nose, so it looks like she's probably out on one of the whips, not on the traditional surfboard. Interesting strategy for her, and then also waiting to see it. Bruna come into contention, and she is going to be out there on the north.
And there she is with the yellow jersey on your screen there. I'm quite interested to see as well, Joe, I remember seeing James Carew last year. He loved the whip. You know, despite, even in slightly bigger waves, he was really going and rocking in the whip. So interesting to see what those guys will also produce. But Bruna Cagia here now on your screen, dropping into her first wave.
Oh, going for a big turn, getting yanked across the back, but that is what I call commitment. Alright, if I'm not mistaken, yes it is, that is Julia Castro. Good first one. Oh, just unfortunately losing her balance a little bit on that way, but these girls talk about a way to start off. Bruna Cagia looking like the small score coming her way. And here we can see Julia. This was a very nice wave. It does look like Ponta Preta is opening all the way down to the bottom of the bay. And I tell you what, this is what we wanted to see.
And now Bruna Cagia on your screen. First score drops for Julia, 1.07. So got a score on the boards, always important, always good to get that score out of the way and just get that first wave done and dusted. Get that confidence running through the veins. And here you have Bruna just looking over the shoulders, waiting for the waves to come. And I'm just going to have a little peek outside from the booth. And yeah, that set looks to have wrapped things up nicely. So will be a little bit of a waiting game now for those riders, waiting for that next set to come through. And you can see Bruna in no hurry at the moment, just waiting and chilling out the back there for the big boys to come through. While Julia, I can see, is also making her way back out and upwind towards the edge of the competition area. And we do love a drone view. We do love a drone view. You can see there, just following the riders from above. But here we have Bruna Cagia dropping in for her second wave. Gets a nice top of the wave turn there, dropping back down towards the bottom. Is she going to be able to hack her way back up to the top again?
Yeah, Bruna, another 2 turns, pushing against, as you can see, as that wave is being a bit offshore. Managing to get 3 tips, and then now this is where you want to be careful to make your way past and away from the rocks. And it does look like that is going to be a good wave there for Bruna, and she is going to be going up against Julia Castro, who's about to drop in. And here we can see the recap of that last wave from the Brazilian.
Really nice first initiated turn here. You can see nice bit of spray, really putting the pressure on that right leg there, kicking out the back of the board, engaging the fins, and then going for that second turn as she starts to get a little bit closer in towards the shore. And as you mentioned, Joe, previously, got to be careful of those rocks. You don't want to be coming in too close and scratching those fins. And then just wrapping things up nicely. But out of the corner of my eye as well, I can see Julia, who really made the most of that wave right in front of the judges.
Yeah, we're going to see a replay of that last one, Julia, all the way along. Both of these athletes going from top to bottom. Julia does look like that one a little bit better, was able to get a little bit more verticality in her turns. Let's have a little look so you can see body language engages, pushes against it. This is where you've got to keep that speed to get past that second section. Gets past it nice and easy, links it up again, turns a little bit straight line, but still numbers on the board that both of the athletes are just looking to improve, get a good backup score, then trying to get some more numbers. So yeah, we're just waiting for that last wave to come in, but it does look like that one from Bruna Kajia is going to be above the 3-point something, and there it is, a 4.10. Good score from the Brazilian, as it looks like she's starting to get her sink on.
Great score there, 4.10 for Bruno. Definitely was a nice wave that she rode, and Bruno was out in Colombia just a couple of weeks ago, then popped over to Portugal, and then has been training here since then. So probably been here, I'd say, for just shy of 2 weeks, and definitely getting the most and understanding the wave, because conditions have been firing recently. I've been back at home looking, as you mentioned, Joe, on the gram, and all these riders have been making the most of pretty good, solid Ponta Preta conditions. And on your screen now, Julia Castro is going to drop into another wave.
Yeah, look at that view. I mean, that is picture perfect there from the drone. Good turn there from Julia. Getting a little bit more verticality. Once again, letting that tail a bit looser. This is looking like a much nicer wave for her. She's going to have to power it down, but jumps off because look how close those little heel biters are.
That's the view. What a perfect view. And then right now, Bruna Kajir getting amongst this wave here, just working her way through this one. Nice turn there, looking at getting towards the top of the wave on this one, working the kite. You can see really getting the hands up on the steering lines, trying to engage the turns quick, really loop that kite to initiate some power.
Yeah, there you can see another good wave from both of these athletes. Going to be interesting to see the scores on that one. They look like Julia had a little bit more control, speed, got all the way down. Bruna, not as many turns, but did seem to engage a little better. I reckon Bruna is have slightly the upper hand on the scoring there, as we're just waiting for those numbers to be coming through. I think both of these athletes are going to be improving on their overall score for the top two waves. Let's not forget 12 waves are allowed to be jumped on, and the top two are scoring out of this 14-minute heat.
And here's a replay from Julia on her last wave. Just at the moment, currently trying to relaunch that kite. She's down, but here she was getting fully involved, really engaging that back foot there, pumping through the fins, and you can see wave starts to sort of close out a little bit towards the end, flatlining that little bit of a section until she get caught up, but caught up pretty close to the rocks, and it gets a bit sketchy out there, Joe.
It does. I mean, yeah, but this is the world scenario, the best in the world out here on the water. So, they got to pay the dues. They got to go for it if they want to get those extra points. Still, all of the safety. We've got all of the medics out there on the rocks and the jet ski in the water. So it is a controlled environment, but this is what we want to see. We want to see the guys and the girls committing. And at the moment, both of these athletes really committing to the waves. And there we can see, yeah, it does look like a 2.33 for that last wave there from Julia Castro, taking her into first position, and now mixing it up again, a 3.27 for that last wave from Bruna. So Bruna, even though she wasn't going as fast and as far down, she did have a little bit more verticality and a little bit more linkage in between the sections, meaning she got a slightly better score. At the moment, your heat leader.
7.37 opposed to Julia's 5.10. So Julia now needing a 2.28 to snatch the lead. And looking at the time, the ticker, we got just under 5 minutes remaining of this heat. And we knew this heat was going to be a tasty one. We knew this was going to be a close one. Two very experienced, talented riders out there on the water at the moment. Women heat number 6 of round 3. And it's going to be an exciting 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock.
It certainly is, but at the moment both of them very close together and they are making their way up. Both of the athletes are already in that impact zone, so they will definitely be engaging on yet another set. And looking out there, it does look like there are some lines starting to form. We are just about almost coming up on mid-tide. Low tide was at half past 10, excuse me. High tide is around 5 o'clock this afternoon, as we are just coming on 12 o'clock. So we are getting on the push, and we can see as the waves are starting to increase. And I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, look at the lines coming through for this next set.
Julia Castro on your screen now. She's going to be first to engage in this set, and as you mentioned, they're really starting to form, really starting to get a little bit of height now, and just dropping in. Come on, Julia, dropping, get that speed, and let's see how this wave unfolds.
Yeah, a little bit far out on the shoulder. This one did grab her, but it does look like this one is a little wider open. All right, here we have Julia. Good first turn, keeping the speed, going down. This wave is going to be forming nicely. So this could be a very good score for her if she can link some moves together. Little bit of a flat face turn, going to have to keep herself on. Pushes on that back foot. And I tell you what, looking out the front, we are also going to be seeing Bruna Kajir. We will get a full replay of this heat and of this wave, but a very good wave here from the Brazilian, as she is going to be going all the way down to the bottom. Very good performance here from Bruna Kajir, and we will get the replay of the beginning of that wave, but she is not stopping, ladies and gentlemen.
Still going, Joe. That's going to be Bruna's wave of the heat, I reckon, as well. She really surfed that one nicely. At times I thought maybe the wave was going to catch up and take her out, but really kept it going nicely.
Yeah, really good selection. Look at this one of the nicer, chunkier waves all the way down. This first turn was a very good engaging bottom turn. Takes her time, nice and patient. You can see draws the line to the top, pushes off the top to be able to keep the speed. Eyes the next session, linking it together. This is why the judges are really liking this. You can see just making sure she keeps the speed a little bit further forward of the foam ball there, but all the way down to the bottom. Good wave there from Bruna Kajir. High score of the competition so far is an 8.0 there from Muna. I don't think it's going to be as good as that, but still I reckon it is going to be a high score, and Bruna Kajir is going to set a standard here in this heat.
And a beautiful shot there of the competition area as both riders make their way back out towards the edge. Back upwind blasting, and Bruna's got some traction to make up, because she went right down past the judges to our left-hand side and really went and made every inch of that wave count. And as the waves have calmed down for just a few minutes, we'll wait and see once those scores start to drop. Because on the timer, we've got just over 1 minute remaining. So just over 1 minute, so final minute coming our way.
Yeah, the final countdown, as they would say. But yeah, Bruna Kajir in the lead with a 7.37. Still waiting for scores to come in on those last two waves from both of them. Bruna having a very nice long right-hander all the way down to the bottom end, which is where our athletes are going in. And there we can see Julia is right in position, right next to that top mark, as she's waiting to see if there can be another set, because she knows she's close. She knows it is close in between them at the moment. But anything can happen. We've seen buzzer beaters before. I love a good old buzzer beater, but at the moment it does look like the Brazilian Bruna Kajir has the advantage in this heat.
Yeah, looking at the scores, definitely some work to be done. And just looking to my left, Joe, if you just turn your head to the left and have a little look at that green flag flapping around. The wind is picking up. It's looking good out there.
Yeah, you can see they're on that 9 and 10 meter kites. Some of the girls even going out on 8 meter kites. But yeah, let's not forget, it's probably about 15 to 18 knots out there at the moment as the wind is starting to come in. But yeah, really good there for them at the moment, and we will have to see what is going. And there it seems that is going to be the red flag.
It's looking like Julia here, though, may have been able to get on that wave before the buzzer has gone. So let's just see how this one unfolds as she starts to make her way in towards the judges. Not one of the bigger waves, flatlining this section, goes for a little bit of a switch stance and decides against it.
Yeah, so good surfing from both of these athletes. We'll have to wait for those final numbers to come in. But while we do, let's have a little look at the recaps of that last heat.
The heat is on.
And welcome back, everybody. So now we have out there heat number 7 of round number 3. Out on the water, we have Gemma Solomon coming out of the United Kingdom. We have Serena Luz from Brazil and Zoe Basile from France. Zoe Basile surprised us over there in Dakar and put on an absolute bomb in one of her heats, and then didn't get it back together in the other one. There we can see the smiles out there from Serena Luz, also a very talented Brazilian athlete, knows when it comes down to the surfing. And Gemma Solomon coming out of the United Kingdom. Tell me a little bit about her.
Yeah, Gemma comes from down in Poole at a school called Easy Riders, which is owned by Mr. Andy Gratwick, runs the BKSA, the national governing body for the UK for the kite surfing as well. And yeah, they've got a really good setup down there, and Pool's a great spot in the UK. It offers plenty. You've got some waves, you've got a nice little flat water harbour, but it's all about waves here, so very interesting to see what Gemma has in store for us. But on your screens at the moment, there is Zoe Basil going into the shallows, and I can see just behind, out the corner of my eye, it looked like Gemma riding the F1 gear also got swallowed up there.
Yeah, and there we can see, looks like, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to be seeing one of the athletes go out there on the wave, as we have 3 athletes out on the water. So our cameraman doing the best to get all 3 girls at the same time. As it currently stands, we have Serena Luz is in the lead with 2 waves, and then we have Gemma in 3rd, and in 2nd position Zoe Basile.
And a good view there of Gemma on the left there, pumping the way up towards the edge of the competition area right now. Nice wave forming, but not the biggest of sets. And you can see there Zoe on the green North Kite coming in. Has she seen something that we haven't at the moment?
Yeah, there's definitely some sets coming through, but none of the athletes yet to link on one of these waves. But here we can see, all right, that is Serena Luz, the Brazilian. Now they're on the Elevate Kite, linking, all the way to the top, but just not keeping the power. That's a little bit more like it. We want to see those top turns, getting the verticality. Judges are going to like the commitment, but not being able to get a score out there for her. She kind of got pulled off the back. That's what we were talking about, these offshore conditions, Liam. You really have to have the kite in the sweet spot if you want to be able to continue on these waves.
Yeah, if that kite's too high, you're just going to get yanked off the top of the wave, and it's going to be a real nasty one. And we saw there Serena really got involved and got nice and high on that wave, and that's exactly what we are looking for, but unfortunately just got pulled off the wave. And I'm just looking out at this beautiful spot, and I can see Zoe Basil and Serena are out on the right hand side and Gemma down on the left.
Alright, so Liam, a little bit of a slow starter this heat. The girls not really being able to get a groove out there. As I said before, Zoe Basil, she will put on one hell of a performance over them in Dakar with one of the highest scores of the competition, then unfortunately got dropped out on the other ones. And then I can see a hand in the air, looking like there might have been a priority fight out there. Alright, so Zoe dropping in, as it does look like Serena got out of the way. If not, that would have been an interference. Zoe, nice wave here. Look how she keeps the power. Holds on, drives through. Are we going to see a finisher? Yes, it is. Big turn for the French athlete, but going down like a ton of bricks, Liam.
That's a nasty way to go down, but that was a lovely wave that she was engaged on there. You can see just trying to get her board back to her feet before the next wave comes up and swallows her whole, because, you know, that's exactly what we want, and the replay is going to show it here. Really starting to get involved, engaging the turns, and keeping her pressure on those fins so that she doesn't stay up. You can see fully powered up with that kite, gets that second turn, really nice top of the wave turn there, and then gets swallowed up by that white water.
Alright, right, there we can see Serena, the Brazilian. It does look like the wind's a little bit more offshore now. They are going parallel to the beach. The girls are really going to have to be pushing on those fins if they want to stay on that wave. Zoe making her way up. We can just see her going through the screen. And there we can see Serena. Serena put on a very good show down there in Brazil. Very talented young surfer. Let's see how she can do out here at the moment. She's the only girl that is putting some numbers up there on the board, so this is why she's in first position. But I do wonder, it does look like Sabrina has gone all the way down to the bottom of the competition area. I wonder what she is trying to look for.
I think Gemma's also down in the competition area back on the left hand side there. Both riders, maybe we're going to see a kite change, Joe, or the only one out on the water at the moment is Zoe.
Zoe dropping down here. She got a 2.13 for that last wave, so starting to get a little bit more of a score. And she is the only rider in position out there, Liam. Look at this beauty.
Yeah, this wave's forming up really nicely, one of the bigger waves. Oh, but just goes down at the start of it. Unfortunately, couldn't stay on the feet. Real shame, because that wave has formed out to be quite a nice one. And you can see here on the replay, just gets swallowed up by that white water.
Yeah, just lost that front one, really getting down and not being able to engage. So unfortunately, not being able to drive through that as we continue on. A good riding there from her. But it looks like that was a better wave. Look at that turn, nice, and they're getting that tail loose. Zoe looks like she's definitely in the driving seat of this heat, but we're still not seeing bigger scores. The only two girls to really get those higher numbers at the moment are Muna White and Bruna Kajia.
Yeah, wave selection is going to be key. We always keep referring to it, and we can see now all three riders are back out on the water, but not any of them in the right position just yet. But there's a lull in the waves, there's no waves coming just yet, so all riders will be wanting to get in the right position so that when that set does come through, it's all systems go, go, go.
Yeah, it is, and we can see now that is Serena Luz making her way out. She is the furthest rider away. All right, well, it looks like once again, it looks like Zoe is going to be looking for a little bit more of an inside roller here, Liam, but this one does look like it's opening nicely. Sometimes it's not the bigger waves that do give you the opportunity to get the score. It looks like she's deciding to take on a small one. All right, nice first turn, setting herself up, driving, setting that line. A little bit loosey and bubbly down here. She is very close to the rocks, and she's going to be jumping off of the back of that one to be out going out, so that is probably not going to be improving on her scores. And there we can see the replay as it does open up nicely, but look at the bubbles. She is very close to the reef.
Super, super close, and that white water there just taking her out. And that's not where you want to be falling off your board. And I can see out the corner of my eye that both Gemma and Serena out on the right hand side at the back are in much better positions to catch some waves now, and all they've got to pray for is that Mother Nature throws them a bone and the next set comes through, because we're coming towards the back end of this heat now. 1 minute 30 seconds left. Gemma still looking for her first wave, still looking for her first score. Serena also will want to look at improving on either of those 0.50. So let's see, because it's final minute.
It is last 60 seconds, but it does look like Zoe Bazil, the French athlete, is the one who is going to be going in that first position. But still, all of the athletes are in that impact zone. So if a set does come through, we might be seeing an upset, or we might be seeing something happening. What is it going to be? What is it going to be? Okay, so it looks like we might have a buzzer beater. As it is, that is Serena Luz. What has she got to do? No, going off of the back of that wave. That could have been her opportunity, because on the one behind is Zoe again. So it looks like Serena missing out of her opportunity of being able to take the fight to Zoe. And I tell you what, commanding lead throughout the whole heat for this young lady.
Good first heat. Zoe will be pleased with this one. Just, every wave that did come, every set that comes, she was able to find herself a wave and get involved in something out there. Maybe not the riding she was hoping for, and sort of getting swallowed up a couple of the times, but nevertheless, Joe, she takes the win on this heat. She'll be pleased to have caught as many waves as she possibly could, and it's on to the next.
It is on to the next heat. Let's have a little look-see who is going to be coming up. So we are going to be having Manuela Jungo is going to be going up, our current world champ, Capucine Delanois. But before we go to that action, let's have a little look-see at the recap of that last heat.
So once again, the heat order, 16, 24, 25. So I am planning to run this round, and then maybe after this round, or maybe not, I want to swap to the women and to the
Alright, so welcome back everybody. So in the water we have Manuela Jungo is going up against the current world champion Capucine Delanois. Alright, so those are the two athletes. Manuela Jungo is going up against Capucine Delanois. So here we can see Capucine Delanois out there on the North kiteboarding equipment, current world champion. Let's see what she has. She's been training out here quite a bit. Very talented freestyler, has been putting in all of the training throughout this season on the waves, and wow, looks like it's starting to pay off.
Yeah, nice first initiated turn there for Capucine. It's that training has definitely helped, coming from France, but actually bases herself out in Brazil, Joe.
Yeah, she does. She lives in the paradise of strapless freestyle, that is Praia, and she's been here for quite a while. She's been really putting her focus on the wave riding, as that was not her forte, and now becoming one of the most complete athletes out there, and that is why she is world champion.
And there she is on your screen. Oh, it's just quickly swapped over there now. Some of the riders on the beach, some of the men just getting ready, getting amped up and ready to go. Just assessing the conditions, maybe choosing what kite size they want to take and what sort of board they want to go on. And yeah, it's all systems go, go, go here at Ponta Preta.
Yes, it is. And there we can see Manuela there on the front, dropping in and making her way down this line. This is a wave that's opening up really nicely. Sometimes you got to pick off the smaller ones to be able to make it all the way down. Little bit flat line in this one, but at least we've seen a couple of turns, and I can see out the back of my corner of my eyes, it does look like Capucine is about to engage on another wave. So these girls are pound for pound, fist for fist down here in Cape Verde. And there's the replay of that last one there from the Swiss athlete Manuela Jungo.
And this was a section there, Joe, that you said just flatline the back end of it. And here we are catching the back end of Capucine's wave as she starts to make her way in towards where the judges are. Pops round the switch, dives a kite back out towards the competition area. So let's see if we can get a replay of Capucine's last wave.
Yeah, already. Let's have a look at the score. So we have Capucine is up on top in the lead so far. Manuela Jungo just trailing behind. Capucine there, you can see wave didn't really open, it didn't form, didn't have much of a face of it, so not being able to get the high scores. But it does look like that wind has shifted a little bit back to that side off, where they are going to be able to get a little bit more verticality on the turns, because when it goes a little bit too northerly, it means that it really is super offshore, and they are pretty much just edging to stay on the face of that wave.
Definitely they are, Joe. One thing I just noticed on that camera angle that we just previously had was both riders there, the different sort of shape of the board. Capucine there looked like she was riding the charge, the proper down the line surfboard from north, whereas Manuela looked like she was on a more of a stubby nose shape, which probably was the whip from duotone. So it just goes to show you that, you know, there's plenty of toys out there, and it's, you know, whatever weapon you want to choose, depending on the conditions, is good to go.
Well, you know what they say, it ain't the toy, it's the size of your garage, mate. And I tell you what, they want all of the cars in there, and the girls have got to have all of the stuff to be able to do. But this is the World Championship, and you have to have the arsenal of weapons to be able to perform out here on Ponta Preta. Some of the athletes, you know, we saw it, you said before, we saw James Carew in Dakla using those, you know, stubbier nose, a little bit more volume boards. Then other riders prefer just to go pure surf style with super thin, you know, pointy nose traditional surf. In the end, whatever works for you. It ain't the Indian, it ain't the arrow, mate. So we will have to see who is going to come out on top now. But it looks like Capucine is in the driving seat so far.
Well, you are on a roll with these quotes this morning, Joe. Brilliant stuff. And here we have just under 10 minutes still on the clock, so plenty of time, plenty of sets to come our way. You can see both riders there on your screens. Capucine there on the blue carve north, Manuela on the right hand side there, probably riding a Neo, the SLS. We know that from duotone they've got a range of different sort of boards and D-Labs in SLS and your standard construction, so plenty of kit to choose from and plenty of kit out there. But both riders there just waiting for that next set to open up and come through. I'm just looking at the corner of my eye, and it looks like Capucine might have seen something and is dropping in on another wave here. Let's see, all eyes on Capucine. Here she is. This one's looking a little bit nicer at the bottom of the wave now. Goes up, gets that sort of mid-face turn, hacking across, keeping the momentum, using the kite to her full advantage, really engaging those fins, keeping that pace. Let's see what she has on this turn. Nice turn, nice bit of spray coming off the lip of that wave, but not able to continue the momentum on.
Yeah, didn't get that kite further enough down. She got pulled off of the wave. She was driving through nicely. Good first section. We can see getting caught up there, making the mistake, and that's going to cost her dearly because that set was looking very nice. And there we can see also Manuela Jungo was just dropping in on a wave. And here we can see her right on the beginning section. And this one is opening up nicely, straight lining it a bit, but managing to keep the power, keep the flow, and this is definitely going to be an improvement on her score so far. She's in second place. Let's see how she does after that last endeavor. Let's get a replay of that last wave. Alright, so here we have Capucine Delanois dropping in on another wave, but it is the replay of that one we just missed there from Manuela Jungo. All right, Capucine, this is a better wave. It opened up for a nice, couple of one-hit wonder here on the beginning. Not all the way down, but definitely getting the verticality nicely there from Capucine in the lead. And I reckon that will probably maybe even improve on her backup score. It's going to be there. Definitely, once again, we are seeing it. Wave selection is key. And there we can see that last wave from the world champ.
Replay here, pumping her way. And here's a replay pumping her way through that white water there, just getting in those final few turns before that wave came to an end. And you can see there on the scoreboards, Capucine with an 8.17. That's made up from a 3.17 and the 5. But that score is still to come in. And I'm pretty sure that Manuela also had a score to come in. And here's a beautiful shot from the eyes in the skies of the kites that are rigged up and raring to go on the beach. And on your screen there, in that sort of fluorescent yellow jersey, that fluorescent lycra, Capucine making her way back for when the next set comes in.
And there we can see all of the riders down at the bottom section of the competition area. Here is this beautiful view from our drone, as this is a Ponta Preta competition site. So everybody ready, got all the kites I can see all the way from over here. It looks like they've started to pump up some of the smaller kites. Girls are out on 8 and 9 meter kites at the moment, probably in between 15 to 18 knots of this north to north wind that we have coming over here on Ponta Preta, northeasterly. And I tell you what, conditions are looking great. 4 to 6 foot. We've already seen some big sets coming through. We're just about to finish off that round number 3 of the women. The idea is to continue on with the girls, and then we will be bringing the men in a little bit further along. Just coming up on 1 o'clock local time, and I tell you what a full morning of action it has been so far, and that is the image right there.
And now the image focuses onto our athletes on the water. Capucine there with your Blue North front and center on your screen. It's looking a little bit quiet. You can see that nice little wave a little bit closer in, but out the back, nothing to get excited about just yet.
Yeah, we have just under 5 minutes to go of this heat, and the world champ out there on the water already in the driving seat. But Manuela Jungo, she hasn't been able to get the turns on the waves, but I'm going to say I reckon she's had better wave selection than Capucine so far.
Yeah, picking and choosing the right ones, though, it's exactly what we want to see, what the judges want to see. And Manuela is actually one of the riders during this event that isn't just competing in the kite surf. She's also down for the GWA wing foil as well. So we've got a few of those riders, like Hendrik Lopez as well as one of them on the men's side, but they're keeping themselves busy for the next 10 days.
Yeah, and talking about keeping herself busy, here we have Capucine, a little bit of push off of the fins. This is looking like a nice one. Engaging into a second turn. That is better. Driving down the line off the top, but again, that kite just a little bit too high and gets pulled off the back of the wave on that, but still First 2 decent turns. Nice way to start it off, I reckon, looking to try and improve on that backup score of a 3.5 second. I reckon she's probably pulled that off, but again, keeping herself busy out there.
Yeah, and some nice turns on that wave. Here's the replay of it. You can see Capucine dropping in, getting nice and low, first initiating that first turn, really kicking the back end of the board out, engaging the fins, getting nice and low, and again, top of the wave turn then. I reckon she was a little bit frustrated she wasn't able to get herself another 4th turn on that wave.
Yeah, the wave was finishing. She would have, kind of done a nice photo finish there, but just not being able to pull it together. And there we can see Manuela Jungo there just about to drop in on that beauty all the way out from the back. And here we have her on the inside, a little bit more of a mid-face turn. Let's see if she can engage on this second one. Good section here, up and over, still straight lining it a bit, not going all the way to the top. But always, again, wave selection. She does pick off the ones, but gets caught up there and off the back of that wave.
Yeah, a bit of a butt check there as well coming in, just got swallowed up as the wave came to an end. And here she is making her way back out. But let's have a little look at the scores. Just after this replay, you can see the last wave from Manuela dropping in. Really is choosing those right waves, isn't she, Joe? Picking and choosing the good stuff.
He definitely is. You can see the experience there from the Swiss athlete, but just not being able to get the turns in. And there we can see our drone up in the sky. All right, so both of the athletes probably got enough time, 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock, so maybe enough time for one more set to be coming this way. We have at the moment, it is Capucine Delanois with 9.90 total, and she is overtaking Manuela Jungo there with a 3.37. So world champ looks like she is in line, and does look like the wave riding is coming on nicely. She took, didn't get the win over there in the last event in Taiba, took the world championship title, but it was Kessiani Rodriguez, but definitely, one of the girls that is putting some of the bigger scores in, but still, the girl to beat out there on the water at the moment is looking like the 2019 champion here in Ponta Preta, coming out of Hawaii, Oahu, Muna White.
Muna White scoring that bang on the money, 8.00, and as you mentioned earlier, Joe, is one of the few riders that's really connected those turns and really showed really nice flow, read the wave really well, but most importantly, chosen the right waves to showcase that talent.
Yes, she has, and really pushing that surfing style, because the judges, they are looking for 100% waves. This is why we have come to probably one of the best right-hand point breaks for our sport over here in Ponta Preta, Cape Verde. And I tell you what, we're going to have another bit of energy and action here before this heat turns off. All right, there on the blue north, right out in front, yellow lycra, Capucine Delanois, big engaging first turn, keeps the speed. Let's see if she can link it together. This is better timing, starting to get loose, going down. She's making her way past that third section. This is probably one of the best waves we've seen from her so far, as she makes it all the way to the back. And we can also see Manuela got the one behind, where we will see a replay of that last wave also there from Manuela. So great riding from both of these athletes.
We always refer to the buzzer beaters, Joe. We always refer to the buzzer beaters, and that's exactly what's just happened there. I mean, Manuela's got some chasing to do, but if you want waves during the last minute, here they come. And this is Manuela's wave here. Replay is showing, it's nicely forming, dropping down, and goes to engage that turn. You can see really working on the steering lines of the kite, trying to engage as much power as possible so that you're not turning in that sort of white water, but just after it in the sweet spot.
Yeah, but definitely Capucine Delanois putting a statement out there with that last wave, waiting to scores to be confirmed. But it does look like Capucine Delanois is going to be winning this heat. So world champ on top form. But while we wait for those results to come in, let's have a little look at the recap of that last heat. All right, so we are back with round number 4, heat number 8. So out here we have Giulia Borgi Silva up against Gemma Solomon. So these two athletes, only one will prevail, only one will go through, because we are now on elimination rounds out there on the water.
This is where it gets juicy, Joe. This is where it gets juicy. It's all to play for, all to fight for. No one wants to go home just yet.
Yeah, and there it is. There's that green flag in the sky, meaning that we are go, go, go. 14 minutes of action. They have 12 possible waves to take off on, and only the top 2 waves are the ones that count. Day number 1 down here, Cape Verde, Ponta Preta. And now we can see the young daughter of the local organizer, Jo, is getting ready and out there on the water. We've even got a foiler just having a little look-see around there. And we continue on as we are now elimination round of the women.
He's seeing how good the waves are, Joe. He wants to go amongst them as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, let's just hope he doesn't come too close, because if not, I will definitely get the sniper rifle out and he will be shot down. But yep, we can see both of them starting to get themselves together as they are already in that impact zone. I can see Giulia is all the way out the back, and it looks like Gemma is taking off down the competition area. Let's see if they can pull it together, because it is once again the youngster, only 14 years of age, and she put put a mark on her territory here. She was up against Kessiane Rodriguez, and she didn't back down.
No, she did not back down. She definitely had the support on the beach as well.
Alright, so there we can see it looks like Giulia is going to be dropping in on the first wave. It does look like that swell might have shifted a little bit, because waves do seem to be making it all the way down to the shore here, Liam.
Yeah, they do. It's definitely shifted. It's all mixing up out there, and we can see dropping into the first wave and plenty of support on the beach. The crowd is cheering and putting in some nice initiating turns, flatlining this section, as you can see. Plenty of power in the kite. Let's see what the next turn has on store for us.
Yeah, gets past that one, making sure she keeps the speed to get past those sections. That was a better turn there from Giulia, the youngster, starting to get her confidence together. Little bit of the old whitewash coming off of the back of the wave. Oh, I tell you what, she is in her groove. Good starter, great wave, and I can see out here just in front of the booth her father Joe jumping up, down, left, right and center, very happy, arms in the air. Let's have a little look at that replay. What a good opener.
Very good opener. This one's going to build heaps of confidence for the young star, and you can see initiating numerous turns on this wave, really getting amongst every section, every inch, every part of the wave, and just flatlines this section, tries to get past the white water, which she does so very well. And then as we come to the back end of the wave, the big turn's coming up, Joe. This is the big one. Boom, really getting it at the top of the lip there. Plenty of spray, that will give you a shower. And then this is the back end. It keeps on going, it keeps on going.
Yeah, it does. The fun doesn't stop. The fun doesn't stop. And the idea for today is to go all the way through until the sunset, as we are going to be completing round number 5 of the women. I've just been told we're currently in round number 4, as only one of these two athletes will be continuing on in the competition, and then we will be moving it on to the men. And we can see everybody starting to get ready down there at the bottom of the competition area. All the kites are ready to rumble. And this is the season opener, and it looks like there are some motion in the ocean, and there are some waves coming our way. And out there one more time, dropping down, the local Giulia Borgi Silva.
The local really knowing where to be at the right time, because that's 2 waves now that she's caught, and unfortunately Gemma yet hasn't caught one, but full focus here on Giulia, dropping in for her second wave.
Yeah, making sure she gets past that second section here. This is where she got that bet.
You know, the locals, they just know this spot so well. And in all honesty, Joe, I think, you know, there are plenty of upsets to be had during this event. I think, you know, wave selection is a key. But the locals, they're going to know where to be at the right time.
Oh, Julia again, big little schmackaroo down here on the first section. One hit wonder. I tell you what, the youngster, she's looking confident out there, and I always say it, when an athlete shows body language, engaged, leaning forward, attacking, that is when athletes start to be dangerous.
Most certainly is, and the replay here is going to show it. I mean, look at that lovely turn at the top of the wave there, and you can see the crowd loving it. Few claps, few cheers, exactly what the youngster wants, and that is also going to help with the confidence, Joe.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, she got that 5.0 and a 3.110. It's probably not going to improve on that, but I think that was an important time for her, because you could see she did start to engage and throw her body into those turns. So there, we'll have to see what's going on. At the moment, we have the youngster Julia Silva in the lead, and in second position, Gemma Solomon still yet to get out there on a wave. It is close for her, because we are just coming up on that halfway mark, the Ecuador 6 minutes.
The organizer of the Verde, Joe Silva. So the judges decided to score this wave. Was really.
All right, so both of these athletes just circling out the back, trying to make it happen, trying to see what is going to be going down. But it is the young local very much in the driving seat. She's had 4 waves. Gemma has only had 1, and it does look like it's turned offshore a little bit more again. The wind is a little bit shifty out there at the moment, Liam. But yeah, we are currently in round number 4 of the women, and we are going to be making it through all the way round number 5, and then we're going to be switching over to the men.
And we can see on our screen at the moment there, Julia just waiting. You can see a few rollers coming our way in the right place at the right time, pretty much all the time for Julia, and that's why the 8.10 is up on the boards. And there we have the beach just getting a little bit more busy as each minute passes, and now Julia dropping in what looks to be her 5th wave.
Yeah, and this is the wave seem to be, you know, kind of breaking a little bit further up on the point. And look how this one is starting to open up. I can hear the crowd already starting to get together. Now she's going to link it together. This is when she's going to push away, but it is flattening out here on the inside. This is coming very close to the rocks, but she knows them probably, as we've been saying. She's from here. She knows what it's like. And yeah, got the old whistle from her father, and she is going to be going back out. That one didn't try to bring it together, but still, youngster is really keeping herself busy out there.
Yeah, very much so, keeping herself busy. And Gemma at the moment, you know, is making her way out towards the edge of the competition area, but is, you know, what you just said, Joe, the waves are sort of forming on very much the right-hand side of the land here. So Gemma's just not in the right position at the moment and not going to be able to catch any waves out there. And I think for as long as Gemma's over there, Julia's going to be looking at that and thinking, I'm a little bit safe here, I'm going to keep it going. So hopefully Gemma will be able to blast herself a little bit more upwind. There you can see her just trying to get into the right place before the buzzer goes, because at the moment we've got just under 4 minutes to go, 3 minutes and 45 seconds to be precise. So hopefully some more waves to be caught from both of these athletes, because it's not over until it's over. If the right wave comes and you hit it right, you could be in for a great chance.
Absolutely, and we've seen it before. Buzzer beaters, you know, a daily thing that happened down here, and both of them there at the moment. We are just waiting. It does look like I can see lines starting to stack up there, meaning that there are some waves starting to come through, and we are waiting for that next set to happen.
Gemma there finding herself on a wave, but unfortunately just coming off the top of it. Running an 11 meter out there, so definitely one of the bigger kite sizes we've seen. And really trying to work it to get in the right position, but all focus now goes on to Julia, who's dropping into another wave out on the right hand side. Yet to put that turn in whilst it forms behind her. You can see just taking it easy, looking over the left, looking over the right, and now she's wanting to engage. Starting to dive the kite, working the bar. First turn. Mid-face turn there, sort of down the line section now. Starting to really open up as it gets closer in towards the shoreline, towards the rocks, and Julia here making the most of it. Third turn on the wave, really hacking against the fins there, creating a nice bit of spray while the crowd goes wild on the beach for the youngster. And every turn is building more and more confidence, and again pushing the rear, pushing the back of the board out, and just going down at the end, but flowing and popping with confidence, Joe.
Oh man, that was a very good confidence boost and a very nice wave there from Julia. Let's see, her biggest score is a 5.0, and now let's see what is going to be coming out of that one. Got some big turns, a little far out on the face, but like you say, linking it together, you can see she's getting loose, she's got that confidence, the body language, it's there all the way down to the end, and we can see a lot of the crowd getting behind this young local rider as we just wait for confirmation on that score. But definitely that is going to be enough to take the win here, so meaning that continuing on in the competition and making our way through to round number 5 is going to be Julia Borges Silva, the youngster, 14 years of age.
14 years of age, flowing with confidence, and I bet she's eager to go again. She's going to want to go again unless she's on your screen, making her way into shore. And scores still to drop and coming in, and unfortunately there Gemma Solomon just not being able to get all into the system. And right now we're going to go and check out the highlights of that clip. And welcome back everyone as we continue to move on in the women's division. Up next we have Sonia Bunte from Germany against Clémence Dorian from France. So these two riders going up against each other now in what is round 5, heat number 2, and you can see the core rider there from Sonia making her way out into the competition area. Currently yellow flag is in the sky, so sooner or later it's going to be all systems go, go, go. As for conditions, you can see Waves are coming in sets of roughly, I would say, around 5 minutes. Wind is probably at about a steady 16 to 18 knots. And the and we can see here with the helmet on, that is Clemence. Coming out of France. Had a good win against Charlotte Carpentier in the first heat of the day. Riding the F1 gear and looking over that right shoulder as it's looking like her first wave of the heat is going to be getting underway. You can see pumping the board, trying to get some momentum through the feet. Not one of the bigger waves, but still she's going to be getting engaged. Nice first turn. Positioning that kite nicely, being able to drag herself through this wave, still wanting to get a little bit more of a snappy feel to this. And just coming in a little bit too shallow there. But nevertheless, it's the first wave on the scoreboards. And I can see out the corner of my eye as well, Sonia out the back. Riding the core, and there are your two riders. Round number 5. All systems go, go, go here in Cabo Verde. Ponta Preta, a very famous spot for our kite surf athletes. It's been pumping for the last week and it's going to continue to pump for the next few days. We've got a great forecast on the hands here. Good wind, good swell. And very much excited to see how the rest of this competition and how the rest of this day unfolds here for the first event of the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour. And the beach bringing in the spectators, because why would it not? We are at one of the most famous spots for wave riding, a brilliant right-hander. And just waiting for that first score to drop for Clemence. And soon you'll be able to see it when the scoreboards appear on the screen. Plenty of white caps out the back there. Wind's pretty much offshore at the moment. And I can see out of the corner of my eye that some rollers, some bumps are coming our way. Sonia here getting involved in her first wave. Nice first initiated turn. Second one sort of mid-face. Really working the kite, getting plenty of slack in the lines there, which unfortunately just lost her momentum. The kite was sitting a little bit too high. And you could see once tension was in the line, she decided against it. But here's the replay of the first 2 turns. But sometimes it's just about getting that first wave under your belt. Getting that confidence, getting an understanding for the conditions out there for the heat. And here we have Clemence dropping in, and the flags are blowing out there. So it's windy, it's windy. So down the line section here for Clemence, working the bar, working the kite, just getting caught up a little bit with the white water here. Can she get some momentum to pass through it and engage on another turn? Flat line in this section, but just gets caught up in the shallows there, right in front of the judges. Not the wave she was looking for. You can see just gets that first mid-face turn, wanting it to definitely be a little bit more flowy, a little bit more snappy. And from there on out, it was just flatlining it home. Just didn't have enough momentum. You can see there, really wanted to engage the turn, but just knew that there was no point. And all focus goes back onto Sonia. And let's just have a little look at the scores on the doors. Now they're up on your screens, 2.60. For Clemence and Sonia on a 1.43. And just going down here, finding the board, fishing for the board. As we now have 10 minutes remaining on this heat. Sonia, a veteran on the tour, is on your screens now, just looking around, likes what she sees, Wave is starting to form nicely and starts to engage the kite. First turn, nice open arc turn there. Nearly loses it there, but a bit of a mid-face small turn, flat-lining section, but just goes down and gets wiped out by a load of white water there. Gets completely caught up. As you can see, this section here just closes out in front of her, and Sonia was not able to keep the momentum going and close out that wave.
Yeah, just wasn't able to get that one together. Let's have a little look and see how Clemence Derrien has as well. She had a nice first heat, got some good scores out there. We're just waiting to see how she's going to be doing this one at the moment in the driving seat, but both of these athletes yet to get a good score. Alright, so at the moment we have a 2.03, 0.57 there for Clemence Derrien, and we can just see us coming out there on screen, and Sonia Bunter with a 1.43. Waves probably about, what would you say, Liam, 4 to 5 foot occasionally on some of the sets. It looks like we had a little bit of a lull at the moment, but the wind has turned once again to that side offshore, and we're starting to see athletes be able to link those turns together. Name of the game is women's kite surfing at the moment. We are going to be completing the full round number 5, and then it's time for the boys to come out to play.
Exactly that. So we'll continue with the women, and then the guys come out, and hopefully it will only get better for all of our riders out there. And you can see here, Clemence really starting to get involved in this wave. Not quite getting that real big flowing, arcing turns, but still, you know, she keeps on her feet, really making the most out of all this wave right down in front of the judges and pulls out.
Yeah, she's got quite a wide stance as well. You can see not being able to get that flow, as you're saying, but Sonia Bunter, they're straight lining it, unfortunately, on that one. Bigger size wave, though, both of these girls, all the way from the top to the bottom, so judges are definitely going to give them some kudos for that, but that wave there from Derrien. But here we can see the replay of that last one from Sonia Bunter. First turn, keeping the speed to be able to get past that second section. As we've been saying, there's probably 3 to 4 sections here at Ponta Preta. First section all the way out the top where they kind of get one hit. Then they have to get past this little where the wave steepens up, and it is in that third section where they are able to get in. And here we can see our judge panel just having a nice little bit of lunch there as we are on our way. Alright, so Clemence, there it is, Liam, at 4.0 for that last wave. So judges liking that one. We are starting to see the scores around the 5.0s. We've seen quite a few riders, but nobody has able to hit the power that we saw from the Hawaiian Muna White yet.
No, that's the biggest score that we've seen from the women today. Bang on 8.00 if you've just tuned in. That was in Muna's first heat. So a really impressive start for her. But Joe, she was our 2019 champion here, and she's going to be wanting to be the 2023 champion. But there's a few riders in her way for her to do that, but definitely looking strong to begin with. But at the moment, full focus on these two athletes at the moment. Plenty of time left in this heat. I can sort of just about see that at the moment there's nothing in the ocean that's telling me that it's going to be exciting just yet, but you know, sets are coming through, so it's only a matter of minutes until the waves start filtering.
Yes, it is, as we are probably a little bit further than halfway through, just over 4 minutes to go. And as you say, and you can see out there, it does look like there's a little bit of energy coming their way. 4 minutes, definitely time for maybe one set, maybe even two. We've been seeing sets coming through, but it does look like it's backed off a little bit at the moment. Low tide was at 10:30. It is now coming up on 1:15, so that's a good solid 3 hours. So probably about mid-tide. Sunsets around 6:30. We are going to go until the golden light gets turned off all the way through. We're going to be pushing as hard as we can today because forecast is great. The waves are looking good. And coming up next after this round number 5 of the women, it's time for the guys to come out and play here in Ponta Preta.
Yeah, they would have been watching the women out on the water and begging and praying to get out there because waves like this don't come around that often and everyone wants to get involved. But at the moment, the only one getting involved on this certain wave is Sonia and Clemence. And Sonia here on your screen, first turn was nice, dropping in again for the second, mid-face turn, definitely wanting to get a little bit more aggressive on this one now as she sits currently in second position, needing a 2.98 to advance into first. Third turn, a little bit nicer, a little bit higher on the wave, but again just flatlining this section a little bit. Coming in towards the front of the judges, gaining a little bit of speed. That's a little bit nicer, engaging the fins, but just behind I can see Clemence as well, engaging on the wave. It's going to be a tight call as both riders come towards the end. And Sonia there making her way back out. While Clemence isn't finished yet. She has not finished her dinner on this wave. Continues to go past the judge tower, turn for turn, wave for wave. Let's see what scores drop for those two riders. So a 6.03 is what first place is sitting on, while Sonia 3.06. Scores to drop on those last two waves, so it'll be very, very interesting to see if those lower scores for our riders get improved. Both quite nice waves there ridden. And definitely some motion in the ocean at the back. Here's the replay of the two riders. You can see there, Clemence in the yellow lycra. Just keeping all the pressure on the hills there, using the fins to stay on the wave before dropping in. And I can see out now as well, Sonia is on her way. Let's try and get eyes on Sonia on the water now, because it's looking like a nice one. Here she is. Flatlining this section, wants to get past and does so nicely. Let's see if Sonia can engage another turn before this wave comes to an end. Plenty of speed, kite-sing a little bit high, definitely powered up on this one. Bit of a better turn, but unfortunately not being able to keep pressure on the fins and really engage. And you can see both riders there were able to get on the wave, but both riders pretty much flatlining that middle to last section. Judges definitely want to see more flow, that elegant style of really riding the wave top to bottom. Plenty of spray. And just on those two waves there, those riders just being a little bit mellow. And now we can see some more scores have dropped. So no change in the positionings, but changes in the scores. A 4 and a 4.27 for Clemence, and for Sonia a 2.40 and a 1.63. So definitely wanting to improve on that 1.63. Final seconds here as this heat is starting to come to an end. And as it stands, your winner is going to be Clemence, who's going to be advancing through into the next round. And just before we go into the next heat, and while the red flag is up, let's go and catch some highlights of that last heat.
And welcome back, everybody. A big heat about to hit the water as we have Muna White is going up against Julia Castro from Spain. Let's go straight to the action as it looks like they are already dropping in on a wave. There we can see Muna White just about to go off of that one. And now it looks like Julia Castro is out there at the back. All right, so Muna, you could just see kicking off of that wave, but I can see out of the corner of my eye, it does look like Julia Castro is about to jump in, but no, Muna going out as she's going to take the one in front. Let's have a look and see what the Hawaiian has. Engaging first time, big drawing, a big bottom tie and learn. This is what we're talking about. Off the top, letting that tail loose. All the way down, two big open face hacks there from the Hawaiian. And this is why this lady took the win over back in 2019 and looking like she is hungry for that yet one more time. And we will see a replay of the wave behind because Julia Castro also jumped in on the second wave of the set. Let's have a little look at that recap there from Julia Castro. All right, so here we can see this is the replay of Muna White in the yellow, up, boom, draws a line, points herself down, engages, keep the speed. Look, one engaged, driving through those fins, sets the edge, sets the rail, and just drives all the way through. Beautiful ride in there from Muna White, and just waiting to see the scores that are coming through, but she is definitely going to be in the lead out there at the moment. All right, so it looks like Muna is going to be taking off on yet another wave, keeping herself busy. Let's see what she will watch for. This is opening up nicely. Nice little double pump there. Boom, keeps the speed, gets past that section. A little bit of a mid-face one. Now it's keeping right in the sweet spot, letting that tail loose off of the top. This is why she is one of the top contenders here. Slashing this one together all the way down. You can see opening up the shoulders, making sure the head, the hand follows. Very nice surfing there from Muna White. And there we can see Julia Castro dropping in on that wave. Just slightly out of focus. There she comes, appearing onto our screen, getting a little bit of a shampoo there. All right, so Julia, this is looking like a nicer one. Up and over. Yep, gets herself back on. Looks like she's got some room in the front to be able to get a couple more turns. But that kite just not giving her the power she wanted to. So she is probably going to go off at the back of this one. So at the moment it is Muna White with a 7.13, biggest score of the heat, and a 1.33 going in the leads. And I reckon after that last one from her, we're going to see the biggest combination score so far at this competition on the women's division. So now there you can see in the yellow Muna White, and in the white is Julia Castro with the Hawaiian in the lead so far. Just gone past 10 minutes to go, and already both of these girls have 3 waves and some big scores coming the way of the Hawaiian. Muna again, she is not stopping. Oh, right in the sweet spot. That is what we're talking about. Now we are starting to see, you can see, opens that shoulders, gets that rail around, keeping the speed off the top and letting the tail loose. Ladies and gentlemen, Muna White is in the house. Big surfing there from the Hawaiian. Now we are talking. This is what we want to see. Here we can see the replay. engages. First time she just sets her rail, draws the line, and goes all the way through it. There we can see on this replay, up, lets those lines loose, gets that tail out, loosey-goosey, loosens it up. Great riding there from the Hawaiian athlete, and current number 1 on the scoreboards with a 16.36, a 9.23 wave ride, the highest score of the day and the highest combination score of the day. I tell you what, the 2019 champ looks like she is hungry for yet another trophy. All right, so here we can see Muna a little bit further up on the right-hand side of the competition area. This one looks like it is winding around nicely, got that speed. Now, let's see, she's going to be engaging. First bottom turn, here we go. Up and over, boom, right underneath the lip. Oh, but losing her edge and going down. Such a shame. That is looking like it was going to be a nice set wave. And we're going to see out the back, it looks like Julia Castro is also in position. And there you can see just caught that front edge and head over heels, going and having a little bit of the old washing machine there, but still in the lead with a 16.36 Muna wide. Julia out there in the white lycra, coming out of Fuerteventura over there in the Canaries, holding under the flag of Spain. A very talented freestyler, twin-tip freestyler. She's also involved in the wing foiling coming over here. And on the surfboard, you could already see getting some nice scores, having to get it together and go out there on this one so far. But we are just waiting for sets to come their way, as we still have plenty of time. We're just coming up on halfway through this heat. As our athletes are starting to push, we will be going through round number 5 of the women's competition. And then it's time to switcheroo it up. And the men are going to come out to play. And I can tell you what, I can see all of them starting to get anxious. The electricity is in the air. They want to go and dare and go down with the devil over here in Ponta Preta. And what a way to start off this waiting period. What a first day of competition. Cape Verde, Ponta Preta. Both of them out the back, trying to see for the next set to come. It does look like now, as that tide is filling in a bit, we're probably about halfway up on the high tide push, and it does look like the waves are starting to come a little bit further on the right-hand side of the competition area. That's where it seems like those bombs are coming through. 17 seconds at 1.8 meters is the forecast that we had today, and I tell you what, we have been having some very nice right-handers peel down just outside of the Santa Maria village over here on the island of Sal. First event of the season, and all the heavy hitters of the lineup. We've got 28 male athletes, 17 women who want to prove themselves here at this perfect point break right hand wave. As you can see, the wind even looks like it's picking up a bit. I can see a few of the athletes, and it looks like there's more white caps out there now. So I reckon we're going to be seeing some smaller size. And there it is. It does look like we got some motion. Okay, we can see Julia Castro deciding to engage on a wave. And I tell you what, this is looking like a nice outside bomb. Here we have the young Spanish athlete coming out of Fuerteventura. Dale fuerte, dale duro. Keeping the speed all the way down. She's got to get that kite down if she wants to get past this section. Yes, she does. She is Speedy Gonzalez in it down the line. And this wave is opening up very nicely all the way to the bottom of the competition area. Julia Castro, ladies and gentlemen, makes that one happen. And at the corner of my eye, I can see Muna Wai also linked on and jumped on yet another wave. We will be getting a replay of that next one very shortly. But both of these girls are not letting up. They are not taking the foot off the throttle. And some great surfing out there so far. And here we can see the end of that last wave there from Muna. Let's get a replay of the beginning of that one. Alright, so we'll have a little look-see. Muna White just waiting for some scores to come in through. She has that 9.23. And now let's see what was the last score on that last wave. So 16.83, the highest combination score we had out there so far out of that perfect 2-0-0-0. 20 points is the perfect. Will we see the double 10? Will we see the golden? The Stardust out there on the water. But so far, Muna White, I tell you what, I reckon we should throw her in with the boys as well because she would do some damage out there. Beautiful surfing there from the Hawaiian. And she is the numero uno at the moment. Julia putting in some good waves. She racking it all the way down the line, but needs to get a little bit more verticality if she wants to give Muna a run for her money. Harsh draws, getting drawn out against the 2019 champion. But hey, there ain't an easy hit here on the GKA. Anything can be a final. And I tell you what, we have final conditions out there on the water right now. All right, so there we can see that was one of the last waves there for Muna. Hicking, racking all the way under. So you can see really timing, getting in to that first position. All right, so here we can see Muna looking like she's deciding to take a little bit further along. And I tell you what, this line is racking all the way down. This is going to be a very good wave. All right, Muna White engaging. Here he is. She's going to be setting her raise, looking up, double pump. And here we go. Oh, closed out in front of her, deciding to go against that one. And she is going to be making her way back. No, it looks like she is going to decide to go on a wave. Here she is, double pump, boom, shakalaka, now we're talking, keeping the speed, got the speed to go against, can she hit it in the sweet spot? Yes, she does, but gets pulled over the top. But I tell you what, that one-hit wonder, beautiful turn there from her. Now we are starting to see the ladies throw down here in Ponta Preta as we have just about 30 seconds on the clock. And Julia Castro is trying to fish and see if there is a set, and I tell you what, looking out the back, it does look like there is, so we'll probably have another opportunity for her. But take a look at this turn here from Muna. Engages, keeps the power, but makes her way off. So nice waves there on the water, and it looks like Julia is not going to be able to have enough time to jump herself on another wave. So that is going to be it. Red flag in the sky. I tell you what, let's have a little look at the recap of that last heat. Chicos, recap. Which guys is this? Alright, so welcome back everybody, and this is the next heat coming up on your screen. Serena Luz coming out of Brazil is going up against Daniela Moreno out of Spain. Serena on the Red Elevate Kite going up against Daniela, who's going to be out there on the F1. This is round number 5, heat number 3. We'll be completing round number 5 of the women, and then we will be switching it up to the men. First day of competition over here, Cape Verde, Ponta Preta, and I tell you what, the conditions are there. We are liking what we're seeing, and we just saw the biggest combination score, the biggest heat with Muna White with a 16.83. The 2019 champion really throwing down here. And now we are going to see one of the Brazilians, one of the powerhouses out there, Serena. Let's see how she's going to be going up against Daniela, because Daniela comes all the way from the Canarian Islands, and she had a very nice first heat. Let's see how she does here, round number 5, because let's not forget, elimination rounds out there on the water, meaning whoever loses has a one-way ticket home. So there it is, green flag in the sky. Let's get this show on a roll. So both the athletes just waiting to see all the way out what is the first set to come through. We're having about 4 to 5 sets at a time. And now both of them all the way out the back, and it does look like I can start to see some lines coming towards us, meaning they're going to be dropping in on their first waves. If you are just joining us, welcome to the season opener over here for the kitesurf discipline. Cape Verde, Ponta Preta, a perfect right-hand point break. What the athletes have, they have 14 minutes in which they are allowed to jump on or to drop in on 12 waves, where their top 2 scores are going to be the ones that count. So let us get ready to rumble, as out there at the moment we have Serena Luz is going up against Daniela Moreno. Alright, so Serena is just about to drop in on a wave. Here we go. Out there on the red elevator. Let's see. So she's going to be engaged in the first time. Puts that kite back, straight lining it down, getting that front nose, dropping it. And that unfortunately is going to be a wipeout for her. So not what she was looking for, as we had just coming up on the 10-minute mark out of this 14-minute heat. Out there also, calm, cool, and collected all the way out the back is Daniela Moreno. There we can see her on your screen, the Spaniard. As this one is getting off to a little bit of a slow starter. All right, so there we can see Daniela in the yellow, Serena in the white. So Daniela all the way up at the top of the competition area, trying to search for a little set to come their way. Here he is. All right, here she goes. Engaging on this one, looking like a nice wave, opening up nice, and we can see Sabrina there at the back as well. Okay, so Daniela dropping in. First check turn to keep the speed down the line. Want to see a little bit more verticality if she wants to have some good scores. Again, check turn number 2, just making sure she makes it past. This is the section to keep the speed. Here is where you can get a nice little schmackaroo. Mid-face turn there for her. And a big wave out the back. Also, I can see out of the corner of the booth by Serena that we get a replay of after that. But yeah, there we can see Daniela Straight lining it all the way down to the shore. And Serena had a very nice one there. So let's see and get a replay of that last wave from the white lycra Serena Luz. There we can see Serena, yeah, picked off a good one, kept the speed, get it all the way down the line, past that first section. Really good wave selection here. And starting to get a little bit more vertical, but really still is mid-face turning. But starting, does seem like she's getting a little bit more into her groove. We saw some great things of her in Brazil. I'm waiting to see if she can loosen up out here on Ponta Preta. She is currently in the lead, but we are just waiting for scores to be dropping for both of those waves from our athletes out there. All right, and we're back. Just double checked some of the sound there, guys. We do apologize if we are having a little bit of a crack on the mic, so we chained this one up. Hopefully that would have improved it. So now 3.27 out there for Serena Luz, and we can see a 2.53 there for the white lycra. Right out there at the moment. Let's see as both of these athletes are trying to scrape together some of the waves, not getting so much of the verticality that we just saw coming off of Muna Wide. And here now Serena, trying to move herself along a little bit more, but needs to jack that kite if she wants to get pulled back onto the wave, as we're just coming up on 5 minutes left of this heat. Now both of them out the back waiting for this set to come through, and there are lines stacking the horizon. Let's see, it does look like the first athlete swinging the kite, you can't quite see on your screen, is Daniela Moreno coming out of Spain. She is out there on that yellow lycra, coming in second position, so she's going to have to get a groove on if she wants to go. And look at the size of this set coming her way. Let's see if she can make something of it. At the moment, straight line, all right, first turn, carves in, but gets pushed off of her there, so that is going to be a crash out there for her. And it looks like at the back there we can see Serena Luz also making her way on the wave and pushing herself down. Oh, but gets munched, absolutely munched by that wave. So that is unfortunate for her. That was looking like a pretty good one. But that first section, as that set was getting bigger, just did the old washing machine and dry tumbler on both of our competitors. And now, just under 3 minutes left, we can see both of them making their way up to the right-hand side. They're going to be trying to see if they can get yet one more set. Ponta Preta has been throwing us some diamonds in the rough, some gems our way, as we are going to be completing this round number 5 of the women, and then we are going to be going into rounds of the men. So let's have a little look-see at what is happening out there at the moment. We have in first position is Serena Luz, but by the skin of her teeth so far, anything can change up as it is getting. We've seen some buzzer beaters so far. On the men's side, we are going to be seeing the first heat that's going to be coming up is going to be Ricardo Betancourt from Cape Verde, Titi Lopez and Arsenio Diaz-Cuncuña. That is going to be the first round of the men's to be coming out there. And now currently on the women's side, we already saw making their way through to round number 6 of the quarterfinals. We have Clemence Derian and Muna White already. And now we're going to see in between Serena and Daniela who is going to be making it through to that quarterfinals. So round number 5 out there on the water, and just a little bit less than 2 minutes to go. You can see Daniela on your screen there on the yellow lycra, both of the athletes all the way up on the top buoy as we are just entering that final minute. Entering the final minute. And there is the red flag, meaning the heat is done. That is it of that heat in between Serena Luz and Daniela Moreno. So it is going to be Serena Luz making her way through to the quarterfinals. And next up, we are going to be seeing Manuela Jungo, and Kesiani Rodriguez is going to be coming back onto the water. But before we do so, let's have a little look at the recap of that last heat.
So we have result.
And welcome back, everybody, and we go on to round 5, heat number 4 of the kitesurf woman. Manuela Jongo from Switzerland taking on Keziane Rodriguez from Brazil. Big heat coming up your way very, very shortly. And those two athletes sure are going to tear up the conditions here at Ponta Preta. And here we go. Green flag is in the air. 40 minutes on the clock. 12 waves count for each athlete. 12 waves you can ride, 2 waves count, sorry. And let's see how these two ladies go, because it's looking like there's some nice swell on the horizon, so we could see some waves scored early on. Keziane there on your screen, riding for F1. Coming out of Brazil, a great result for her last year over in Taiba, taking the win. And you can see there, plenty of power. Just trying to spot what size kite she's on, but decides against that one, turns around. She's a little bit far out at the moment for where the waves are starting to peel away. So a big old blast upwind should get Keziane in the right position to start initiating on the next swell period. And Manuela is right out the back. So a quiet start to this heat at the moment. Both riders just warming up, getting loose out there. Keziane Rodriguez on your screen, very, very solid surfer of the waves, picks the right waves at the right time, and will be filled with confidence coming into this event. And it's looking like there's a few rollers out the back, so let's see how these shape up. And you can see the size of the wave now really starting to come through nicely, as you couldn't see the riders there, but Keziane here dropping in on her first.
Look at this side, not bad, eh? Now she's waiting for the bottom turn, proper bottom turn. Yep, but too hard. Keziane was trying to Manuela, or now she's the other way. Game. Manuela. Wide water, you know, the surface of the waves are more pumping, let's say. So it's not easy, especially when you way you don't see what's happening. Wide water, the surface of the wave. It's an amazing wave, but I'm sorry, I cannot say that the performance was not good enough.
Everyone's super close, everyone enjoys the stoke. They appreciate the conditions that are getting thrown our way and being at this iconic spot. And together they can shred up the waves. And talking about shredding up the waves, here goes Keziane on her second wave. This one looks a little bit better. Nice big arcing turn to start with. Flatlines that section to get past the whitewater. Putting in that second turn. Just going over the front of the board though. Not timing that second manoeuvre to where she wanted it. And out the back now, Manuela Jongo is getting amongst the behind wave. Going to be passing Keziane in a second. And you can see that was a better turn. Not so aggressive, but a nice sort of smooth motion as she flatlines the back section of this wave, coming right in towards the judges.
is going to want to start initiating some sort of turning manoeuvres, because that's what the judges are looking for. Judges do not want to see our riders just flatline straight down the line of the wave. They're looking for that fluid motion, that top to bottom turning, getting nice and low, engaging the fins, getting that spray, and also choosing and picking the right wave. And that's a better turn from Kezian there. Getting low with this one. Really hacking at the wave on using that back foot to drive through the fins. And again, that's the sort of turn we're looking for there, linking them all together. This one's going to score nicely. Crowd is cheering on the beach. Some really nice turns towards the back end of that wave there, those last two. Kezian really putting her weight into the board, giving the crowd plenty of spray, using the fins to the advantage, keeping on the rail, linking up the turns from top to bottom. That's a much better wave there, and scores are starting to come in. Showing the replay here, you can see picks and chooses the right time to drop in. This first wave coming together nicely, big arc, pushes the back end of the board out, but is way more aggressive on the back end of this wave. You can see here, letting that left hand go and opening up that body. And as scores continue to drop, it's looking like that's going to be an advance, well, definitely an advance on the 0.40 that was originally scored. Sooner rather than later, you'll be able to see what that wave came in at. Local time here in Cape Verde is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So wherever you are watching, whether it's morning, afternoon or evening, I hope you're enjoying the action here as we continue to run through the women's heats. Once round 5 is over, we'll be moving on to the men, as that will be the start of their competition, the first kite surf spot of the year so far for 2023. Last year we had 2 events, one in Dakla, one in Taiba. And this year we've got a jam-packed calendar. Starting off here in Cape Verde, Ponta Preta. And there is that score, 5.43 from Kezian Rodriguez, bumping her overall to 8.33. So Manuela Jongo here, got to do some work. 6.5 minutes on the clock. And you can see the water's got a little bit flat, so just making their way back upwind. Both riders there on your screen. Manuela off to the right, Kezian here on the left-hand side. And there's a good shot. 1.67 for Manuela. Definitely wanting to improve on both of those scores. And there's time on the clock. Plenty of time left. Needs a 6.66 to take the lead. Definitely doable on one wave. We've seen some big, big scores in the previous heat from Muna White. Up in the 9s. Definitely the lady to be reckoned with at the moment. Shredding up the wave from top to bottom. Judges liking what they see from that rider. Our 2019 champion, Muna White, here to try and do the double. And it's looking like there's a nice set peeling its way through to us now. And as you can see, just roller after roller at the moment. And here we go. Manuela on that wave, but gets eaten alive on that one. Like a puppet in the air coming out of that wave. And the sets have well and truly come in now. Nice big right-hander. And here she is again, managing to grab that board and get amongst it. Mid-face turn there. Wanted to get nice and low, flatlining that section. Opening up the body. Judges going to be wanting to see a lot more power going into the next wave. You can see here that midsection turn there, just getting nice and low, but maybe wanting to engaging the fins that little bit more. Should definitely be an improvement on that 0.20, but it won't be enough at this moment of time to bump up into first. Just under 4 minutes remaining in this heat. And here she is, your current heat leader, Kezianne Rodriguez, dropping in to her 5th wave. Just not timing that one well enough. Tried to flatline, you saw, tried to get the speed and the momentum to go past that section, but unfortunately wasn't able to. And the wave closed out on her. As you can see here, she spotted it looking over. Knew that Kezianne had to get plenty of speed to get past this section. You can see there, just pulls the bar in to initiate a little bit more power. And this set has really been quite a treat, actually. Normally we've seen maybe sets of waves coming about 5, but this has definitely been about 7 good, solid waves in a row now. And here she is again, Kezianne Rodriguez jumping in on this one. As she makes her way in towards the judges. First turn at the top. Nice little carving turn. Getting plenty of power. You can see working the bar, getting low. That's a better turn. The spray goes up. In towards the shallows now. Flat lines this back end section. Kite goes a little bit high there. And decides to back out of that one as the wave comes to a close. But Kezianne, 2.90 is her lowest wave score. So looking to improve on that one. And while she makes her way back out towards the starting point, Manuela is all engaged on this wave, the wave behind. There you go, slight yank on the bar just to get a bit of momentum, get a little bit of a speed. Flat lines this back end section. Are we going to see a turn to finish off the wave? Just slowing up, putting the brakes on a little bit there. Working the kite, you can see working from left to right, trying to get some momentum. Little bit off balance on that turn, but manages to stay on her feet. That was a nice wave there. We definitely wanted to have achieved more on that one. A few more turns and linking them all together, because that's what we're looking for. Fluid turns, linking from one to the other, from top to bottom. And the other score now for Kezianne has dropped to 4.40, so that's bumped her up to 9.83. And we've seen another little improvement, so 10.16 now for Kezianne Rodriguez, the Brazilian. So a nice solid lead at the moment. Manuela's going to have to do some serious work and try and get on a wave pretty quickly, because we are in the final minute of this heat. Final minute, and this might potentially be Kezianne's last wave. And a lovely top turn there, really getting to the top of the wave, driving through the fins. Plenty of spray, flatlining this section through the white water, but manages to get that second turn in, keeping her balance. Works the third. That's exactly what the judges will be looking for there. In the pocket, putting in a lovely open face turn and just wrapping things up nicely here in front of the judges. Here is a replay of that last wave, and you can see plenty of momentum going into this one. That was the first turn there, just like leaning back nicely, but it was that third turn. There's the second, and it was this next one which really got the crowd cheering. And as scores continue to drop for our riders, that heat has now come to an end, and it's looking like Kezianne Rodriguez is going to be the one who advances through to the next round. And just before we jump into the next heat, we're going to go and check out the highlights of that clip.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. And coming up next, we can see Charlotte Carpentier is up against Irati Fonseca Cola. These are the two ladies that are going to be battling it out for a place in the quarterfinals. We just saw Kessiani Rodriguez put on an absolute killer with an 11.00 total. But now it are these two girls. So there we can see the Cape Verdean Irati Fonseca already out there on the wave, and a little bit of a bird's eye view up in the sky as we are starting to be. It is just coming past 2 o'clock in the afternoon over here in Cape Verde, Ponta Preta, for the first event of the season. And what a first event it has been already. We have a few more heats of the ladies of this round number 5, and then it is time for the bulls, for the boys, for the tigers, for the lions to come out of the cage and start to deal with the beasts that we call Ponta Preta, as we're going to be starting off with the men. There are a lot of Cape Verdean local riders who have loads of talent. They know this wave. We've been saying it all throughout the competition. Experience really does pay off. And then there's a lot of young and upcoming riders. And then, of course, the classics, the veterans. Mitu Monteiro, the winner of 2019. The last time we did the event here, is coming out, let's say, of retirement and coming back into the competition scene. And I'm going to say, I reckon my boy's going to be making some damage. Also, James Carew, who's coming off with a win and his second consecutive World Championship title and taking the win at the last event in Brazil. But look at that. That is the view. That is Ponta Preta, perfect right-hand peeler over here just outside of Santa Maria here in the island of Sao Cape Verde. And this is the start of the 2023 kite surfing season. All right, so at the moment it is Charlotte Carpentier who has a 4.17, who is in the white lycra on the left-hand side. And then on the right-hand side, we have Irati Fonseca Cola here with the yellow lycra. It looks like she's going to engage on a little bit. They're a little bit further up the point, as sometimes the waves roll down there and do open up very nicely. Let's see what the local has for us. Kite staying very, just going straight line it and not making anything out of that little ripper. And I can see Charlotte Carpentier, looks like she's starting to get her groove on. She had not the easiest of starts, wasn't even managing to get back out to the break. But it looks like she has a 4.17, so a decent first wave there for her. As let's not forget, this is elimination round on the water, meaning that only one can prevail. Only one of these two athletes will be making it through to the quarterfinals here of the season opener in Cape Verde, Ponta Preta. All right, here we can see again Irati. So she is taking wave after wave. This is looking like a better one. Nice first turn. Let's see if she can engage and link it together with a second. Closing the line, that kite down. Turn number 2, pushes it. Gets a little bit too far out on the shoulder. Judges are going to be taking a few points out for that. And turn number 3 just off the back. And there I can see out of the corner of the booth, Charlotte Carpentier. Boom! 2 turns already. We will get a full replay of that first turn in a minute. But she is going to be going all the way down the line, but jumping off of the back of the wave. And now I can see it looks like that wind has gone a little side off one more time, making it just even cleaner. And there are some bombs dropping in. And there we can see Charlotte just managing to squeak away and get out of the way of the beast that is this right-hand point break that we have here. And I tell you what, the conditions are just getting better and better. It's said that with the push of the tide, 1.8 meters at 17 seconds is what they have been calling. We had low tide at 10:30 in the morning. 5 o'clock is full tide, so probably around mid-tide at the moment, as there's still 3-ish hours to go. This is when we're going to start to see some size coming through, and thereafter a couple more heats of the ladies as we go through this round number 5. We are going to be having the boys, the men are going to start out there with round number 1. Full ladder, 28 men, 17 women, probably about 26 to 27 hours of competition So it looks like we're going to have a 2 to 3 day, full day push. But I tell you what, with images like the ones we're having and conditions like we have here, and we are very fortunate, Liam and myself here in the booth, to have front row tickets. Somebody give me a cold one and a little bit of popcorn, and we are ready to just watch the movie of kite surfing that we have down here for the season opener. And right now, there we can see Charlotte Carpentier just engaging on yet another wave, your heat leader. All right, so now it looks like we have yet another set coming towards us. Now dropping in, there it is, Irati Fonseca. She is going to be jumping in on yet another wave. She is second at the moment, needs to get a groove on if she wants to be taking out Charlotte Carpentier, and this is looking like a nice wave. Big hack, but losing her feet there on that one. Here we have Charlotte Carpentier deciding to go on a little bit of an inside wave, and I tell you what, she is speed lining it across the competition area. All right, looking about, all right, best wipeout there at the moment. She definitely has the trophy on the best wipeout so far. Kessiani Rodriguez also, we saw her taking some big hits, but hey, you got to risk it if you want the biscuit, and you have to go all cylinders in. And you can see the girls are starting to get confident out there. One of the things we are seeing is they are starting to get loose, but I mean, hey, if you are going to get loose, it has got to be to have a place in the quarterfinals, round number 5 of the competition. Only one athlete will prevail.
And here's the replay of that last wipeout there, just getting spanked by the lip of the wave there.
And there we can see Fonseca a little bit further. This one's looking better. Needs to get that kite down. She wants to get past this second section. There it is. It's linking up. Good timing. Straight lining it a bit, but a better one. I can hear the crowd down here on the beach, obviously giving the local the love. Turn number 3, getting caught up a bit on the back edge there, and being able to make it all the way down to the shore break, but still, Liam, very straight line in that one. Just a little bit of a freight train speed run.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's needed on certain sections of the wave, but definitely we want to see, or the judges want to see, sorry, a little bit more linking, a little bit more snazzy stuff. And here we have for Snazzy, nice start of the wave there from Charlotte, getting up towards the top of that. And again, putting in that second turn. This is starting to shape up as a better wave for Charlotte now. This is the one she's been looking for. Third turn, hacking away, engaging the fins. A little bit of a pop there on the air. And now the fourth turn, right in front of the judges.
Looking confident out there, Charlotte Carpentier. Definitely a lot better than the beginner round she had at this competition. Already has a 4.17 and a 4.0. She has 2 decent medium scores. And that last one trying to improve. And I reckon she's probably going to improve on her general score there. Let's see if she can bump out that 4.0. And here we have the replay. Really laying that edge down, losing a bit of power at the top, but the hack nicely coordinated, looking down, looking for the next section, linking the maneuvers together. Good riding out there from the French athlete.
It's like a new rider, Joe, from that first initial heat there. Struggled on that first one, and now looking good.
All right, there we can see drone in the sky, and that is Ponta Preta, everybody. That right-hander you can see. So let's have a little talk about the sections here. That top section that we're seeing that wave start to form, that's where they can start to get 1 or 2 hacks. Then it kind of jacks up a little bit more, and that's where the riders really have to create the speed to get past that first section. Once they're past that, there's a little barrely section on the bottom and a little hack section all the way down to the shore bait. If you can link all that together, dot the I's, cross the T's, the judges are going to love it and are going to give you those points. So far, we've only seen a few athletes make it all the way down, and it tends to be some of the athletes that are straight lining it, because to be able to engage on the wave, turn back, go to the foam ball, keep to that critical section, you really need to be traveling.
Yes, Joe, you really need to be travelling for sure. And we're also seeing it from those experienced riders. They're just choosing the right waves to go on. So someone like, for instance, Muna White has been scoring some absolute bombs and linking everything together, but her waves have started on that top section. They've really finished way past the judges, and she's been making the most of every inch of the wave.
Yeah, no, she really has been pushing it out, and even I saw some of the guys saying, glad that she's not in our discipline, because she is absolutely killing it out there. But she has some heavy competition. We have the Brazilians, Bruna Cagia, Kessiane Rodriguez definitely seem to be the top 2 pushing it towards her. And then let's not forget world champ Capucine Delanois. I reckon we're going to be seeing those top 4 ladies. But one of the things I like about these comps, any heat can be a final, and we can always see underdogs come and do a nice little bite. At the moment, it is time to go back to the action. There we can see one of that is the yellow lycra of Irati dropping in, and this is looking like a nice wave. Let's see what she can make of it. A little bit of a flat face turn now, speeding along. You want to slow down and keep yourself to the power section of the wave if you want to get those top scores. And it looks like we also have Charlotte on the wave behind her, closing out a little bit in front of her. And I tell you what, suicide jump. This girl isn't holding back.
Loves a wipeout at the moment, but saying that, it's full commitment. So, she's first position 4.17 and a 4.90, but she's going for every wave. She's hungry out there, and she's got a point to prove.
She definitely does. She definitely does. She did not have the best start of the competition, but it's proving that she knows this way. She spends a lot of time here in Cape Verde, and now just 90 seconds to go on the old buzzer as we are about to go. Final round of the women for today, as we will be completing round number 5, and then the quarterfinals will be happening in the future days. Let's not forget we have from the 17th to the 27th of this month for this lay time. But I have a feeling in the first 3 or 4 days, the wave kite surfing competition is going to be finishing, as that's where the swells and that's where the forecast is. And then also we have our sister tour of the GWA Wing Foiling World Tour here also, where we're going to see the foilers and the wing foilers rack it up and slice it down here in a little bit of sashimi of the Ponta Preta. So really cool to see everybody. More than 100 athletes have made their way down to Cape Verde for the multidiscipline event that we have here. And a big congratulations to Joe and Giada from here from Cape Verde. And so cool to be back together with the family. This place was one of the first events that we put on the stage, put on the map, and that 2019 when the waves pumped through Ponta Preta, the images, it just has a special place in our heart. But it does look like Ponta Preta is going to do it one more time, because the sets, the waves, the quality we've already had on day number 1 is pretty insane, as we're just coming on the last 30 seconds of this heat.
Oh, you've got me in awe, Joe. You've got me in awe. Remembering that 2019 year, what a year it was. But it's not to say 2023 can't, and if not, be better. We've got the forecast on the cards for it, so let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope that we will see it. But right now, on the action is Charlotte at the moment going in, but it's looking like it's going to be a little bit too late, because the red flag is up in the sky.
welcome everybody to the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour.
Inside the water, like everybody want to win. It's gonna be a good show.
We now have like the best showcase.
All right, everybody, so welcome back. And now they're out there on the water. Let's have a little look-see as we have Camille Lassaran is going up against Bruna Kajia. This is round number 5, heat number 6. And we can see both of them. There's a big set already to start this off. If you are just joining us, this is a heat number. We are here for round number 5, heat number 6. So let's get that graphic up, guys, and let's get ready. These are the two athletes, Camille Lassaran and Bruna Kajia. And this is round number 5. So the winner of this heat will be making their way through to the quarterfinals. Let's go to the action out on the water. Liam, this is a big heat.
Big heat. And the young gun against the experienced athlete in Bruna. Camille is going to want to take it to Bruna. And Bruna actually had a really solid, good overall heat, scoring one of the highest heat scores beside of Muna. But yeah, Bruna is enjoying her time on a surfboard, to say the least, Joe.
Yeah, she definitely is. And I tell you what, talk about surf. You can see some waves coming in there. There is a big set. All right, so Bruna Kajia already pumping her way through out the back. She is out there on the yellow lycra. First wave, 2 good solid turns all the way down the line. Keeping it smooth, keeping it together. Now this is where you want to get that kite down so she can get to that bottom section. Yes, she does. And it is starting to open up nicely, but getting ripped over and off there. And if I'm not mistaken, no, she does still have a board. And we could see Capucine Delanois also there in the back. So Camille Lassaran making her way out. Light white lycra, as we will get a replay of that last wave.
And there it is. There's a replay there of Camille just really getting engaged on that wave. But unfortunately, towards the end, just going off the top of the wave. Both riders there fully committed, but both of them had that kite just probably that little bit too high, which definitely pulled Camille off the wave, as you'll see here. And scores are starting to drop, and it's extremely close after those two. And there we have it again. There are your two riders on the water, as we're fully locked in to what Camille is doing right now on this wave. Nice big open face turn there. Flat lines that section to get past the white water. Initiating the bar, really working the kite, looping it down, but just getting swallowed up towards the end.
Yeah, right. So here we can see in the yellow, Bruna Kajia eyeing up. Yet this is going to be her 3rd wave attempt. She currently is in the lead, but by ever so slightly. Nice first check turn. We can see James out there also giving us some tips. Big hack, laying it in, making sure this is where you got to speed away if you want to get past this one. She does. This is a good wave here from the Brazilian, not stopping all the way down. Little bit of a hand drag there as well, as that little section lifted her way up, and you can see also her kite being pulled down all the way down to the shore break here at Ponta Preta. Very nice wave there from Bruna. Starting to get looser out there, putting it together, and we're going to be interested to see what her score is, because Muna has the highest combination score, and then we saw an 11 point something, if my memory serves me well, of Kessiani Rodriguez. So Is Bruna Kajia going to be in the same ballpark? We are going to find out, because I reckon she's probably aiming for a 4-something or 5-point ride for that last wave.
Joe, I'm going to call it. I reckon this heat, we're going to see a buzzer beater. I don't know who from, but I reckon it's going to really go down to the wire. If all the stars align, I can just see this heat really shaping up. It started off super strong. Both riders being able to just commit themselves to numerous waves. Just looking at the scoreboards, both riders have 3 waves already, and we've still got just under 8 minutes to go. So just over halfway, and exciting stuff indeed.
Yeah, and you can see Bruna really pushing herself off the fins there, but still, there is a difference. The riding we saw of the Hawaiian Muna ride, who really is setting the bar high out here at the moment. All right, Camille Lassaran, let's see what the youngster coming out of Switzerland, living out of my hometown of Tarifa. Let's see what she has here, because now another set is coming through, and I tell you what, Ponta Preta is starting to pump for these ladies. Get that kite down. No. You do not want to be going over the falls there, so not getting into the right spot. That is going to be a no-show for her. As both of them, you can see them up on the right-hand side of the wave, the right-hander that you can see peeling through your screen. And it does look like Bruna is taking off on a very right-hand side bomb. This is looking like a good opportunity. Good, big first hacking turn. Down, she's still in the power section of the wave.
Working the kite, working the kite. You can see left to right, really trying to initiate that power, yanking it on the bar a little bit, trying to get past this foam water. And unfortunately, the wave just closing out on her that ever so slightly.
Big carving hack turn, that one from Bruna. Almost losing her feet there, but really doing well. That was a shame, because that wave looked like it was going to go all the way along, but then it was a lot further up on the right-hand side of the reef, but still, one-hit wonder. Got some scores on the board. Bruna Kazia in the lead.
Good start from Bruna, and here we have her on your screen again, just making her way back out towards that starting zone. 8.40, sitting in first position. Camille just sitting behind on a 5.30, needing a 3.11 just to snatch the lead. And here we have it, initiating herself on that wave. Will she be able to snatch the lead off this one?
Let's see, this one's looking very nice. All right, first turn, but all going high, keeping it together, powering her way through that, but unfortunately running further out on the shoulder of that wave. So you can really, I know the judges are going to be slashing that one hard, but 2 decent turns down here. Oh, and just losing out and losing her feet on that last one. So still starting to get a groove there, Camille, but not quite getting the scores that we have seen from the Brazilians so far, as both of the athletes are in this to see who is going to be making it through to the quarterfinals. But yeah, good to see both of the girls engaging. That was a better turn there from Camille, and it was here where she kind of really used the kite, and you can see this is where she just came down and unfortunately slid out and lost her feet. At the moment, the leader, Bruna Kajia, 8.40. She has a backup of a 370 and a first wave of a 470. Camille, she has a backup of a 257 and a first wave of a 2.73.
And looking at the time, we have 4.5 minutes remaining in this heat. So at the rate that these waves are coming, still plenty of waves to be caught, plenty of action to be had, still anyone's game. It can really go down to those final few seconds if the waves align. And now on your screen, Bruna Kajia just making her way back upwind as we're just currently going through that quiet period in the heat. It's been an intense heat so far, and just shortly it will be getting back underway.
All right, so we can see both of the athletes just making their way back. They are playing all the way out the back there next to that buoy, that top section of Ponta Preta, Liam. And at the moment, it does look like they're just waiting in between the sets. Let's not forget, we've got a little bit less than 4 minutes to go. Bruna in the driving seat so far, and it will be a very complete day there for her. Camille wants to have a say, and she wants to have a say about something like that. And we can already see, if I'm not mistaken, that looks like Susie Schwartraber is just warming up for her next heat, making sure she's all the way there upwind.
Yeah, tactically, that's quite a good move from Susie there, Joe. We've seen a few riders try and get their way upwind. It's taken quite a while, but she's out there and ready for the next heat.
All right, so they are just cruising and perusing, circling like a couple of little sharks out there. But so far, yes, we have 2.5 minutes to go. I reckon we got time maybe for one more set. It does look like there's something on the horizon, and I can see Camille here on the screen has taken off, and this is looking like a good sudden. This is kind of a rare wave. Nothing came, and then suddenly here, big hack there from Camille.
Yeah, very good start there from Camille. Let's see how she can follow it up from that first initial hack, getting it nicely into the pocket there. Continuing that speed, working the kite, looking to just get past this section that we talk about all the time and opening up, taking that left hand off the body there, looking good on this wave, driving through the fins, linking it all together now as she gets towards the front of the judges. This is where the magic can be shown and the wave starts to come to an end, but still it's peeling nicely for her.
Yeah, it is, and what a time to bring out that little gem. What a time to throw down if you are, you know, she's only 3.11, so she needs to change one of her scores for a 3.11, and she can have that possibility. I reckon she might have pulled that one out of the bag as we have the final 90 seconds. So 1 minute to go. Are we going to be seeing Bruna dropping in out on the yellow lycra? Camille just waiting for that score to be dropped. You know what? I reckon she might have done a little bit more. She might have done enough there as she needs to improve her score by a 3.11. And we can see Camille one more time. Is she turned around on the wave there, Liam?
It looks like that kite's in the position where it should be so. And there we have it, James Carew there helping Bruna out. But it does look like Camille is on a wave. Let's get full focus on Camille out on the water.
Yeah, we can see just going down on the inside, James giving signaling, making sure that Bruna knows what's happening as there is a little bit to go. So there we can see our current world champion who is about to be going out on the water very shortly in that round number 1. But it is the closing seconds of this heat, and we are just waiting for some scores to be dropped to see if Camille has done enough to be able to make her way through. All right, so that is it. There is the end of the heat. And yes, it is official. Bruna Kajia taking first position. So Bruna Kajia has taken first position, meaning she is in to the quarterfinals. And there we can see good work there for both of them. And a big congratulations to Camille Lossaran, has stepped up her wave game. And I tell you what, she is definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with here in the future. And here we can have a little bit of a recap of that here. And I tell you what, both of these girls had some very nice waves, Liam.
They did. It was pretty much start to finish, full of action. And I thought there for a second that last wave that Camille got might have snatched the win. But Bruna just really did deliver from start to finish and seen herself through for another round. She's enjoying riding the waves.
Yes, she is. You can see they're really having fun out there. And now we can just enjoy a little bit of a recap of that last heat, because coming up next, the final heat of the women today, we are going to have Julia Borges Silva out of Cape Verde, and she's going to be going up against Capucine Delanois. And welcome back, everybody. Up there on the water, we have Susie Schwartztraber is going up against Zoe Bazil. These are both very strong athletes. Susie, we can already see her dropping in here right in the front section of the Ponta Preta wave out there on the core kite. She is up against the North Kiteboard and rider, Zoe Bazil. And Zoe, very talented surfer, already putting down a few good heats, and it was in Dakla where she came out of nowhere and talk about made some upsets.
Yeah, we didn't see her over in Brazil at the end of the year, but Dakla sure did bring some upsets. Links all the ways very well together, as you can see right now on your screen. Plenty of energy, plenty of force going through that board, and you can see linking the turns from top to bottom, trying to get every part of that wave on that scoreboard and right in front of the judges now. I love that look when that left hand comes off and you really open up the body. And that's a great starting wave. And just have a look at that. Really lining up nicely here for these ladies out on the water. Zoe Bazil with a 6.50 there. 2 scores on the board. Susie there just with a 2.43, but plenty of time left. Just under 12 minutes. And the sets are starting to come through. Plenty of power in the waves. And on your screen now, coming out of Germany, the core rider, Susie, initiating herself on this wave. Just waiting for the right moment to initiate that first turn. You can see they're altering up with the power. Clearly, it's nice and windy out there. All the stars are aligned. Here we go, dropping in. Nice mid-face turn there. You can see getting nice and low, opening up the body there. Nice carving, fluid turn, starting to link the two together. This is turn number 3. A little bit more of a chilled out turn there. Again, starting to flatline this section. All hands are off the bar, fully powered up, and you can see there, kite just went a little bit too high and got pulled off the wave. But nevertheless, it's 1 score to add to that 2.43. This is going to be a heater. Two riders, none of which want to go out just yet. I mean, why would you want to go out the competition? You're at Ponta Preta, Cape Verde. Perfect waves. The sun is shining. It is just coming up to 3 o'clock in the afternoon local time here. And we have this heat. Then after this, we have the final heat of the women's today before we move on to the men. And those guys are going to be itching. They're going to have ants in their pants because they've been watching this wave all day. And they'll be chomping at the bit to get out there and start competition. And the wind is really starting to kick through now. I can feel the live stream booth just having a little wobble, a little bit of a shake, a little bit of a dance because the wind is coming in. The wind is pumping. Probably closing in to around 20 knots now. And we've just got a little bit of a lull, a little bit of a quiet spot, a little bit of a chill while we wait for the next set. Women's round 5, heat number 7, heat number 8 is going to be the last heat of the day for the ladies. And it's looking like there's a little bit of motion in the ocean out the back there. A few little rollers coming through. And we know what that means. Those rollers, they turn into bigger waves the closer in they get. And Zoe has seen something on the green north there, starting to initiate a little bit of a pop, a little bit of an air. Having fun out there during competition. Riding the Reach, their desert island kite. And you can see just behind Zoe now, that wave is starting to form. And here we go, dropping in. Third wave here for Zoe. Working the kite, pulling in on the bar, just trying to initiate a little bit of power, opening up that face. Driving through that right foot, getting the fins involved. A little bit of a pop, nice, a little bit of variety on the wave. Judges will like that. Just letting go of the bar there, and that just pulling out of the wave. So letting go of the bar just allows that kite just to fling a little bit higher above 12 o'clock. And as soon as that kite goes too high, our riders tend to get pulled off the wave, especially in this offshore breeze. But nevertheless, nice little wave there for Zoe. Another wave to add on the score. We'll want to improve on the 2.93 that she currently has on the board. And Susie there on the black and white core kite is going to need to do some work now. Has a 2.30 as her lowest score, so definitely a wave score that can be improved, and she can improve. She's done it in the past, and she can do it in the present. And this wave behind her looks to be really opening up quite nicely. Looks powerful, looks meaty. Goes off to the left, dives the kite now, initiates the turn, getting caught up in the foam. Can she find her way past that? Yes, she can. Now we start to get involved in the wave. Working the kite. Just flatlining this section, wants to be a little bit more fluid. That's a nice turn, nice bit of spray, hacking at the top of the wave, puts in the second one, working, pumping up the board. You can see just getting a little bit too shallow with the rocks on the right-hand side of your screen. And you can see this is that first turn, nicely engaged, dropping down the line, taking off that left hand, opening up the body, being able to really lean back against those lines. Driving through the fins, and there's the spray. That will give you a shower in the evening before linking up a nice quick second turn. That's what the judges like to see. One turn quickly followed by another, linking it all together top to bottom. Signed, sealed, delivered. Okay, and let's just have a little look at how long we have left on this heat. So 6 minutes left. So we are just under halfway. 14-minute heat, so 6 minutes remaining on this one. 12 waves are allowed to be catched by our riders, but only 2 of those waves will count. So plenty of options out there, plenty of time on the scoreboard. And we always keep referring to it. Two things that are going to really help riders in this competition. One is wave selection, picking the right gem to get involved with. And the second is that experience. You've got to know this wave. You've got to have to spend some time training here. And you can see that the locals are really lapping it up because they know this wave inside out. They know where to be at the right time on the right wave. And that's exactly why we've seen all these riders be here for quite some time now in preparation for this first event of the year on the GKA Kite-Surf World Tour. An exciting year ahead, but full focus as we start and begin at Cape Verde. Ponta Preta. Beach is starting to fill up nicely now with the locals coming down. Everyone enjoying some action here. The best of the best. Your best female athletes out on the water and have been since 10 o'clock this morning. We've been able to fire through a couple of rounds of the ladies' heats. And after this one, we wrap things up with Capucine. And she'll be taking on Julia, the local, the young 14-year-old, who's here to prove a point and hasn't really put a foot wrong yet this comp. But is going to be facing the current world champion once Zoe and Susie have finished business out here. 4 minutes remaining. No change in the scores just yet. But you can see here now, there's a nice wave, a nice few sets. A couple of pearlers coming through, and it looks like Zoe is going to be getting involved in one of them. Here we go, fourth wave for Zoe. Nice top turn there, getting nice and low, fighting against that kite. You can see it's windy out there, it's punchy, the conditions are firing. Nice second turn, but just loses her feet, and you can see foot comes off the board, not able to stick it. And that one will not be an improvement on her current scores. That leaves the door a little bit open for Susie here, who's found herself on an absolute gem. If she can really start to get engaged on this wave, this could cause a few upsets. Susie, what have you got for us? Flatlines this section, gets past the white water, lets go of the bar, yanks on the bar. Nice top turn there, wants to be a little bit faster, linking everything together though. As this wave starts to close out a little bit, the closer it gets towards shore, and just goes over the front. Wait a little bit too far forward there, nose the board, dinks in, and off she went. That's a shame there because that wave is still continuing past the judge tower, so the one that got away, but just under 3 minutes on the clock. So with swell like this and waves like this, I'm sure that within these 3 minutes, both of these riders will have one more chance to improve on their scores. Really is a sight to be reckoned with here when you see those waves come in. And just to make you guys at home a little bit jealous, I've got a front row seat and lapping every minute of it up. A world-class wave venue. But don't you worry, we will keep you covered from all angles as we're excited to begin the first kitesurf event of the year. In the later rounds, we will be grabbing some of the riders for interviews after their heats. But for now, it's full focus on those early rounds. Mind you, the loser of this heat will be getting a ticket home. It's been great to start with the women's comp to begin with. And here we have Zoe, nice, getting in the pocket there, linking up the next turn. This is a little bit nicer now. Working through this wave. Little bit of an air pop there. You can see really fighting against the kite. And looking to improve on that 2.93 because a 6.50 to a 4.73. It's tight and anything can happen. You can see on the replay here, this next turn is the one that she'll be happy with. Gets nice and low, really pushes against the back fins there. Before getting a little bit of air towards the end of this wave. Little pop-a-roos there. And we're in the final minute of this heat. Yet to see a buzzer beater at this competition, but it's going to happen at some point. Is it going to happen now? I'm just looking at the corner of my eye and I can't quite see any waves forming. 35 seconds to be precise is what's on the clock. You can see there's a little bit of motion in the ocean out there, but nothing quite substantial yet for Susie to get nicely scored on. She's trying to chase what's in front. As you can see, that wave in front there is starting to open up quite nicely. But hang about, she's placed herself beautifully for this one. 10 seconds left on the clock. If it's going to be any time, it's got to be now. 4.73, chasing a 6.50. This is her last chance. Can she make it happen? Here we go. Are we going to see a first buzzer beater? Got to start linking those turns together. Got to start getting a bit more momentum going through that board, going through that kite, a little bit more speed, because you can see the rocks are starting to get that little bit closer. And just going down there at the end. Is that going to be enough? Replay here will show you exactly how that wave unfolded. And while the scores are waiting to be dropped, it's currently still looking like Zoe is going to be going through. But while we wait for those scores, we're going to go and check out the highlights from that last heat. Okay, so I've just been informed that it was Zoe who has gone through. Zoe Brazil has gone through, taken out Susie there. Unfortunately, that last wave was just not enough to push her into first position. So a nice win there for Zoe, who advances through to the next round. And up next, last heat of the women today, round 5, heat 8. Julia Silva, the local, the 14-year-old, is taking on current world champion Capucine Delannoy.
And welcome back, everybody. And there are the two fighters that are going to be going out there on the water. We have Julia Borgi Silva up against the current world champion, Capucine Delannoy. Green flag is in the sky, and it looks like they're about to engage on the first wave of their heat. All right, so there we can see in the white is going to be Julia Silva, and in the yellow, Capucine Delannoy. So here we can see the local already going down. This wave is opening up very nicely. The crowd's starting to get a nice little groove on as the little young ripper, 14 years of age, comes in, close in on the rocks here. 3 turns, making her way down, and she's going to get away from that. So still nice little wave to start off on, and it looks like out the back, Capucine Delanois is about to drop in on a wave. Capucine Delanois making her way down. Yellow Lycra, current world champion. Bada boom! Starting off the top. Nice little rackaroo. Goes a little straight line and out onto the shoulder. One hit wonder to start off the heat there for the French athlete who lives most of the time out there in Brazil, Praia. One of the most talented strapless freestylers we have, and she is also very handy on the waves and has been putting a lot of effort to get a lot better here on the waves, and this is why she is our world champ. And here you can see, smack, letting that foot, pushing it out, pushing the water away. Nice little start, and I tell you what, I can look out the window of my booth. There is a huge set coming their way. Let's see what is going to be coming, because I tell you what, there is some size out there. All right, Julia, on a big bomb. Look at the size of this. All right, engaging. She's going to try and get past this section. First turn, all the way down. Oh, but goes down hard. Okay, Capucine, there we go, off the top. Managing to get a good turn in on that one. She's going to be able to navigate her way through. Digs that rail, lets that tail loose. Now we're talking, Capucine. Here it is, hits it right on the sweet spot. Can she keep it together? No! Going off the top and over. But at least both of these girls trying to fight it out for that one. That has got to be one of the biggest sets we have seen of the day. And just waiting for scores to be dropped. As at the moment it is Julia Silva in the lead, but I reckon after that last wave there from Capucine, she's going to be going into second position. Here we can see the replay. Look at that. That is a solid double overhead for them. Probably about 5 to 6 foot. This is when the swell is starting to push through. And here we can see Capucine managing to dig that rail and get some of the bigger turns. Getting that kite down to be able to continue on the face. And as you can see, as that sun starts to come down and come out in front of us, our athletes are starting to get a little bit of a golden glow. So a 3.27 there for Silva versus a 2.53. Still waiting for a score to be dropped to that wave there from Capucine, as I reckon she is going to be going into first position. And we can see conditions down here in Cape Verde are being absolutely beautiful out there today. What a way to start off the season. What a way to start off the competition. First day out on the water. Perfect 5 to 6 foot. The wind is about 15 to 18 knots. Girls are out there on 7 and 8 meter kites. This is what we want. This is how we want it to start off. And Ponta Preta showing its power. Both of the athletes all the way out there on that upwind mark to be right in the place to be able to get their next set wave. In the yellow, Capucine Delanois, your leader. In the white, we have Julia Silva, local girl, the young daughter of Joe Silva, and we are just waiting as there come some waves. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your hats because another set is about to hit the wave here. Ponta Preta, all right. Capucine Delanois racking it all the way off the top, drops herself down, turn number 1. And all the way again, linking it together, keeping it together. Getting those moves, that is a better set wave. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Capucine keeping herself busy. But out the back on the bigger one, we can see Julia Silva also all the way down. And this face is opening up very nicely. Can she get past this section? Yes, she does. This is when she can start to hit and get some turns in with a big turn there from the 14-year-old. Now we are talking. Julia Silva, ladies and gentlemen. And the crowd, I can see there, everybody beeping the horns. The crowd are putting their hands together. There is local love in the air. That's a great wave there from Julia. What a good wave there from Julia. Waiting to see some of the scores. Kapuzin also having yet another good one. Kapuzin really upped her wave game, as it looks like, I reckon she's already going to be hitting around the 10.0 combination score so far. We saw Cassiani Rodriguez with 11. It's only Muna who got to the high 16s with 2 big waves and that 9-point ride. The Hawaiian really proving why she was the winner of this event in 2019. So both of the athletes making their way back as we just hit that halfway mark, as we're coming up on 7 minutes to go. Final heat of the women, and whoever wins this heat will be making their way through to the quarterfinals here in Cape Verde. Day number 1 of a 10-day waiting period, and what a way to start. So 8.10, Kapuzin. 3.27 there for Julia, as they are circling out the back, waiting to see if they're going to have some more action coming their way. It does look like there's some movement out there, so maybe we're going to be seeing them engage on yet another one. One of the biggest sets we've seen all day. I'm going to go as far as saying probably the biggest set we have seen all day already in this heat, as the tide is getting to that push. Because coming up next, we are going to have the boys going out, and I know I can already see a lot of them nervous and ready to get in. All right, so there we have it. It does look like Julia is going to engage on a wave. Here we have her. And this is looking like a nice one. This is looking like a better wave, and now it's opening up. Okay, Julia Silva, first turn, little check turn, coming down towards the judging tower. Let's see, linking it together, laying that rail down, keeping that speed. This one is very close to the competition area. Very, very close. And there we can see Joe Silva, her father, and the local organizer here, just giving her a little info, just saying what he's got to do, making sure that she knows what is going to be going down. There is the man himself. The new young generations, ladies and gentlemen, coming out onto the World Tour scene and the World Tour shore. And now we are just waiting for yet another set to come their way. All right, so this set is definitely taking a little bit of time, as it is the final 4 minutes of this heat. Currently in the lead, we have Kapuzin Delanois with a 10.70, and we have Julia Borges Silva, excuse me, with a 6.43. All right, so yellow lycra. We can see Kapuzin looks like she's going to be dropping in on a wave, but very far out on the shoulder. I reckon she's maybe going to decide against it. But she knows how close the time is. Julia deciding to wait out the back. She has a 3.83 So she's going to need about a 6.2-ish if she wants to have a possibility at taking out Capucine Delanois. So she would have to land her highest wave score of the day if she wants to give the world champ a run for her money so far. And there you can see lines are starting to stack the horizon, meaning only one thing. All right, there we can see Josh Silva getting a little bit nervous as he knows there is just under 2 minutes to go. He's starting to flap his hand, doing the chicken dance. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, as they say. And let's see, as there is a big set coming their way, so both of these athletes are going to be able to land a wave. So let's go, as it looks like Capucine Delanois is going to be on the first wave here with the yellow lycra engaging. Big first check turn all the way down. Can she keep the speed? Yes, she does. Linking it up, and that is better turning. Mid-face turn there for Capucine Delanois. Looping that kite along, keeps the speed. This is where she wants to break a little bit and not go so far out on the shoulder. But I tell you what, also, both of these waves, we have synchronized surfing from both of the athletes. Is it going to be enough, as Julia Silva is going to need something in the high sixes if she wants to have a chance? But there is still just under 90 seconds to go. And here we can see, so that was the wave of Julia as it's right out there in the sun. As she had one turn on that, but then the second one didn't quite make his way together. And there we can see Joe giving a little bit of advice. All right, so we got less than 20 seconds to go as we are coming very, very close. Is there going to be enough? I don't think there is going to be enough as the final 3 seconds here. So that is it. It is going to be Capucine Delanois is going to be making it through to the next round, ladies and gentlemen. But a big round of applause for Julia Silva, because talk about a 14-year-old with fire putting on a great show and showing that she has the potential to battle it out here in Ponta Preta, and look forward to seeing her at other events to come. Next up, we are going to have a little recap of that last heat, and then we are going to be moving over to the men's competition. And welcome back, everybody, because now it is time for the men to come out here on the water. We have just seen the ladies throw down through the whole day, and I tell you what, the name of the day is definitely got to be Muna White with the highest combination score and the highest wave of the day.
For sure, Joe. She really has put on a show-stopping performance from start to finish. Firstly, scoring that 8, and then in her next heat, going into towards the 9s, really putting the pressure on the other ladies. But from start to finish, it's been a great morning and early afternoon of competition.
It has, no, and I mean, what a first day we have had to be able to enjoy. Ponta Preta at its best has probably been about 4 to 5 to 6 foot on the occasional sets. Now we're going to move it over to the men. Let's have a little look at the graphic. There it is. This is what is going to be going down. We have heat number 1. It looks like we have a Cape Verdean standoff. Titi Lopez and Ricardo Betancourt, and then also, let's not forget, we have a Jairo Neto. Heat number 2, who we got there?
We've got Robertni Barros against Elvis Nunez and Clement Rosarero from France, a very talented surfer.
Yeah, then we can see 2019 winner and the legend himself, Mitu Monteiro, there in heat number 3 against Kelton Lopez and Arsenio Diaz. And in heat number 4...
Big lineup in heat number 4, Joe. Lorenzo Casati, the current Red Bull King of the Air champion, switching up for the waves. Pablo Amoras and Charlie Martin.
All right, so let's have a look and see who are the players of this heat and bring up the faces. There are the boys, Ricardo Betancourt. Shackers to you too, mate. Tiki Lopez and Jairo Neto. So let's get ready to go. Action in the water. We have 14 minutes of action here. And we already can see that Ricardo Betancourt, that is Arsenio Diaz on the RRD. And let's see, I tell you what, Cuncuña going backside. Boom!
Wowza Rooney, that is a way to start the afternoon. 20 past 3 in the afternoon here. We are up and we are going with the men, and what a start there. Riding backside, really getting amongst the wave there. And here we have next rider on our screens, fully engaging. Ricardo Betancourt here from Cape Verde knows this wave like the back of his hand.
Yeah, I tell you what, the back, the palm, the fingers, and the nails. He's got the whole thing going, and you can really see. But Cuncuña there, Arsenio Diaz, he has been on tour with us for quite a long time. Had a little bit of break, but hey, this is his hometown. First backside rider we have seen all day.
Backside riding, I do love it. It's that elegant look. Someone that does it so well, Joe. Who is it?
Kiahi, but here also we have Matthew Lopez. And I tell you what, I always compare Matthew to the Stylmeister, the old Rob Machado. But here we can see, going back to the heat, Ricardo Betancourt right at you with that replay. What a good wave he had there, already starting off. And he is going to be in the leading place so far with a 2.63.
Yeah, these men would have been watching all morning, all early afternoon, thinking, when is it my time to shine? When can I get out there and start shredding and ripping up these waves? And you can see there, all 3 of them, as a set is starting to begin. Who's going to be dropping in next?
Oh, it looks like yellow lycra, so that's going to be Titik Lopez from Cape Verde. So those are the boys. It did look like he was going to go. Nope, okay, but deciding against it. And then we are waiting to see who is going to be dropping in, as Arsenio Diaz is also out there. He was the guy going on the backside on the RRT kite. And talking about Mr. Matthew Lopez himself, there he is, just going down on the screen there on the bottom left.
And there your riders just making their way back upwind. A couple of scores have dropped. Arsenio Diaz currently sitting in first position with a 4.90. Second is Ricardo with 2.63. Titik is just waiting to get that first initial score on the board. But as you can see, crowd is filling up nicely here. Wind is blowing, and what else is happening? The waves are coming our way. Plenty of action to follow for the rest of the afternoon here at Ponta Preta at the first GKA Kite-Surf World Tour stop of 2023 calendar. Boy, oh boy, is it a wave not to be reckoned with. While we go again, here we have Ricardo getting fully involved on this one. And there's the replay there from Ricardo, just getting caught up on that sort of wave close out there. You can see flying up, but right here we have more riders getting involved on the waves. So men, round one, heat one, scores to be dropping. We can see all riders making their way back out towards competition area, as each of them have had their fair share of waves just then. And now a little bit of a quiet spell in this heat because it's been firing from the start. And here is that replay of that last wave. Flatlining that section there before it closes out. Super speedy Gonzalez there towards the back end of the wave.
All the way down to the bottom, and there we can see a little bit of a spin of the old screen there as we are at the moment. It does look like Ricardo Betancourt there. You can see already has 2 scores, but there is Arsenio Diaz out there with that big backhand slash. Is your number 1 man out there at the moment. We're just coming a little bit over halfway to go. 40-minute heats, 12 waves each. Top 2 waves are going to count, and now we can see the beach is starting to get packed as everybody is starting to get on and see the boys come out to play. And there is a lot of local athletes here, so a lot of local crowd support. And this is what we want to see, the festival of surfing and hacks and slashings down here at Ponta Preta.
And there you see the flags are blowing, the wind is pumping. And Joe, how would you say conditions have changed since when we first started this afternoon? Have you noticed any significant big changes?
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's gone a little bit more side shore. You can see it's a side offshore, so the guys are actually starting to be able to go a bit more vertical and not have to really push against the wave to come down. But hey, once again, you can see Tiki here, we're going very nicely. I mean, I tell you what, but all these boys are really throwing down.
Yeah, it's their time to shine. It's their time to start ripping and dipping along the waves. And here we have Arsenio, but he pulls out of that one. Didn't like the look of that, riding the RRD kite. Funneling himself back upwind. And here's a replay of Titek as well.
Yeah, Lopez here, one of the cousins of Matthew Lopez. It is great to see the family out here on the water. And yeah, Arsenio Diaz, so Cuncuña, but here we can see Ricardo Betancourt having a little look-see, but deciding against it. We know patience is a virtue, and with 3 athletes out on the water, it is a fist fight. They are scavenging, snaking, punching, anything that you have to do to get that wave. But let's not forget the old priority rules as well.
Yeah, priority plays a big factor. That rider that's out there first, gets to dictate and wants to drop in on the right wave, and we see it really being a big factor as the rounds go on. It can really play in the rider's favour as you see all 3 kites up there waiting for that next set to come through.
All right, so we have, it is close up there. Titik there with a 5.93, but Cuncuña with that first wave, Arsenio Diaz. All right, this is, so that is Betancourt. Let's see what he has here. First turn, boom, straight off the top. Nice little airdrop there, showing the power, showing that he is hitting that wave in the sweet spot. It does look like all of these guys are out there on the next wave. All right. Arsenio Diaz. All right, here he goes. He had a great first one. Let's see what he's got for the second. This wave has opened up nicely. Digging that rail. Boom! Big open hack there, letting it loose. Love how he just drives through and flows it. One-hit wonder for that wave. That was a nice opening turn.
Loops looks super elegant riding this wave. Just flatlining this section towards the front of the judges here, looking for that second turn to initiate it. And really nice open face spraying off the water behind him. And just pulls up and decides that his time is done on that wave, but plenty more time left to go. We've just got under 5 minutes remaining, and all riders are getting fully involved. Here we have.
Yeah, there we can see that definitely looks like Ricardo one more time out there on the core, pushing down. He is trying to get it together. You can see the crowd there on the beach getting their hands in the air. Titik at the moment is your leader, Ricardo Betancourt. It is non-stop surfing out there. Big, powerful, speedy move. He is straight lining it a bit, wants to slow down, gets a bit of a hack up and over, just missing out and going over the top there, Liam.
Action from start to finish, though. It's consistent. When you've got 3 riders, it's just one after the other. You don't know where to look, but it's brilliant action as the sets are firing through. Conditions are really starting to line up nicely. And just looking at those scores, Titik Lopez has just dropped down to second. Arsenio Diaz has moved his way up into first position now as we look at that replay here from Titik. Just gets that first turn in, second turn, and just flatlines this back end section before just going down on that third one. Anyone's game out here, as the crowd is loving the action this afternoon.
I mean, what is not to love? You've got the best of the best athletes. The waves are pumping. It is the first event of the season. Everybody is out there, wants to prove themselves, wants to say, hey, I have put my dues in on the off-season, and now it is time to get the cards out of the sleeve and throw them down, and poker it is on the table. So we are ready to go. This is the first heat of the men, round number 1. But it is Titik Lopez taking it to Arsenio Diaz, very close in between these two, and just about to drop in on another wave. There you can see that duotone flying up right down in center. Titik Lopez, ladies and gentlemen. Big opening hack. Oh, what a shame. Getting caught underneath the lip there and going for a little bit of a shower.
Yeah, that's such a shame there, but he is sitting in first position still, 8.93, moved himself back up. A little bit of a fight between Titik and Arsenio as well. And here on your screens, that looks like Betancourt's going to start to get on another wave. Here we go, dropping in, plenty of power. This one's shaping up nicely. First turn, nice open face. Didn't get right at the top, sort of a mid-table turn there, but here we go. That's a little bit better, engaging the back end, engaging the fins, driving through the feet.
Yeah, we can see he's trying to link it together. A lot of spray, but still not seeing the verticality that I know the judges are wanting to see to give those higher scores. Let's not forget the highest one of Titia, 5.23. Here we can see a nice replay. I mean, just look at that wave. That was very good timing, pushed off the top, but still only a couple one-hit wonders there, so that is not going to be a big score. But I tell you what, Liam, looking out of the booth, look at that. We have sets, we have lines stacked to the horizon.
Here we go. Get your engine started, because right now Arsenio Diaz on that RRD kite is dropping in, riding backside. Let's see what he's got, because he's getting caught up here in that white water, but I reckon he's going to start to dive that kite and get fully involved, get a little bit more power. Is he going to manage to keep his feet? Look what's happening behind Joe. There's an absolute monster.
All right, there we can see TT getting a few big open hacks. Now we are talking one of the best surf waves of the day, picking off the big set. Here we have Ricardo Betancourt also all the way down. You can see as that sun is starting to go right in front of us, lighting up the sky. But wow, TT going absolutely mental. Let's see if we can get a replay of the last white lycra, please, Mr. Director, because that was a huge wave. All right, so here we can see Arsenio Diaz. He just got caught and went out in front, was not able to get. He took, this is what we've been saying, sometimes when the sets come through, but it was this man. Look at Titi all the way. That is what I call engaging. That is such a big one. Look at the second turn. Boom!
Woo, woo, woo. That was a stomper. We could see that one behind Arsenio, and we just knew that was going to shape up nicely. But Joe, I'm just looking out the window here. It is some bombs away. They are dropping bombs right now, these guys.
Arsenio Diaz, backside, big open hack. I tell you what, the waves are stacking all the way. This is big, this is big. Arsenio Diaz.
Carving his way, riding backside, plenty of power. Here we go, look at the style. Elegant, making it look too easy. Floating from top to bottom, that elegant style. But there is sets on the way. Every rider at the moment is on its own wave. Beautiful action out here at Ponta Preta.
Yeah, here we can see Ricardo Betancourt right out in front. This is looking like a nice one. Can he get it together? Yes, he does, all the way up. Boom! Trying to make his way down. It looks like it was Titi was on the wave as well. I don't know if that was interference or not. We will soon find out. But a very nice wave there also from Arsenio Diaz. And there we can see already starting to fill up. The beach is starting to get ready, because I tell you what, those were some sets coming through. And that is the end of that heat, and what a way to finish it. We are just waiting for confirmations of the scores, but it does look like Tiki Lopez has done enough to make his way through. But while we go and get those scores confirmed, let's go and have a little look at the highlights and the recap of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody. So coming up next, there we have Robertny Barros, Elvis Nunes, and Clement Rosselló coming out of France. Roberto, he is one of the best surfers that there are here in Cape Verde, and he is out there on the red and zebra kite all the way over to the left. Then we have Clement is going to be out there also, and we are waiting to see Elvis Nunes as we get out. His action is about to start as we continue on here for this first day of competition here, Cape Verde, Ponta Preta. All right, so we're just trying to get confirmation because I know Clement is riding duotone. All right, they're on the white, so that is going to be Robertny. Yeah, I can see. Okay, this is one of the best surfers. So let's have to double check and see who this is, as I have a feeling that looks like Elvis Nunes. Yes, that is okay. So that was Elvis Nunes. Here we can see this is Robertny. This is the surfing side. You can just see how the way he pumps, how the way he makes his way. He has his body nice and low. Big backside hack into a little air, but going down and out. So it looks like Clement is going to be out there. So still waiting to try and find out. Okay, so there we have Elvis Nunes on the yellow. So on the yellow, we have Elvis Nunes. And then in the two white Lycras out on the north, looks like it was Jairo Neto, yes, and Robertny Barros. So that was why, unfortunately, we do apologize. There was a naming issue now, but now it's good to know that we're right on track. So here we can see. So that is Robertny. So that is Robertny Barros from Cape Verde going backside. And you can just see the surfing style, nice and low, keeping it flexed, pushing, pumping. Very talented free surfer, and now getting together a little bit here on the waves. Wow, all right. So a full stack of heat out there on the water. Let's have a little look at the scores. So at the moment, it is Roberto Barros. So Mr. Barros there with 2.33 in the lead. Then Jairo Neto, who is out there on the core kite coming out of Brazil. And then in third position, we have Elvis Nunes out there on the red North in the yellow Lycra. So those are the athletes. We do apologize for the little mix-up there. We had the wrong information. But I tell you what, with the surfing we have out there, we are just going to have non-stop action down here. Round number 1 of the men. Sunset is at 6:30, so I reckon we're going to be finishing around 6 o'clock. So still a nice solid 2.5 hours of surfing down here. And what a first day Ponta Preta has been giving us, Liam.
It certainly has been delivering and firing from all cylinders. And right now, Roberto Barros is getting himself on his second wave, just getting caught up at the top of that one, not able to drop in, and just the board going in from underneath. But right now, Elvis, again now, second wave for Elvis, getting caught up in that white water, working the kite to try and find his way through. You can see it looks a little bit relaxed there, board nearly taking him out. And let's see what Jairo Neto has on the core kite out the back.
Yeah, the Brazilian looks like he's just chilling all the way out the back, waiting for a better set wave to go. It is anybody's money at the moment. I mean, 2-point waves, these guys can do those in their sleep. So they're literally just trying to wait for that set to come through. And it does look like, I can see out in the front here, that Roberto Barros was just about to relaunch his kite. So all three of them are now going to be chilling and seeing who is going to get the next set wave, as it does look like it's going to be Nunes who's going to be priority, because he is all the way up next to that upwind mark there. You can see with the north. In the middle with the core, that is Jairo Neto, and who is going to be coming into shot very shortly is going to be Barros. After 3 athletes here. Round number 1 of the men, Cape Verde, Ponta Preta.
Here we go, Joe. There looks to be a nice set coming. So riders starting to look over their shoulders, think, I fancy a taste of that. Who is going to be the first rider to drop in on one of these set waves? We will have to shortly wait and find out. Roberto Barros currently leading the heat in first position. Jairo Neto in second, and Elvis sitting in third. As time goes, we've got just under 9 minutes left. So sit tight if you are watching back at home. Crack open a cold one, because the action that is going to be happening over the next couple of hours is sure not to be missed. Here we go. Elvis on this wave here, third wave.
He is engaging and going right to it, really pushing in. Can see the sun is right in front of us, so we're doing our best to be able to see properly out there. We do apologize, but there's not much we can do. If there's one thing we can't move, that is the sun. And I'm glad that it's nice and warm. And I tell you what, Liam, hopefully you won't end up like a lobster this event, mate.
No, I've packed my sun cream this time, Joe. It's fully ready and prepared, but not prepared for all this action, because it is non-stop here at the moment. Jairo Neto working all the way into the judges, takes the hands off the bar, lets loose, lets the fins go, and he is finished up nicely on that one.
Yeah, very nice there from the Brazilian, starting to get a groove on as he is in second position so far, and I reckon he's going to be going right into first there. As we are just approaching the mid-mark, and a little replay, you can see there's the surfing style, opens the shoulder, pushes through the fins, but make sure that he keeps the speed so he can get past that next section. Good riding there from the Brazilian.
And you can see, oh, what a shot. That is the shot. That's the money shot. You can see riders working their way to the right-hand side of the wave, waiting for those sets to come in. It's a real nice right-hand peeler here that comes in. And Elvis is just dropped, or score is dropping for Elvis. It's looking nice. But on your screens right there, Roberto Barros waiting to drop in on this wave. You can see there, switches round to go backside, but decides against it.
All right, there we can see Elvis. Look at that shot all the way from above. And here we can see him engaging, making his way through, up and over. Big top turn. Can he make it down? Air drop. Nice moves here from the local Cape Verdean. Here he has him again, powering, keeping it together, get that kite down to be able to continue. You can see in the back also Roberto Barros. Everybody is having a little bit of action out here. 3 riders on the water. It is non-stop, Liam.
Non-stop, non-stop. These waves are not going anywhere. We can see here just at the corner of my eye, Roberto Barros going down. Unfortunately not able to ride out of that one. Currently sitting in 3rd position, but scores still to drop. And I can see Jairo Neto out the back there, just waiting patiently to pounce on the next wave that comes in.
A couple nice replays there, Liam. I mean, look at that, synchronizing, as you said there before. Roberto out the back. We get the replay of that one. But all of them just absolutely going. And there is the shot. You can see the people on the beach. The waves are coming in. There comes the set. This is what we want to see.
Brilliant bird's eye view there. All 3 riders just waiting. And we've got 5 minutes left of this heat. So plenty of time to come. And here we have Elvis on this wave. Currently sitting in 1st position, getting nice and hacking at the top of that wave. Flowing style from top to bottom here, right in front of the judges.
Yeah, he ain't messing around, and as they say down Oz, he is cooking with gas now, and he ain't here for a haircut. Absolutely going all the way, and he is in 1st and well-deserved position at the moment with a 4.3 in the backup of a 3.63. Going very well, the local Cape Verdean. And I tell you what, he is looking like he is in command of this heat so far. But it does look like all the way out the back there on the screen, I think that is Roberto.
That's the shot. You can see this nice set coming in now. Core kite, that's going to be Jairo Neto dropping in here for his 3rd wave. So let's see what he's got for us now. He's starting at a good moment, starting at a good point. First turn's nice, wants to get a little bit more up on the top. That's better, really kicking out the back end of the fins there, flowing from top to bottom. But then wave maybe didn't line up like he thought.
Yeah, nicely ridden. He couldn't have got much more out of that one, but there we can see at the back. Okay, Elvis missing that first section. Can he get the speed to go down the line? Because this one is opening up all the way. Here it is, engaging that turn. Big open face hack here for the Cape Verdean. He's got to speed it. It is breaking out in front of him, staying a little bit too far behind. He wants to make this one work as he knows how important it is. Oh, he's looking for a little shampoo, a little bit of a barrel. A little bit of shampoo here on the inside. The first little barrel we have seen the whole day. Mixing it up. Now we are talking.
That's what we want to see. A little cheeky barrel. Bit of variety on the waves there. But all systems go for Roberto Barros here. Lovely backside ride in there. Really hacking at the top of the wave. And pulls out of that one. But what a little cheeky barrel that was. That's exactly what we want to see as the waves continue to fire through. And on your screen now, Jairo Neto looking over his right shoulder. What's he got for us?
Yeah, you can see as that tide is getting in there, we are starting to see a couple of cover-ups as the wave does go a little bit more vertical. So here we can see that sun is right in our eyes. We got a couple of our team putting up a little bit of shade here because it is about to come in, and it is about to come in hard here in the competition live stream booth. But there we have the drone getting us a view, and look at those lines. Look at that swell. It really is starting to come through. All right, so here we can see Elvis just, eyeing up, getting a little bit of a shampoo. He is under there, just a little bit, gets the hair wet, You've got to make sure just to mix it up. And as you say, variety and a liking, trying to wait to see what the scores are. Obviously, that was pretty much it. So, yeah, really good out there on the water so far. All right, and we're back, so let's have a little look-see. So first position, Elvis, 8.0. Second position, Roberto Barros, 7.20. Third position, Neto with a 5.77. So close, Roberti dropping in.
Here he is, coming towards the back end of the wave now. Can he get a few more turns to treat us to? Lovely, getting nice and low on that one. This backside riding is so elegant to watch. And here we go, just closing out the back end of this wave, but he's not finished yet. Linking every turn together, getting nice and vertical on that last one with the nose of the boards pointing right up into the wave.
Yeah, and his backup score is a 3.27. I wonder if he's been able to increase that. Needs about a point to be able to get something better. So I reckon it is. I reckon we might see a little old shaker-upper in the final 30 seconds. Will he be getting that first position? But we're still waiting for a few scores to drop, but a very nice backside riding there from him. First round anyway, not elimination round, so everybody keeps going on. It is not until round number 4 until some people start to get going and get down. But what a way to start, as we have had waves and lines stacking to the horizon. But as we're waiting for those results to come in, we're going to go to a little bit of a recap of the last heat. There we can see some of the riders are starting to enjoy as the heat is over. And welcome back, everybody, as we are continuing on. And now, coming out on the water, the maestro himself, Mitu Monteiro, the winner here 2019, back in action. He is up against Carlton Lopez and Luca Gasperini. So those are going to be the three riders coming out onto the screen.
And we can see just that sun, how much of that glare is happening. It's really starting to come down lower now, and on your screens What a heat we've got coming up now, Joe. This is going to be a really, really good, solid 14 minutes of action here. And riding the duotone kite coming in here. This is Luca Gasparini here front and centre on your screen, making the best and the most of this first wave.
Yeah. Nice. Gasparini out of Italy. Talk about throwing down. That is what we are talking about, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, boom. They are not going to let up. Mitu Monteiro there, throwing down on the inside. Yeah, Mitu. All right, so Mitu Monteiro starting off with a nice banger. Let's have a look-see. There we can see. That is Luca Gasparini coming out of Italy. Starting off. Not as much speed, but still hitting the wave in the sweet spot. Getting a couple ones. Starting to get into it. Very talented strapless freestyler. And now, this man, Mitu Monteiro, the godfather of strapless freestyle. And boom, this is the difference. Verticality off the top, out the bottom. Up and over, a little bit of an airdrop, making sure he hits that wave in the power section. You can see he just speeds across. He knows this wave so well, knows how to time it. And this is why he is going to be getting some of the bigger scores, because at the moment it is going to be in the lead, Mitu Monteiro.
So brilliant to watch that, how elegant and how well he knows this wave. And we've also got Kelton Lopez out there on the gong kite, the nice green and black one. Mistake me if I'm wrong, it looked like he was riding backside as well on that last wave that he dropped into. And there he is on your screen. Kelton Lopez, yes, riding the backside. So really good, the variety that we're seeing, Joe. In every heat so far in the men's division, we've always had one backside rider.
Yes, we do. And here we have him dropping in. Lopez himself, up and over, getting a little bit high. Trying to start to get his groove on. Nice bottom turn, but gets karate chopped and Jackie Chan style off of that wave. So that is going to be a wipeout for him, unfortunately, as he is going to be looking for something bigger. But it is the man of the moment, Mitu Monteiro, in first position. And I know there are a lot of athletes on the shore watching to see how the past champ is.
This is really good for the athletes as well. They'll want to watch Mitu to understand how he sees the wave and where potentially, what they can take into their heats. Watching someone like Mitu with so much experience at this spot and also the fantastic wave rider that he is. You can see here Kelton really getting involved in this wave. Good first turn, you said, just got sat on the top there, and this is where he gets caught up in the second turn.
All right, so there it is there. Mitu Monteiro, first position. Second position, Kelton with a 3.24. Third position, Gasparini. And it does look like Mitu Monteiro, I can see out of the corner of our eye here, looks like he's going to be dropping in. Here he comes. The local boy, the man, the legend himself. Let's see what he has. Engaging first turn. Boom, straight off the top all the way down. Make sure he sticks to that power section. Bow! Talk about hitting it in the sweet spot. Mitu is not leaving anything out. Not leaving anything out for granted. And I tell you what, you can tell the local crowd staying along here with him. And a very, very nice wave there from Mitu Monteiro. Going for a little bit of an air on his way down.
That wave did not stop, Joe. I think that's one of the longest ridden waves we've seen today. From start to finish, Mitu making every single inch of that water worthwhile. Just hacking at the top of every wave, linking the top and the bottom of each turn. The fluid and the style that he showed there sure is going to get some big numbers on the scoreboards.
Yes, he is. And like you say, linking it together, mixing it up, a little bit of an air at the bottom. Judges are going to be liking that. Already I'm seeing some big numbers are going to be dropped very shortly. But now let's keep our eyes out there on the backs. It does look like we can see Kelton Lopez is about to drop in, and he is currently in second position.
Two scores for Kelton, a 2.07 and a 1.17. So we'll definitely be looking to improve on probably both of those. And here he is, backside. Nice little first turn. Gaining some speed here, though. He's going to need to get past this whitewater and really initiate and get nice and vertical. Wants to get a little bit more engaged on the turn. And doesn't quite link everything together.
Yeah, and we can see he's going to be making his way back out to that upwind mark. He's going to be looking for the next set to come through. Can already see over the top of the screen here, Liam, that we have both of the riders, Luca Gasparini and Mitu Monteiro, circling out there, as we've been saying, like the little sharks that they are. But it was the man at the moment, Mitu Monteiro, who is in the driving seat with a total of a 13.47, already setting the bar high, 7.67, the highest score wave of the day so far.
Brilliant stuff, and 7.5 minutes remaining in this heat, 13.47, so way out in front at the moment, but we all know what can happen in the heats. Anything can happen. We don't know what's going to be thrown our way when it comes to these waves, but so far for the men's rounds, it has been absolutely pumping.
Yeah, they ain't here. They are cooking with gas, and they are definitely not here for a haircut. So here we can see, all right, Luca Gasparini, the Italian, all the way over. Boom, straight in the middle. Loosening up just ever so slightly. Here we have Carlton Lopez a little bit further back. Off the top, nice first check turn. Here we have the Cape Verdean, getting himself in on a video entry and up and over, but just missing off of that wave. And it does look like, if I'm not mistaken, there he is. So Mitu Monteiro, wave number 3. What's he looking for? Speeding along. Oh, but missing the board, unfortunately, on that one. Looking like to go windsurfing style, a little bit of an aerial there, but not being able to grab the board and coming down a little bit short.
Yeah, great to see that variety of the airs coming into the wave, though. We saw a clip of James Crew online. I don't know if you managed to see it, Joe, but he had a huge air just a few short days ago at this exact spot. So looking forward to seeing the men and the ladies get some airtime on the waves. And here we have Mitu, your current heat leader. I'm pretty sure this is where he goes for that little bit of a pop in the air. But yes, doesn't quite manage to grab the board, just gives his foot a little scratch and goes down with the fish.
Yeah, he does. That's a little high to the mermaids there, so just under 6 minutes to go. Here we have our, Carlton Lopez. I tell you what, this guy is keeping himself busy. Really nice and engaged turn there. You know, rail to rail, off, top to bottom. Just getting caught up a little bit there. Is he going to come down? No, he's going to make it into the foam pit. And here we can see Gasparini currently in third position. Nice top turn hack, and I tell you what, he has some speed, that boy.
Yep, full beans with Luca Gasparini. He is committed to this wave. Just unfortunately there, just coming off the top of it and not being able to initiate the next turn. But plenty of speed, plenty of power. You know what they say, Joe, if you can't handle the heat, where'd you go?
You got to get out the kitchen, mate. You got to get out the kitchen, and we are definitely batting some eggs and making an omelette right now. So here we have Gasparini out there on the white lycra. What has this man got for us? Boom. Nice little replay of that last wave. And I tell you what, really starting to engage. And every single wave he's getting, you can see he's getting more in sync with Ponta Preta. We've been saying it again, and we will say it all week long. Experience, experience, experience.
Experience is what's going to play a huge factor in who advances in each heat. And we can see, just with Kelton, every wave that he takes, he's definitely keeping himself busy, but every wave he's taken, he's just improving that little bit more. And on your right-hand side now, that sort of pinky red kite, Luca Gasparini on for another wave. So let's try and get eyes on Luca.
Yeah, we can see he looks like he's gone off for that one at the back. We're going to have Carlton Lopez here up in the front. This is going to be a nice backside wave. Opens, open face hack. Can he make his way over? Yes, he does. Can he hold it together? Oh, yeah! Can he hold it together? He is getting work. Does he make it? Does he make it? I tell you what, I give him A for effort. I will give him A for effort. And now the back, here we can see Mitu Monteiro again going all the way down. It's incredible to see how he keeps the speed. Always he knows this wave so well. Boom! And gets a little bit of a shampoo there, Mitu. And he's going to make his way all the way down to the shore break. But I tell you what, Carlton Lopez put it in the effort to be able to hold out on that section.
For sure, getting thrown around like a rag doll there, but still managing to keep his feet on the board. Great effort, and then Mitu just backing it up there. And out the back, Luca Gasparini jumping on another wave. So here he is on your screen right now, currently sitting, bumping up into second place. Nice top turn there. Let's see if he can link it up nice and quickly with this next. Yeah, hacks out those fins. Plenty of pressure going from rail to rail on the board, trying to keep the fluidity going. carving around this wave all the way in towards the judges. They're going to like what they see here, but definitely wants to be a little bit more punchy here to wrap things up.
We are definitely getting some action down here now. All three of the boys throwing it. This is what we want to see. Mitu Monteiro, Luca Gasparini, Carlton Lopez, round number 1 of the competition. And as that tide is pushing up, let's not forget, high tide 5 o'clock. We have a 1 point Evan at 17 seconds. So this is a nice westerly swell. And this is what we wanted to see. And here we can see some of the replays of what has been going down. And already good turns, good numbers, good hacks out there. Highest combination score so far, 13.47. And looking out the corner of the window here, it looks like we've got some more sets coming our way, Liam.
More sets coming our way. Just over 2 minutes remaining on this heat. It is non-stop, and Kelton Lopez again getting involved in yet another wave. This guy absolutely loves it, and he's making the most out of this one. Is he going to be able to drop back in with a little bit of airtime? Unfortunately not. Board just gets lost underneath his feet and gets caught up in the break of that wave.
Yeah, you can see just didn't quite get the push he needed. Had that kite a little bit too high and was not able to be able to get back and engage here on the wave. You can see links to the bottom turn really nicely, pushes it out, but there the kite pulling him above. He tries to air down, but not being able to pull that one off. Such a shame, because that was looking like it would have been a very nice wave. He is trying to get into second position so far, and now we're just waiting, as it looks like all of the athletes are up there right next to that top mark. And I'm going to say it, Liam, it looks like the wind's picked up a bit.
I think everything's picked up a little bit, Joe, over the last sort of 15 minutes. The wind's definitely increased. We've seen bigger waves come through in quicker sets, more consistent. And I don't know if that's because we've got 3 riders in the water as well, where they're all keeping as busy as they can, but conditions are firing now. Local time just gone past 4 o'clock. As you mentioned, sunsets doesn't go till 6:30, so I wouldn't go anywhere if you're at home watching. Keep on enjoying the action, because we've got more to come.
Yes, we do. We do have more to come, and I tell you what, there is a lot of heats coming our way. We are going to be pushing until that golden hour, and then it is time for that nice little cold one and enjoying a full day of action. We started at 10 o'clock on the dot, and it has been non-stop, so it will be a total of probably about 10 hours of competition, but the forecast is there, and this is what we wanted to see, and I can already see out the back the riders are trying to find and trying to see what they are going for, as there's just 20 seconds to go. Are we beginning to see another guy out there on a wave? It does not look like it, as the final 10 seconds. Will we see another person dropping in of this heat number 1? But coming up next, we are going to be having Lorenzo Casati, the big air machine, Pablo Amores from Spain, and Clement Rosselló. Those is going to be the next heat coming our way. Red flag in the sky. So let's have a little look at the recap of that last heat. All right, and welcome back, everybody. So there we can see these are the boys that are going to be throwing down in our Colosseum of Ponta Preta. Lorenzo Casati, the winner of the Red Bull King of the Air. This guy, when it comes to flying, he knows what he is doing, and he goes to the absolute moon. Pablo Amores holding in from Spain, coming out of Tarifa, recently just joining the Ozone team, and he is there with Charlie Martin. Charlie Martin, youngster from the Reunion United, very talented surfer, and one of my favorite stylish athletes out here on the water.
A brilliant heat lining up, and it looks like Casati here isn't taking any prisoners and is not slowing down anytime soon. The rider from Cabrina on his first wave, just linking the turns together, not on the biggest wave here, but it's a wave that he's going to have in his back pocket. It's a score, and you can see there just flagging someone down on the beach. Maybe he wants to, it looks like he's going to change boards here. His caddy I can see running down the beach, so probably not going to do anything too special on the back end of this one.
Yeah, and that caddy is his younger brother. These guys, the Casati brothers, they are very known in the big air scene. I mean, you know, King of the Air champion, current champion out there on the water. They are so talented. The spatial awareness and the stuff they are pulling out, for lack of a beep word, is ridiculous.
Yeah, big air is definitely going in a direction which is super, super crazy, and it's people like those two that keep pushing the sport, and it's great to see them, you know, jumping in on the waves as well. It just shows you how all-rounded. We talk about the most complete kite surfer, Joe, and we've mentioned it a few times today. Lorenzo Casati is one of those riders.
Absolutely. He is one of the guys. You know, it's actually quite a few of the big air scene riders that do most of the disciplines. We got Jeremy Bolando as well, who was the vice world champion last season as well, when we had Artur Gilbert as the world champion. So he was number 2 in the world. And it is really impressive to see how they do the multi-disciplines. Let's not forget also we got a multi-discipline event here, as we have our, you know, sister tour of the wing foilers are coming here as well to, you know, battle themselves out here at Ponta Preta for 100% waves. And now also out there on the wave, a very talented surfer, Clement Rosselló. He's recently been going out there in Nazaré. He goes, you know, we've seen him at a lot of the big wave breaks, a very, very talented free surfer. And then let's not forget Pablo Amores coming out of Tarifa, been on tour for quite a while, and he's been spending quite a bit of time down here in Cape Verde, and he has recently just changed sponsors over there to Ozone and looking pretty snazzy today.
Everyone's looking snazzy out there with conditions like this. You can see the Ozone kite on your right-hand side with Pablo getting involved on his first wave. So dropping in, let's see what he has. Second wave, sorry, previously scoring a 1.33, but this one's shaping up nicely. Not the biggest wave, as you can see now, backs out, but out the back, Clement.
Yeah, he is not messing around. Clement really pushing and yanking that first section there as he made his way through. All right, so Lorenzo Casati, 3.27 in the lead. Clement Rosselló, 2.67. And then we have Pablo Amores with a 1.33 as we're just approaching that 10-minute mark. If you're just joining us, welcome to the season opener here of the kitesurfing discipline in Cape Verde. At the moment, we have 14-minute men's heats. 100% surf is what we're looking for. They have 12 waves that they can go on, and the top 2 waves are the ones that count.
And 3 riders in each heat as we progress through in the afternoon. Conditions have been firing, and I can see now out of the corner of the booth there's 3 absolute gems that are working their way up. 3 riders, 3 waves. Let's see what we have. Here we have, mistake me if I'm wrong, is Pablo. Yes, Pablo getting onto this wave here. Sun is starting to drop, so apologies on the slight glare. But you can see just passing his way through that whitewash there, trying to get past, looking maybe for the barrel. Is he going to get involved, get the hair wet? Not quite deep enough, but still flatlining that section. These waves are really starting to open up now. Give these riders plenty of maneuvers, obstacles to face. as Pablo is not finished yet on this wave. Just trying to link a couple short turns towards the back end of this one as he passes the judge tower, and you can see there, looks to be done. And Casati as well on another wave. And here is the replay of Clement's last wave, running backside. Nice initial turn there, definitely wanting to look at getting more vertical. Putting in the hack slightly too early. Let's get that nose of the board out, and he just gets wiped out by some of that whitewash. And then moving on to Pablo there, looking for the barrel. Nice effort though, we saw a little barrel earlier in one of the earlier heats. And that one was definitely a nice one. So 8 minutes left on the scores. Clement has popped himself into first position, Lorenzo in second, and Pablo sitting in third. And as the sea goes a little quiet, we wait patiently for the next set, because they're coming through thick and fast. And here we have it, Red Bull King of the Air champion Lorenzo Casati on another wave. First turn up into the whitewater. This one looks nice. Lovely hack at the top of the wave there. Starting to really link them together now. Two alternative turns, but just going, unfortunately, down, losing his momentum at the back end of that wave. That's really, really unfortunate, because those two turns that he managed to link together consecutively were really, really special. And now focus onto the current heat leader, Clement. Very talented surfer, as Joe mentioned. Spends a lot of time over in Nazaré with the big stuff. And decides to back out of that last one. Still comfortably feeling good out there. 7.03 in first position. You see there Pablo on your right hand side losing his board on that last wave. It's all systems go, go, go as we enter and continue through men's round one. Clement here, backside. That's much better. That's what we're looking for. Judges would appreciate that one. Two solid turns. Plenty of spray coming off the back end of that wave. Super vertical there. That's three solid turns. Actually make that four. This is definitely one of Clement's best waves. 5 turns. He's not done yet. 6 turns. Starting to ride this one out a little bit. Let's go with the bar just to give himself a little bit of slack, and just going down at the end. But beautiful maneuvers at the start of that wave. We'll be very pleased with that one, and very interesting to see what the judges will fire the scores through. And here's the replay of that last wave from Clement. Definitely one of his better waves to begin with. I think it's this next turn where he really engages all that body, gets super vertical, bang, thanks for coming, signed, sealed, and delivered. And then backs it up with another super vertical maneuver. Linking the turns, showing the flow, plenty of style. This guy is not here to mess around. And then we have Pablo here with his last replay. But let's try and go back to the action on the water, because riders are on current waves. So let's see what we have here. Lorenzo Casati on your screens right now. Flatline in this section, a little bit of an air. Pops right down, joins the wave, and links the turns back together. He's not finished here yet. There's another one in the locker. Beautiful little air there. One of the biggest we've seen so far today. And we're seeing more and more of them. And this guy is not slowing down anytime soon. Sitting in second place. Here we have Pablo Amores. Again, all these riders really starting to link it and find the flow, find the rhythm, feel the beat. And that's a nice air there, but unfortunately not managing to grab the rail of the board to stick it back under his feet. And as I look at the ticker, just over 4 minutes remaining. Currently no change in the lineup. Clement still sitting in first position with Lorenzo hunting like a tiger in second, and Pablo not far off either in third place. And just there you can see, unfortunately, not being able to grab the board. And here he is, your current heat leader, backside rider, getting Mr. Vertical in that last wave. Let's see if he can deliver us another treat once more. Beautiful turn there, waves really lining up nicely now. Going on the floating top there, nice and light. And then linking up as this wave starts to filter out. And Lorenzo Casati there just getting eaten up on that one. Replay here of the last wave from Clement. Look at that spray. Really pushing off that back foot there. Rail to rail. Up and down the way from top to bottom, making it look too easy. And just under 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, it's really good to see Clement getting some of those top scores. Obviously, that surfing background, you can really tell the difference. But I mean, Lorenzo Casati there, 9.13. These boys are definitely looking like they're throwing down. And Leon just jumped out the booth there for a moment. So it does look like we are going to be pushing all the way until the sunset. All right, so it looks like we're probably going to have time maybe for one more wave for each one of these riders. 9 seconds on the ticker, and it does look like they are hunting, but I can't see much energy out there right now, Liam.
Definitely calmed down over the last 30 seconds, but you know, it's not over until that buzzer hits, and we have just under 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. We all know what can happen in that time. Mother Nature can prevail and give us some more waves.
Yeah, I mean, Mother Nature has been giving us and prevailing all morning and afternoon long. Just coming past 4:30 local time as we are about to end this heat. It was just less than a minute to go.
And here we go, Joe. 40 seconds left, and it is firing now. Waves are coming in, and Clement on your screen now. Great first turn, really getting vertical, linking them together. Plenty of spray coming off from those fins. Third turn on the wave, hits a little bit of a bump there and goes down. Not able to link all of it and all the pieces of the puzzle together.
Yeah, and here we can see starting to make his way back. That is Pablo Amores trying to look for a little cover-up and a little bit of shampoo. As it is unfortunate that sun is right in front of us. We're not going to be able to trying to get it as dark as possible for you to see at home. But I tell you what, these guys are throwing down. Pablo, all right, he's looking for an air. A little bit of a hop here on the wave. And also I can see out the back, we could see Lorenzo Casati also engaging on yet another wave. Big, nice hack there for him. He is trying to look to get through to that first position as he is in second so far. It is being close. It is being close.
Will that be a buzzer beater? We can see Clement's score there just bumping up from his 10 to a 13.10 as we enter the final few seconds of this heat. Will that wave from Lorenzo be enough to just push him up into first position?
And there it is, red flag. And here's the replay of that last wave. And I tell you what, Pablo, a very nice long wave there for him. And then we saw the one after that with Lorenzo Casati.
Both of these boys throwing down, and look at the size of that set coming through. Now we are talking. So we're going to have a little bit of a recap of that last seat as we continue on with day number 1 here in Cape Verde, Ponta Preta. And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. And let's have a little look, see who is going to be out there on the water. So we have Jairo Neto coming out of Brazil. Is going to be going up against Arsenio Diaz. And there we can see the core kite flying through the sky. Let's go right out onto the water, because it looks like Neto has started off with a very nice and long wave all the way down to the bottom section here of Ponta Preta.
And there he is on your screen, Jairo Neto there. First wave done and dusted. So scores shortly to be dropping there for him. And Arsenio Diaz now on your screen pops himself over to that switch stance. And the first wave looks to be shaping up nicely. And it looks like a big one as well. Let's see when that first turn can start to get initiated. And how vertical can he get? Nice open face hack there at the top of the wave. And just getting through the white water there, getting past it, opening up his body nicely there. And that's a good shot there. You can sort of see the sides of the wave. Nice vertical turn there. And the crowd is loving it, showing flow, showing style with ease. And I like to call that steezy stuff as he continues on with this wave. Arsenio Diaz not done yet, keeping himself busy, busy, and busy.
Yeah, beautiful opener there from the young Cape Verde, and you really love how he engages. He just goes down, keeps his body low, and he, rail to rail. He doesn't flutter. Here you can see that turn up, all the way up to the top, nice and vertical, whips that body around, gets that board around and down, and here again, all the way down, right across the judges. They are going to be liking that one, as we're just waiting for some numbers to drop. And also that first wave of Jairo Neto. So still waiting for those first scores to drop in, but both of these boys are on the money as soon as that buzzer went.
Great first wave there from Arsenio Diaz as well. I think that wave just peaked on Jairo's, but it's early days. It's early days in this heat, and as you can notice, we're now down to 2 men on the heats. So gone down from 3 to 2, because we have moved into round 2, heat number 1. So pushing forward as time is ticking, but conditions are still firing So why would we ever leave, Joe? Why would we ever go anywhere else?
Absolutely, mate. And let's not forget, high tide is going to be at 5 o'clock. That's why we're pushing all the way, because as soon as we get past that high tide, normally when there's a change of tide is when the waves and swell starts to drop. So we are going to be going all the way until the sunset. Idea is to continue on until about 6 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll try and get information from you, from our race crew on you for that. But at the moment, Ponta Preta has been given us all that we need, and I tell you what a way to start off an event.
Talking to a lot of the riders actually before the day started, they did mention that over the last few days it's been this time where it's really started to get meaty, where the waves and the wind have really been at their peak. And I can honestly say right now these waves are firing and coming through, giving us watching, those on the beach and you at home, everything we've ever wanted for the first stop of the year 2023. We're off to a bang. Kite surf at its best. 2 riders on the water, Arsenio Diaz against Jairo Neto. It's all systems go. And that's a beauty shot there. You can see a couple of nice rolling waves coming in. Looking out the corner of my eye as they continue to filter through. Both riders just patiently making their way back in towards the competition area. They're definitely seeing something. I'm trying to look out the corner of my eye as it looks a little bit flat just on these last few seconds.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't look like there's a lot of energy out there, but still loads of time. We're just going past 10 minutes on this action, 10 minutes of this heat. Arsenio Diaz with a beauty of an opener of a 6.23, and it does look like both of the guys are at the top. They're just waiting near that upwind mark for those sets to come through. It does look like sets are taking a little longer now, but when they are coming in, I'm going to say it, I reckon they're bigger.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joe. There's definitely been a slight delay in the sets coming through, but when they are coming in, there's a little bit more punch, there's a little bit more grit on each wave. And here we have on one of the smaller waves, and deciding against it, Jairo Neto, probably a good choice there because, you know, it's been firing. He knows out there bigger waves are due. With plenty of time on the clock, just under 9 minutes. Why rush? You know, take it easy, take a breather, have a beer out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what some of the riders also do is they try and kind of get a couple of, you know, kind of base scores, just trying to, you know, get the juices flowing, get a couple up there on the scoreboard, and then they go to improve them. But hey, if there's far and few between the sets, what you don't want to do is to be caught on inside when that set comes through and lose that scoring opportunity, because wave selection is key. And the judges, if you pick off the good set wave, if you have been patient and you perform on that wave, you are going to get the top scores.
That's a really good point, actually. Just getting those 2 scores on the boards and just being a little bit safe, and then you can enjoy yourself and take a few more risks. And we can see here Arsenio Diaz getting onto this one as he makes his way in front of our live stream booth, really getting vertical. This wave looks to have closed out on him though, and yes, going down there as he makes his way in towards those rocks. So definitely called a close call there, and Jairo Neto decides against that one as well.
Yeah, you can see he said hello to the seaweed on that one. He was cutting that very close, and Jairo Neto as well. But yeah, you know, that kind of looked like a warning wave for both of these guys, as sometimes you get these sets of 1 or 2 waves, which means that there is some energy coming their way. What I really love about them, you can just see that in the replay. Arsenio Diaz, he just extends that back leg, pushes the powerway, driving through the fins. One of the few backside riders that we have here, waiting to see Matthew Lopez coming back out, as we will see them in round number 3. Currently here in round number 2, 4 heats in this round number 2. And here we can see Jairo Neto. This wave did look like it was starting to get up nicely, able to get a good first check turn, but then decided against it there as he looked like it was closing out in front of him. Once again, all of these guys, they know they can produce the goods, but they want to be on a set wave, and that is what it looks like everybody is looking for.
Everyone's looking for the perfect rollers that come through, and they know they're coming through. They've been firing for the last couple of hours. Well, they've been firing all day, but really getting good over the last, since the men have jumped on the water. Round 2, heat number 1. Arsenio Diaz currently sitting in first position, and Jairo Neto on your screen right now is about to jump in for his 4th wave, but again decides against it. So wave selection is proving to be a big factor in this heat.
Yeah, and the idea out there, just getting a little bit of information from the race crew, is to try and make our way through the complete round number 3. So at the moment, we've got 4 heats here of round number 2, and then there's 8 heats of round number 3. So there is going to be a lot of action still to come. Arsenio Diaz about to go down. Cuncuña, here he comes. Yet another set wave. Let's see what he has for us.
Engaging here at the top. Look at that sun glare, but you can just about make him out of the top of that wave. Working the kite. Is he going to get nice and vertical? Yes. Going for what looked maybe a 360 there, but I think the wave caught him off guard.
Yeah, just pushed that tail a little bit too far and got it out. But wow, Jairo Neto answering back as he is in second, but very closely behind. A couple of big hats down the line. A decent 3-turn wave, that one, and he's going to milk this wave all the way to the bottom to try and add up a little bit more of a score, as his backup is a 0.53, so he is definitely going to be improving on that one. You know what? We might be seeing a change on the leaders out there at the moment, and here we can see the replay of that last 2 waves.
And that's exactly what happened there. Arsenio Diaz, that board, that tail just got away from him. And here, Jairo Neto down the line, putting a few turns together, definitely going to improve on that 0.53. So just waiting to see what the judges will score. Scores coming our way shortly. And here's the back end of the wave. Just a couple of nice little check turns just to smooth things out. As you can see, both our riders making their way back out towards the competition area, back upwind to catch a few more bombs.
Yeah, no, definitely. We've got 4.5 minutes left on the old buzzer, the old ticker, as the clock is going and making its way down. Currently your leader, Arsenio Diaz, but we're waiting for a score of that last wave there from Jairo Neto. Is it going to be enough to take the lead? But Arsenio, tell you what, backside is absolutely ripping at this event so far.
Brilliant to watch, and every heat we've seen a backside rider in, and just shows that variety and that different sort of fluidity of riding. For me as well, backside riding, Joe, just watching it, it's just so smooth, and when they really put all the turns together, it's very, very special.
Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is very, very special to see, and looking forward to seeing Matthew Lopez coming in very shortly. All right, Arsenio Diaz dropping in, up and over. There we can see nice first turn. All the way up on the right-hand side, trying to speed across to see if he can make something of this. Getting a bit close to the rocks once again, and you can see him deciding against it. And I tell you what, there's some set waves coming in. Let's have a look. Jairo Neto dropping down.
Few bombs. Yeah, he's on a good wave here. Let's see what Jairo Neto can produce. Putting in that first turn. Getting nice and low. Big hack. Driving down the face of this wave now as he enters towards the front of the live stream booth. Trying to get past that flat water.
Even looked like he was going to try and get a little bit of a shampoo, a little bit of a cover up there, but it's deciding against it. This wave, it did look like it was going to open up, and it seemed to have kind of loosened off out the back. And just looking once again over the window here of the live stream booth, I reckon it looks like Arsenio Diaz is going to be about ready to go on a wave. All right, Arsenio, this is a very nice wave, and tell you what, this is lines all the way down the reef. Can he make of it? Big engaging first turn off the top. Boom! Nice first opener. He needs to speed up if he wants to get past that second section. There he is going along. Second turn up and over. Arsenio. Now he is getting into his groove. Turn number 3, keeping that kite low and flowing all the way down to the shore, and the crowd and the locals going wild as Cuncuña is definitely going to be getting a very nice score coming his way.
Every turn there. Let's just look at this replay. You'll see so vertical going back up the face of this wave. Here's number 1. 3, 2, 1, boom. That's what we want to see. Then continues the momentum, continues the speed, puts in another right there. Beautiful stuff there from Arsenio Diaz. And as you mentioned, Joe, definitely I think we're going to see a little change of his score, 10.33 currently. Let's see what the judges will fire through for that last wave.
Yeah, I mean, I will say it was only 2 decent turns. He did kind of straight line halfway through that wave, so I don't reckon it's going to be a huge score. But definitely one thing I always like to say is body language. It looks like Arsenio is getting loose. He's getting back into it, and he really is throwing the power and throwing that tail in the waves as we are just approaching the final minute of this heat. And it doesn't look like there's much lines on the horizon. Is Jaime Neto going to have a chance to redeem himself and try and take the win here, as he is very, very close? He needs something like a 5 point something if he wants to be able to go through, improving on both of those scores. But where time is ticking, the clock is going, and I tell you what, it does not look like there's energy out there, mate.
No, it's definitely calmed down as we enter the last sort of 30 seconds of this heat. And we can see there, little slight increase for Arsenio there. Bang on the 12 now, so that last wave scoring a 5.77. So definitely a little improvement on the one before. But as you mentioned, Joe, a couple of nice, just the 2 nice turns. But still, 5.77. He's increased his lead just that little incy-wincy bit more. And it's really getting tough times now because Jairo Neto is out there, I can see, making his way back upwind on your screen, but final few seconds, it's not looking good.
No, there it is. There is the red flag, meaning that it is going to be Arsenio Diaz going through and taking the win in this round number 2. So congratulations to him, making his way through to round number 3. But while we wait for the next heat to come out on the water, let's get a recap of these actions. And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. And coming up next, we are going to have Ricardo Betancourt is going to be going up against Alves Nunes. So there we can see there are all of the athletes that are starting to go out there on the water. That was round number 1 coming up. And we're going to have a little look at round number 2, because that is where we are right now. Ricardo Betancourt and Alves Nunes. So there we can see Jairo Neto, Arsenio Diaz. We're waiting for the results on that one. Ricardo Betancourt, Alves Nunes coming up next to Cape Verde, and is going to be battling it out. Pablo Nunes, Lucas Gasparini, and then Cautin Lopez and Lorenzo Casati. That is going to be the round number 2. And now let's get out there to the action, because it is a set is coming our way. Less than a minute to start, and I can see the boys all the way over on the right-hand side fishing for some waves. And there are the Sharks themselves. Betancourt out there on the left with the white t-shirt, and then we can see Alves Nunes there on the right. Let's get ready to rumble. All right, so green flag is in the sky. And I can see out of the corner of their eye that it looks like both of them are all the way up there on the upwind mark. 14-minute heats, 12 waves are allowed. Top 2 waves are the ones that count on their scores to be able to go and make their way through to the future rounds of the competition. Currently in the water, Ricardo Betancourt out there on the core kite, and Elvis Nunes out there on the North Kiteboarding red kite. Let's get it on, guys. I want to see a set coming our way. All right, so there we can see Ricardo Betancourt here on the inside. Elvis Nunes a little bit further back. Both of the boys just chilling, waiting. All right, so it is going to be Ricardo who's going to be deciding to take it on one of these little inside rollers, as he is going to be engaging for the first wave of this heat. Looks like Elvis Nunes is going to be doing something similar out the back as well, but no, Ricardo deciding against it. Oh, you can see the slack in the lines there. All right, Elvis, little bit of a whitewash. Did he manage to get out of that one? It doesn't look like he did. The crowd starting to pack around. So that's going to be a wipeout there for Nunes. But he is liking and actually reading the little cover-ups very well. Let's see what these boys have. All right, so waiting to see if a set is going to be coming through, as it does look like waves are starting to back off ever so slightly. When the sets come through, they do have the size. It does look like the frequency isn't quite there. Swell is looking good for tomorrow as well, as we're going to be pushing through. We need 2 to 3 complete days of competition to complete the kite surfing discipline. And talk about on the first day of the waiting period, it is go here in Cape Verde. 1.33 for that wave there from Ricardo Betancourt, as we are just waiting. And there is Elvis Nunes just about to drop in. Nice first hack, letting that tail loose, coming all the way down. This one's opening up quite nicely. He's definitely going to be able to get a couple turns on this one. Nice little turn, check turn, jack back to the foam ball. Now he's going to be making his way across some of the inside sections of the waves, as we are getting to that full tide, as that full tide here is at 5 o'clock. Airs it out, landing on the wave. The first air of the competition there from Elvis Nunes. And Ricardo Betancourt in the back also. So both of these boys starting to throw down and kind of feast off of each other's energy. Round number 2, heat number 2, as we continue on day number 1 here, Ponta Preta. And here we can see the replays there. So that is Elvis Nunes. And you can see going across the rocks there, and this is where he gets that little bit of an air. Just kind of, oiling onto the face, keeping the board against the wind, and then landing back down there. A little bit of a 1-foot kung fuing there, but managed to keep it together. And there, here we can see Betancourt. A nice open face hack. Really like how this guy keeps the speed, keeps that kite down and powered, and pushing it all the way to the bottom. So definitely Ricardo with a nice surf there, but a 4.77 for that last wave from Elvis Nunes is going to put him in to first position. All right, so now it does look like we have some waves coming our way, as it is definitely taking time in between sets. So dropping in, there we can see Ricardo. Little bit of a wobbly first turn. He's definitely going to have to push if he wants to start to get some scores on this one. Here comes turn number 2. Definitely times it right. That is better. Eyeing himself down the line to keep the speed to get past that section. 3 turns. This is turning out in one of the better waves he's had so far. Ricardo milking this one all the way down to the bubbly reef. So yet another one trying to improve on his backup score of a 1.33. Let's see if he's going to get past that with the engagement of those turns. I reckon he might even improve his first score. Here we can see the replay of that last wave. Really like how he went back to the foam ball there to be able to keep the power. Hit it, trying to hit it vertically. He doesn't go as vertical as we're probably wanting to see, but still dotting the I's, crossing the T's, getting some of the numbers, as it looks like it's going to be a 3.77 for him, putting him into first position. Next up, looks like Alves is looking at something out there. Yes, he is. Here he goes. All right, Alves Nunes. This is looking like a very nice set wave. It's got some munch. It's got some hollowness to it. First up, but no, times it a little bit wrong and goes out and over to the washing machine here. So that is unfortunate because he's going to miss out on that set, but still just under halfway to go on this heat. And now Betancourt taking the advantage of that wipeout from Alves Nunes is going to be bringing on the heat as he is in first position, looking to improve on his scores. All right, both of them getting thrown down there by that last set as we're just coming out on 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's see, we're still waiting for Mitu to come out once again. He has been the top scoring rider so far, and he is definitely the man to beat out there at the moment. Round number 3, we're going to be seeing a lot of the heavy hitters coming our way. We're still waiting for world champion James Carew to come back out. We've got boys like Carlton Lopez, Pedro Matos, Sebastián Ribeiro, Camille Delanois, and all of the usual suspects. That round number 3 is when we are definitely going to see the big dogs coming out and start to bite and bark their way through Cape Verde. And now at the moment, a little bit of a lull in between the sets as we're just coming up on 5 minutes left as we continue on here for the first day of competition. There you go. It looks like some lines making their way across the horizon, as currently it is very close in between these two guys, and only Alves has a backup wave of a 0.77. So if he gets a second wave, he's definitely going to have a contention of going into first. He has it a little bit easier as Ricardo has a 3.77 and 2.50. So let's see if the North Rider can get a second gem and take himself into first, because let's not forget, second round, the winner will be going through to the third round of the competition. Idea today is to make it all the way through round number 3, as it has been non-stop since 10 o'clock in the morning. And there we go. Now we're talking. All right, Nunes dropping in. Nice and timed first. Big hack back to the power zone. Here it's going vertical. Does he get it? Yeah, right in the sweet spot. Now we're talking driving down the line, engaging. Little bit late on that last turn. Had to go for a mid-face hack. And let's see what he's going to have for us down here, as this is where the wave starts to get up. He's looking like he's trying, but straight line in the end part of that. But 2 decent turns there for him. Alves Nunes, ladies and gentlemen. And then also Ricardo Betancourt at the back had another good one as well. Let's see a little replay of that one and see the action out here on the water, because both of these boys, pound for pound, punch for punch, who is going to be coming out on top? There you can see the replay. Alves pushing, driving through the fins all the way off the top, making use of that speed and power. That's where he went a little bit too late. Wasn't able to hit that third section, but putting 2 very good turns in. And now just waiting for a score to come up. It's looking like, I reckon he might be getting a very decent score and improving on his overall here. And now both of the athletes making their way back out to the back to seeing that next set coming through, as we have just got under 3 minutes to go. Day number 1, ladies and gentlemen. What a season opener. Now we are talking. And I can see lines stacking to the horizon. It is go green light. Bring it on, Ponta Preta. Okay, so both of them as just closing in the last 20 seconds. And then it's 2 minutes to go. Once again, okay, so I can see it is Betancourt going to be dropping in inside roller all the way down. Let's see what he has for us. Now we're talking. All right, Ricardo. First turn, big, hitting the hack, hitting it in the sweet spot. But unfortunately just getting a little bit too toe heavy and going across that front edge. As we wait, and we can start to see all of the athletes making their way through. There we can see that replay here. This is where it goes. You can see goes off the top. The wave just took the front of that board and goes over that front edge. And out the back there, both of the guys circling around to see who is going to be going on that next wave, as we are coming in on the final 90 seconds of this second heat of round number 2. It's official, 5 o'clock somewhere. You know what that time is. Good friend of mine, Diogo Cardoso here, just coming out in front and reminding me what happens at 5 o'clock. Here we go, big Elvis, really powerful. Oh, unfortunately, looked like he got picked up and taken down there on that one. Not sure if he hit something there as we're in the final minutes. It does look like, I reckon he might have hit something. Try and get some information in there, as that sun is pretty much dead on in front of our cameras. It is very hard to see. I tell you what, I'm going to have a nice lobster tan by the end of the afternoon. All right, here we go. Ricardo Betancourt, he is looking to improve his score by about 2 overall points to see if he can take out Elvis, but I don't think it is going to be enough. He's deciding against that wave. Maybe he's going to be going for the wave out here in front, as it's just less than 10 seconds to go. And there it is, red flag in the sky. So taking the win there is definitely going to be Elvis Nunes, the local Cape Verdean, making his way through to round number 3. And it is just so good to see how they've been smacking, how they're going in, and to have the action out here on the water. This is what we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ponta Preta. And now let's go and have a little look at the recap out there on the water. right, so welcome back, everybody, as we continue on with the World Championship, the World Cup here. And out there at the moment, we have Pablo Amores going up against Luca Gasparini from Italy. Two very good friends, but when it comes to being out there on the water, there ain't no friends, there's just enemies. So these boys are going to be throwing down for us here as we start off this heat. Round number 2, heat number 3 out there on the water. Let's see who is going to be making it through to round number 3 as we continue on. All right, Gasparini here, already engaging on the first wave, straight on the buzzer. Getting in a couple of turns out there on that one. Let's have a little look and see a replay of that last wave. Pablo Amores all the way out the back on the right-hand side, waiting for those sets to come in. Had a couple of absolute bombs in that round at number 1. Some of the bigger set waves, really good to see him. He's just changed over to ozone, looking like that equipment is working very well for him as he's just waiting to see. Loads of time, let's not forget, 14-minute heats. Top 2 scores are the ones that count out of 12 waves. And we're just coming up on the 12-minute mark, and here we can see Pablo Amores just circling. It does look like that wind has gone a little bit more offshore once again. Let's see if it returns to side shore so we can see some verticality on some of these turns. All right, it looks like now I can see some lines starting to form on the edge of the horizon, meaning that we are going to have a set coming our way. Currently is Luca Gasparini, who has a 1.87. Just waiting for confirmation on that. And there we can see, all right, Pablo Amores dropping in. This is looking like a nice set wave, breaking himself out. Here we have him. Coming out of Spain. Out of my hometown, homeboy, out of Tarifa, El Torito. All right, dropping in, first wave. Not too bad, nice check turn. Little double pump there. Big, good turn there. Getting that kite down. Oh, but going front foot heavy and going head over heels. So unfortunate there for Pablo. Luca Gasparini at the back, taking the second wave of that set. It looks like he's going to be making that all the way. Very calm, cool, and collected style. This Italian athlete, just nice and loose, nice and easy, not pushing it too far, knowing what he has to do. And now let's see who is going to be going through to the next round as we are looking for the round 3 coming up next. Idea is to complete a total of round number 3. And we are currently in heat number 2 of that round. Let's see what is going to happen. All right, Gasparini. And there we can see that replay of that crash. Unfortunately there by Pablo Amores. And then the next wave on the behind. There from Gasparini, so good. It looks like Gasparini is definitely in the lead so far. Pablo playing a little bit of catch-up, but loads of time as we're just under 10 minutes of this heat. Pablo deciding to go right in front of the judge tower here. He definitely saw something that he liked. All right. First turn, but gets stuck at the top, having to pretty much whoop the kite. Judges definitely going to be deducting a lot of points from that. If you go off of the wave, that is definitely going to make the difference.
We can see the replay of that last wave. Sun is right in our eyes, trying to see what these boys are getting up to. I mean, we have had front row seats all the morning and afternoon here. Our live booth is right smack in the middle of Ponta Preta. And now here we can see Pablo Amores and Luca Gasperini battling it out. And at the moment, it is looking like, I reckon, maybe after that last wave, Pablo might have a slight advantage. All right, now we're talking. There are some lines coming down. So that is Luca on your screen right now. Here we can see the young Italian's going to drop in. Switching up the angle there now. You can see he doesn't quite have the speed, Luca, but when he does get that top turn, he has good timing. Also a very talented wing foiler, this young man. Whoa, going for a bigger hit, but unfortunately going off the edge there on that one. But yet another... going to be maybe increasing some of his scores. We will see he has a 1.87 as a backup. I reckon that's going to be pretty close. And now Pablo has gone all the way out into the middle of the ocean just to try and follow one of those bumps in and see if he can get an increase on his scores, because he is pretty much trailing by 0.6 of a point. So anybody's money out there at the moment. All right, here we have Luca. Now this is a better wave. This is definitely opening up. Got some working room here. Already had a check turn. Here's going to be the first. This is where he's going to try and make it down that section, past that pine. A little bit of a hot skip and a jump there. Over and out, wrapping it around. But it is that bottom part where the wave doesn't happen. And I tell you what, there is a huge set coming across the horizon. But both of the athletes are too far down. And Pablo has decided to take this one all the way over on the left. Let's see what he can make for it. All right, Pablo Amores, first turn. Nice off the top, making it all the way. Can he get this second turn? Wants to get that kite down. Come on, make it happen, Pablo. Straight line in it. Judges are going to be slashing the scores just because of that, unfortunately. Making it into a two-turn wonder with a little wiggle at the end of this one. That is a better turn there from Pablo. Down right next to the shore, but going off the back, that is going to cost him dearly. And Luca at the back also now fishing. What a shame. Both of these guys were out of position when that set came through. And here we have Gasperini starting to drop in. All right, Luca coming down. Let's see. Vai, andiamo, come on. Decent inside hack here. Can he make it happen? He's got a good section opening up in front of him. Let's see. Whack off the top. Keep it together. Yeah, the Italian looping it around. Getting through two very complicated sections there. Judge is going to be liking that one. Good work there from the Italiano Gasperini. And he is looking on full form at the moment.
And there it is. There's the shot, the drone above and in the sky as we see just this heat, round number 2, heat number 2 in the water. And then we can see Luca Gasparini on the duotone rider together with Pablo Amores Ozone. And both of these guys very, very close together. We got a 5.57 for Pablo, a 6.30 for Gasparini. And now Gasparini going to be taking off on a nice roller as it's starting to wrap around, and I can see Pablo looking for one at the back. So both of these boys, all right. Gasparini pushing, trying to get across. No, going off the back of that wave. And now let's have a little look-see, as it looks like Pablo is going to be dropping in. And there is the bird's eye view. There is the drone, as we just see Pablo coming down and making it over. But again, just getting mixed up in the whitewash. Just look at those lines. I mean, you can see the bumps and the humps out there on the water. And that is a beautiful sight when you can see those lines starting to rack up over Ponta Preta, one of the best right-handers, probably one of the best right-handers in the world, and definitely the best one we have out here on tour. And now we are just about to end off this heat, as it is the final 30 seconds to go. And unless Pablo Amores can get himself on another wave, he is going to be coming in second position out on this one. But we are just, there it is, 10 seconds to go. Is he going to have the opportunity? I reckon he's going to try and get himself on a bump, as he knows it's close, and he knows if he is on a bump, that will count, and he will have that wave count. So there he is on a bump. All right, so he is going to be engaging, but Pablo Amores, unfortunately, that is going to be it for Pablo Amores here in this heat. It is going to be Luca Gasparini, and we can just enjoy this little victory run, and then we will be going to a recap of that last heat.
And there it is, eye in the sky, bird's eye. And here we have our two riders, Kelton Lopez and Lorenzo Casati. Round 2, heat number 4 of this men's kite-surf GKA World Cup here in Cape Verde 2023. What a time to be alive. And here we have Kelton Lopez, the backside rider, riding now for Gong. Recently made the switch. And here he is, just getting a little bit eaten alive there as he comes in nice and close. And Lorenzo Casati is just out the back, just waiting for the next wave to come through. Beautiful spot there, you can see. Just pleasing the crowd, these conditions today. They really have lined up nicely for us, and that's why we started competition nice and early. 10 o'clock start today. We began with the women. We went all the way through to round 5, and now we started with the men. And after this heat, we're going to continue going because local time is 20 past 5. Sun sets at about 6:30, 6:45, around there. And you can see here, Kelton Lopez just gets washed up in the back end of that wave. Not able to continue on the board. And then Lorenzo Casati here dropping in. Nice big top turn there. Going again on one of the smaller waves. But that's the hack that he was looking for. But unfortunately couldn't stay on that wave. Fins just coming out the back end. Losing a little bit of grip. And then you could see there just not able to jump back in and continue on his run. But a couple of scores are on the board. Lorenzo Casati 3.83. Kelton Lopez a 1.97. 14-minute heats. Each rider can do 12 waves, but only 2 of those waves will be counting as scored waves. And I must say, Ponta Preta has been absolutely firing this afternoon. And there we have that drone, a wicked camera angle. You can see a few of the kites there, pumped up, rigged up, ready to go. All our riders are still on competition site, and as you move a little bit further on, there we have it. There we are, as we start to appear through the car park. And those containers on the left, that's where we are sitting. But all action goes back to Lorenzo Casati here, who makes that top turn super nice and elegant, but again, just going down on that second turn. 2 times in a row now, Lorenzo hasn't been able to stick that second turn. But he's in no rush because waves are coming and conditions are firing. But Kelton Lopez with a super nice backside maneuver there. Is he going to stick it? He's really trying to keep on his feet. Somehow, he's managed to stay on his feet there. He's come right in towards the rocks. And the crowd, I must say, absolutely love that. Let's try and get a replay on that first turn. Here we go. Really engaging, getting nice and vertical. Big spray. You can see the whole body in one motion, one big movement. Doing everything necessary to put in that first big turn. But it is only 1 turn on that wave. So judges probably like what they saw. But I don't think it's going to be too much of a big score there. However, Kelton is looking for that second wave score. So that should potentially push him up into first position just for the moment. And once again, we do apologise for the glare on the screen. We are doing our absolute best to get you the best possible picture. But that sun is starting to drop now. It's getting bright in here. I've got the shades on, but competition is still well underway. As Lorenzo Casati just makes a little bit of a U-turn. Doesn't like what he sees. Kelton Lopez now coming in on the left. And there's our judges. Keep him busy. And here he is, Red Bull King of the Air champion, Lorenzo Casati, dropping in on his fourth wave. Putting in turn for turn, linking it up nicely. On that little flat section we've seen, and a little bit of an air time there. Nicely done there from the Cabrina rider. We've seen just where around Kelton is at the moment. That wave has you had a little cheeky couple of barrels over the afternoon. No one's really been able to get deep in the pocket. but hopefully we will see a little bit more of that, because it's nice to see the variety on each wave. But judges really looking for those big carving turns, linking everything together. And here we have Lorenzo with that little bit of air pop there, getting back towards his feet and just putting in a little shifty at the end. And there's Kelton Lopez's last wave. Really nice, solid start, as you saw. And there he is on your screen, heading back out towards the right-hand side of the competition area. So we're finding that our riders are heading out towards the far right-hand side. That's where the waves are starting to generate a little bit of force, a little bit of power. And then that perfect point break, that right-hander that just pushes itself down this reef, all the way in towards the judges. It's all about catching a good one. It's all about catching a good one. But waves, I'd say over the last 10 minutes, have definitely dropped off a little bit. Big ones probably still on their way. But right now, Kelton Lopez is locked in and loaded. Nice first maneuver. Links it up with a nice second. Stays on his feet, but getting caught up in a little bit of white water here and goes down. Didn't quite have enough speed to continue on that wave. Was also getting a little bit too close to the rocks. Wave selection, a big thing now, wanting to pick and choose the right ones. Wind has definitely dropped off just a tad. Still windy out there. Maybe just the odd couple of knots. But I'm just looking out of the window now, and it's looking like Lorenzo Casati is going to be dropping in on quite a nice set. There's a nice set of waves coming in, as you can see. Kelton likes what he sees, turns around. Is he able to jump in on that wave? Yes, he is. Here we go. Kelton Lopez dropping in. Gets the first turn, drops down, looking to link it up with a nice, elegant second. Boom, nice little bit of a spray, getting the fins involved, pushing on that back leg. But decides to not carry on against it. Meanwhile, Casati getting engaged. Nice bit of spray there. Onto this flatter section now, where most likely we could see an air. Yes, we do. There it is. And now starts to link up those turns again. 1, 2. Nicely done. Let's go for the triple. Let's go for the turkey. But decides against that one as well. Still a nice wave there for Lorenzo. Currently sitting in first position. 8.53 is the score to beat. Kelton Lopez just making his way back out of the box. And scores to be dropped for those riders on those last couple of waves. Let's see what the judges fancy on that. Lorenzo there. There's definitely that section of the wave when it's sort of that middle section where it doesn't quite have that steep gradient, where the riders are able to generate a little bit more speed, flatline that section, and it looks to me like a lot of them are going to find that part to be where they want to do a little bit of air, and then they can land that air maneuver, jump back in for the final section where they can link up those final few turns. And I imagine when Lorenzo comes back into his next wave, we'll see him do that, get those first big, nice, carving turns, then on the flatter section, get a little bit of a pop, a little bit of an air, and then just finish it off with a couple of sweet ones. But at the moment, as it stands, a couple of scores have come in. 10.97 for Lorenzo. Kelton on a 5.50. So highest wave score of the heat so far is coming from Casati with a 3.83. That was his first wave of the heat. And definitely quietened down a little bit out there at the moment. Those big waves not quite coming through just yet, but I'm sure with just over 4 minutes on the clock, we're going to see another set come through and see both these riders get fully committed and try and improve on their current scores, because every score that's on the board at the moment is definitely a score that can be improved. They both know that. And as you can see at the moment, the riders are just off to the left-hand side. You can just about see their kites with that glare of the sun as they're making their way back into where the waves start to form. And it's looking like Lorenzo is just the rider out in front at the moment, so hopefully be seeing him get engaged shortly. But he's little bit downwind from maybe where he wants to be and position himself. So I wouldn't be surprised if he comes in, just does a cheeky little turn and heads back out. Let's see how this one forms up, because actually it's looking like there's a nice little wave here that's suddenly just come out of nowhere. And he's timed that to absolute perfection. Here we go. Lorenzo Casati dropping in on a big, big set wave. First turn is looking good. Drops down. Second one. Pumping along. You can see he's working the board. He's working the kite. Big turn. Getting the fins fully out of the water there. Linking it all up together. That's number 3. And then we come to the middle section where it flattens off a little bit. Gets past the white water. Nice little check turn. Big hack at the top of the wave there. Plenty of spray on that one. Backs it up with another one. Crowd loves what they see. And you can see he enjoyed that one as well. Stoked on that. That wave came out of nowhere. And looking to improve on that 4.70. Kelton Lopez would have seen that one and thought, oh, now it's my turn. Now I've got to try and catch a big one. And he's out the back. And here we go, Casati, just every part of that wave, just putting in the turns, the flow, the style. And just behind him, Kelton, with that backside riding, showing that flow as he goes from top to bottom. That was a lovely turn there. Every wave that comes his way seems to just get that better and better. But just under 2 minutes on the clock now. Let's see what scores drop after those 2 waves. And there he is, Lorenzo Casati, recently made the switch over to Cabrina just after his Red Bull King of the Air win. And after this event, we'll be seeing him over in France for the first big air event of the GKA calendar, Lord of Trams. With the waiting period is in April, but full focus on the first stop of the year on the Kite-Surf calendar. As we enter the final minute of heat number 4, round 2 of the men. Couple of scores dropped. Kelton's just pushed himself up onto a 6.30 a little bit. Lorenzo sitting on that 10.97. And this is most likely going to be the rider's last wave of the heat. So you've got to give it full commitment now. Coming in close is Kelton Lopez, making the switch. There it is. You can see in the back there, Lorenzo Casati just going back out to the right-hand side. But full focus on Kelton. Big first hack, backside turn. Nice and vertical there. Looking to link it up with a second, but just gets caught in a little bit of the whitewash of the water where the wave has closed out. And you can see they're just getting eaten up in the shallows. Meanwhile, I'm just looking out the corner of my eye. Let's get all camera angles on Lorenzo because he's on his last wave of the day. Here he is, the youngster from Italy. Making every part of this wave count. Keeping the speed, keeping the power, getting past that white water. Plenty of spray. You can see it off the back there with that offshore breeze. Just lovely looking wave all the way down past the judges. Just keeps on grooving, cruising down the line. Linking it up, showing the flow, showing the style. And that is it. Red flag is in the air. So that is heat over on that one. So Kelton Lopez, Lorenzo Casati, all wrapped up, done and dusted. And right now we're going to go and have a little recap of that last heat.
And welcome back, everybody. Now we're going to be starting off with round number 3, excuse me, heat number 1 out there on the water. Now we are starting to see some of the big dogs come out. Titik Lopez, that guy was ripping in the previous rounds, had probably one of the biggest waves of the day. Francesco Capuzzo, he came in 4th back in 2019 over here in Ponta Preta, and also a backside rider. And then local boy Hendrik Lopez coming out of Switzerland, also a very talented waterman, very talented wing foiler, knows this break very well, spends a lot of time over here in Cape Verde. Let's see how these boys are going to be throwing down.
Here we go, round 3. Looking forward to the back end of the day now, Joe, where these riders are going to give it full beans. And actually 2 riders in this heat are actually multi-discipline. They're on the wing foiling side of it as well, Francesco Capuzzo and Hendrik Lopez. So, you know, multi-talented riders, and Titik is ready to bring it to them as well.
Yeah, and there it is. There's the countdown. There's the green flag, meaning it is go. So we are going to have out there on the RRD is Francesco Capuzzo. We can also see Hendrik Lopez out there on the F1, and Titik Lopez is out there on the duotone Clyde, if I'm not mistaken. So we are about to get it going, and here we can see the general overview of round number 3. So heat number 1, we can see those guys out on the water. Heat number 2, we're going to be seeing Arsenio Diaz, Leonardo Grangeiro, and Pedro Matos coming from Brazil. Then we're going to have Roberto Barros, Camille Delanois, Matthew Maxwell from South Africa. Very good and very nice style there from that young man. Alves Nunes, who we've already seen out there in the previous rounds. And then 2 of the favorites, Edson Cosolino and Matthew Lopez.
Get the popcorn, because it's going to be a wicked last hour. Local time is 5:30, so in about an hour's time that sun is going to be setting. Golden hour is going to be appearing, and we're going to keep firing through the heats as long as the conditions allow, Joe.
Yeah, no, let's see. I don't think we're going to be getting through more than 3 or 4 heats of this one, as it does get dark at 6:30. I'm just trying to find out what is going to be the cut-off, but obviously we are pushing as hard as possible because we want to make sure that we can get everything. Hendrik Lopez about to drop in right now. Here we have him. Boom! Starting off, but getting slapped by the Ponta Preta lip there.
And now on your screens here, just trying to make it out, but there's big waves, so I can't quite see what rider. It looks like...
Yeah, Titik Lopez there, yes, going down, and I tell you just know that style. Look at that timing. Boom, off the top. Oh! Getting pulled off the back, as it is looking a little bit more offshore at the moment. And here we can see Francesco Capuzzo.
Francesco Capuzzo here, backside. So another backside rider. You can see just pumping down the line, grinding it down, but putting in that turn, initiating. Let's see another one from Francesco. That looks a little bit nicer, but again, just getting caught up in that whitewash there.
Yeah, just at the end there, but putting in a couple of decent turns, so not too bad way for Francesco to start out, as we are now going into round number 3. Let's not forget, first man of round number 3 makes it all the way to round number 5, and the second and third go into round number 4, which would be the first elimination round. Today, I reckon we'll be getting through 3 or 4 more heats, as there's about 1 hour more time of the round 3 out here on the water. Okay, so we can see it looks like there's a set wave, so it is going to be Francesco Capuzzo is going to be the one taking off. Is he deciding against it? No, he is deciding against that one. Now let's have a little look at the bottom half of that round number 3 with the bottom half 4 heats. Who are we going to be having coming out there on the water, guys? All right, so Mito Monteiro, Jalister Olmo, Gabriel Benetton. Then we're going to have Luca Gasperini, Nicola Abdadziev, Sebastian Ribeiro, Clement Rosselló, Artur Moraes, Reese Maesco, and then Lorenzo Casati, Charlie Martin, and James Carew, the current world champion. That is the complete ladder of round number 3, and at the moment, it is in the lead. It's going to be Francesco Capuzzo, and there going through your screen was Hendrik Lopez. 3 men in the water as we continue on. There he is. Big hack there from Hendrik. Just unfortunately going over that front edge, right, Liam?
Yeah, just unfortunately did get caught up on that one, but massive big hack on the top of that wave. Shame he couldn't ride out of that one. That was right in front of the judges' tower, but plenty of time left on the clock. Just under 10 minutes to go, and all riders actually probably, none of them have really yet to get going in this heat, and you can see on that image there just that one wave, and then it looks a little bit flat in the horizon, but nevertheless we know the waves come, and I'm sure that Francesco, Titik and Hendrik will all get amongst the remaining 9.5 minutes, because it's going to be a good one. And Francesco currently sitting just in that top spot on a 2.57, and another score has just dropped, so 3.97 for the Italian. And you can see him there just coming back in towards the competition area. Looks to be a little bit of movement out there. Who's going to be dropping in first? Let's take a look out there. Okay, on your screens now, in that yellow lycra, Hendrik Lopez. Very talented rider and showing it there on the big start. You can see crowd loving it, hands up in the air, backs it up with a second and a little shifty as well, fins first. Nice little linking turn there just to wrap it all up. Two big heavy hitters. Meanwhile, Titik here making use of his second wave.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we can see Francesco Capuzzo switching it up, going switch stance. Let's not forget this guy is a goofy rider, so his normal way would be backside, but there he is going regular with that left foot forward. So both of the athletes, Titik there also having another wave like you said, so we're waiting to see some scores to be dropped, but I do reckon we might be seeing Hendrik Lopez in the lead, as I'm seeing a very nice score coming up. There we can see the people with their hands in the air. Boom! Surf style all the way around. That is what we are looking for.
And you can see, just having a little look, it's going to be a nice score for Hendricks. Definitely the wave that he was looking for at the start of this one.
Yeah, I really like when they let loose of those fins. Keep that, keep that pressure on that front foot to be able to get those fins and loosen them out. Good ride in there from Hendrik Lopez. And now let's go and have a little look-see after a couple of these replays, because I tell you what, outside of the booth, I am seeing lines come across the horizon.
Hendrik Lopez pushing up now into first position. 5.73 is the current score to beat.
Yeah, and it looks like both of them are going to be dropping in. All right, Hendricks, this is looking like a nice one. Let's see what he's got. I can hear the crowd already because he's right next to them. To engage in turn number one. Looking down the line. All right, letting go of the hand, up and over. Boom! A big slash there. Opening up very nicely here for the young Swiss athlete, and he is leaving nothing in the tank. He's got his family down here as well, and I talk about attacking the wave.
He is making it look easy out there, Joe. Just linking it all together. Plenty of style, the flow. What has Hendricks been up to in the off-season?
Yeah, he has. I mean, he's already got a 5.33, and now looking, he's probably going to be around the 5s and the 6 for that last wave. So putting in 2 solid scores on the early days of this heat as we've just gone past halfway around. Let's just enjoy this replay. You can see gets a little check turn, keeps the speed. Now this is one of the better sections of the wave. You can see times it right, smack right off the top, loads of release, pushes through those fins, and this is where you can see the guys that know this location. They know how to get past a straight line, past that second to third section. Good wave there for Hendrik Lopez, and it's in the driving seat so far.
6.50 has just dropped, so 11.83. Very much in the driving seat at the moment. Just under 6 minutes remaining in this heat, and there are some nice lines coming our way as most of the riders are making their way out. But it looks to be like Titek is on a wave. Here he is, dropping in. Keeping it going. Little bit of a check turn there, trying to keep the momentum going to put in a nice big turn. Are we going to see it? Looks like we are. Nice top, plenty of spray. Crowd is loving it. Right in front of the crowd, right in front of the judges. Going through that flatter section there, as he continues his momentum on, trying to gain some speed, and that's a nice end towards the back of this wave, linking it all together from top to bottom, showing the flow, showing the style, as he just puts the brakes on a little bit and just ends the wave there, going down, but a beautiful ridden wave there from Titek. And I'm sure that we'll see an improvement on that 2.57 from that rider as the replay is on your screens now. Just links it really nicely together on this one. You can see difficult wave to ride here. It's closing out quickly. Puts that turn there, one of the highlights of the wave. Drops in, then puts his foot on the gas, on the accelerator, gets past this middle section before putting in that next turn. Again, putting the foot on the brakes. And Hendrik Lopez here is having fun out there. You can see that in his riding.
Oh, airing it over. Does he get it? Oh, just missing out there. But he is enjoying the vibe coming off of the crowd. And here, Francesco Capuzzo, I can see out of the corner of the booth. All right, so now we're going to get a replay of that last wave of Francesco Capuzzo. Here we can see that was Hendrik Lopez, and afterwards we're going to be seeing the Italian Francesco Capuzzo coming our way. So there we can see all of the riders making their way back out as we continue on. Just under 3 minutes to go of this heat, Liam.
Just under 3. And there they are on your screen, the three riders. Hendrik Lopez in first position, Francesco Capuzzo second, and in third position is Titik Lopez. So, like you said, Joe, coming up to 2.5 minutes left, and here is the replay of Titik there on his last wave, just linking everything together, not quite getting up on that massive, on the face of the wave right at the top, but, you know, still getting his groove on, getting a score on the boards, and that's what it's like out there at the moment. You've got to take what's getting thrown your way, you know, give the dog a bone, and it will bite.
It certainly will, and Titik has been putting some big scores out throughout this contest so far. One of the biggest waves we've seen. But I tell you what, the young gun, Hendrik Lopez, is not missing a beat out there at the moment. He is in first position with a 12.13. Those are some very good numbers. And let's not forget, as we are going to be making the last heat of today is going to be heat number 4 of round number 3. So 3 more heats to go after this one, and that is going to be calling it a day as we can start to see that sun getting that golden flare, that golden glow, as then we are going to be having the opening ceremony of this World Cup over here in Cape Verde. And what a day number 1 it has been, Liam.
It's a busy day number 1. We started competition this morning at 10 o'clock with the women, fired through numerous heats, and then I'd say probably around that 3:30 mark we got underway with the men. And as you said, Joe, we've got a few more heats to go yet, so the action is not over, as these riders are just going through a little bit of a quiet period in this heat as we enter towards the final minute. But one guy that's been keeping busy from start to finish is Hendrik Lopez on your screen now. Let's see what he's got on offer. Big turn to begin with. A little bit of air as well there. Manages to stomp the landing, looking for that second link. Boom, there it is. Massive spray on that one. Links it together with a nice turn there to pair it all nicely as that wave starts to flatten out a little bit.
Yeah, and going across the rocks as well, and he's looking for that air section to try and get it. Air 180, yeah! Nice little air reverse there to end it off, adding the freestyle out there. And another one at the very end. Talk about the Tasmanian Devil, the Cape Verdean Tornado. Hendrik Lopez, very good, showing all the different skill sets he has out there in the final seconds of this heat. What a performance. The boy is here to win.
He sure is, Joe. He sure is. And it just goes to show you, when we've been referring to it all day, experience at this spot. He knows it. It's their home spot. Look at him. He's looking over his shoulder. The crowd's giving him the wave. They're giving him the thumbs up. Very interesting to see what the scores are going to be dropping on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is going to be official as we are just waiting for the final numbers to drop in. But yeah, we can call it. So the winner of that heat is going to be Hendrik Lopez, who's going to be making his way all the way to round number 5. And then it is going to be Titik Lopez and Francesco Capuzzo are going to have to battle out in round number 4. And now let's just enjoy the recap of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on round number 3. Out there on the water, we're going to have Arsenio Diaz, Leonardo Grangeiro, and Pedro Matos. Cape Verde up against the 2 Brazilians and one of the best surfers out there on tour, Pedro Matos. Let's see what he is going to be putting in here. He's been putting in the work. I haven't seen him out on the water so far. He arrived about 5 to 6 days ago, but Pedro is always one of the powerhouses when it comes to wave contests and wave events.
Yeah, I very much enjoy watching him ride. And there it is. Green flag goes up in the air. So off goes 40 minutes on the clock. Let's just remind everyone at home watching what these riders are in store for. So 12 waves they have the possibilities of riding, but only 2 of those waves will count as scored. All right, so plenty of options available for 3 athletes out there on the water. And as you mentioned, Joe, Pedro, he's going to be coming out full guns blazing.
Yes, he is. There is no doubt about there. So we have on the RRT is going to be Arsenio Diaz. Then we have Pedro Matos is one of the duotone riders. And then we have Leonardo Grangeiro is out there on the North Kite, if I'm not mistaken, just waiting for that to come in to the screen. So this is heat number 2, round number 3. 2 more heats after this. And the lines are just still packing and stacking to the horizon. And there we can see Arsenio on the left, Pedro in the middle, and Leonardo on the right.
All riders making their way up, and it's looking like there's some nice little sets coming through. You can see there just the lip of each wave as it gets close to the beach. It really starts to get big, and all riders there just turning around. They know that something special is on the way, and you can see they're pumping, trying to get involved on this one. Just trying to work out what rider that is there.
Yeah, that we can see. So down at the bottom, that is Arsenio Diaz. One that went through the left, that was Leonardo Granjero. And then Pedro Matos is kind of cruising and perusing out there in the middle. You can really know with Pedro, he stands up tall, chest puffed out, waiting to prove himself and go down on that first command. Really likes to throw a first one down. And one of the things with the Brazilians, they kind of wait and select the waves. Like I said, a very, very talented free surfer, and looking forward to see, because I tell you what, it looks like sets are starting to stack away, and we're going to be having the first riders jump in right in front of us here on the screen.
I remember the heat in Brazil, Joe, with Joe and James in the semi-final of Taiba, and that was an absolute battle. Those two were going at it, fighting over priority, and every wave that came, they made the most of it. Really put on a show, and I reckon that Pedro Matos soon will be getting involved. But right now on your screens, it's looking like we've got those sets coming in, and Arsenio Diaz, we should possibly see him switch. There's the switch, goes backside, dropping into the first wave of this heat. Let's see how his first start goes. Switches again.
Yeah, trying to get the speed. As he know, he just didn't lose out, so he not being able to get the turns he wanted out on this one. Going to make the most of it at the bottom to try and get some scores. So let's have a look. Arsenio, no, once again stretching out and losing the foot out on that one. All right, just about to get ready to drop in. There it is, Pedro Matos from Brazil. Let's see what this athlete has for us. You can see just starting cruising. All right, now he is. There's the push. Here he starts to engage. Pedro, boom, off the top, letting that tail loose. Nice and stylish. Now he's going to speed along to get past his second section. Utilizes, pushes across the lip. This is the surfing we are looking for. This is what we are talking about. All the way down, non-stop. And letting all of the water, pretty much taking the fishes out of the sea there. Nice opener there for Pedro. But I am surprised not to see the verticality, but looking at how they're going across, I tell you what, the wind is more offshore, and they're really going to have to push against that face if they want to be able to get the moves.
Yeah, conditions have really sort of changed over the last sort of half an hour or so. And we can see here the recap of Pedro just linking the turns together, really snapping out the tail, as you mentioned, Joe, and really pushing with the fins and engaging every centimetre of that board. And as scores are coming our way, I'm sure that Pedro will just bump himself up into first position after that one.
Yeah, very much so. Judges liking what they see. One of the things with Pedro, you could pretty much let go of the kite and he surfs it as if he didn't have that kite. And, you know, that is a very important thing, because what we want to see is the athletes using the kite to be able to improve their riding, not to let them get through from one section to another and kind of floating around on it. We really want to see that once they are on that wave, it is 100% wave riding.
And I'm just having a little look out the corner of my eye what's going on in the water. All three riders, there's a little bit of a quiet spell with the waves. They're really having to work the kites at the moment. Maybe there's a little bit of a lull in the wind, but you can see there Francesco Capuzzo is on my left-hand side coming in. Did a little bit downwind. Sorry, Arsenio Diaz, sorry. Just there. Definitely wants to be a little bit higher up in the section to catch those waves.
Yeah, you can see it looks like a big cloud is actually coming through, so I reckon the wind has fluked a little bit out there, as I can see the guys really racking those kites up, down, left, right, and center as that big cloud is starting to go along, and it has gone a lot more offshore. But Pedro Matos is the only guy and about to engage. All right, so here we have Pedro right in the sweet spot, going for wave number 2. Already got a good score, going to be coming his way. All right, engaging turn number 1, trying to get a little shampoo there, but deciding against it, knows that's not going to be a scoring potential wave, and is going to go back out. Intelligent riding, because as conditions are quite tricky, you do not want to get out of position, because if those gusts don't allow you to get back in, if you're there, you can kind of navigate your way. And there you can see the sunset starting to come over here in Ponta Preta. What a day of action. It has been non-stop since 10 o'clock in the morning. And you can see the guys out there at the moment on 9 and 10 meter kites.
And here we have the Brazilian Pedro Matos finding himself yet again on another wave. So he's definitely in the right place at the right time in these challenging conditions while it gets a little bit fluky out there, but nevertheless, as you mentioned, Joe, he just lets all the surfing do the talking, and again, didn't fancy that one. I wonder why.
Yeah, I mean, you can see some of these waves are breaking a lot further up on the reef. All right, here you can see that replay. Got a little bit of a fumble there on that bottom term as it is very close to the rocks, signing against it. In the end, Pedro knows that if he has the right wave, he can perform, he can get the score. So why mess around on smaller waves at the beginning of a heat when you can just wait, as you know the sets will be produced by Ponta Preta, and then it is time to perform.
And on your screen, Arsenio Diaz deciding he doesn't quite fancy that. I think he's trying to make his way back upwind.
Yeah, he definitely is. You're right there, using the wave to push against it to be able to stay upwind, as that does look like it's dropped. We've got a kite change over there for Leonardo Granjero. Now he's out on a bigger, what looks like, I'm even going to say, an 11-meter elevate kite as we continue on. Round number 3 of the competition, heat number 2 out there on the water.
And just all riders just trying to get into the spot where the waves start. Waves, as Joe mentioned, definitely are, more on towards the right-hand side now, a little bit further up. You can see riders just chatting to each other there. Just wonder what's going through their heads at the moment. Probably talking about conditions. You can see they're pointing off to their right-hand side. Arsenio Diaz just doing the old switcheroo and actually coming back in towards the competition area. Really pumping that board, though. Looks like hard work out there.
It does not look easy at all. It does not look easy. And we can see, I can see Pedro's coach out here in front also out there on the rocks trying to see. It looks like he's got a different board as waiting. Maybe it looks like he's got a noseless board, so maybe a little bit more volume as the wind is going down. Not a bad idea. Intelligent move there for him. And now we can see, as we are a heat and a set is coming our way. Watch out. Pedro is about to drop in. Here we have him front and center on your screen, ladies and gentlemen.
Pedro on your screens right now. Here we go. Big turn to begin with. Plenty of spray on that one. Really driving through the board there. Linking it all together. Showing the flow. Showing the style. Pushing out the tail. And every turn that he's doing is right at that peak side of the wave. And now we come into that middle section.
Yeah,
bit of power here.
Nice little floater there in the middle of that wave as well. And it looks like he's trying to eye up and get a bit of an air that you can see, letting that toe, letting that tail loose and trying to add a nice little front roll at the end of it. Good riding here from Pedro. Definitely comfortably in the driving seat of this heat. And I reckon it is going to stay that way. 4 minutes to go. But it does look like at the top end, we can see Leonardo Granjero and Pedro Matos together with Arsenio Diaz, all of them making their way back up. So now we can see, that looks like Leonardo, yet long hair. So Leonardo Granjero, the other Brazilian in this heat, about to drop in. Let's see, as he needs to start to get his groove on.
Getting his groove on, here he is. First turn, hacking at the top of it, really working the board. You can see he's sort of pumping the board at the same time. And wave not really forming. Decides, I don't fancy that, and he's actually blasting his way back out so that he can catch the first wave.
All right, so what it looks like at the moment, it looks like Pedro did not have a Lycra on. So I'm just getting information in at the moment. If he does not have a Lycra, he does not have a score. So he is zeroed out at the moment. What a rookie move for Pedro Matos there. I wonder if he didn't quite know, and you can see his trainer getting in there on the water. So yeah, he's going to have to now go back at it, as he only has 2.5 minutes on the clock
meaning that Pedro Matos is in third position now. I couldn't quite see that with the sun, but wow.
This is where we're going to see, you know, where the mentality comes in. If he gets the right wave, what's the score he's chasing? So he's chasing a 2.50. So definitely Pedro can do that in one wave. And here we have on our screens Pedro Matos on that last wave. And you can see without the light, but here he is again. Dropping in.
Yeah, big open face hacks here from Pedro. Really nice 2 turns there for him as a 2 big whacks there from Pedro Matos. And now we are waiting to see, as it looks like Leonardo Granjero. And it looks like about to drop in there on the wave. All right, Cuncuña, Senor Diaz, this is a good wave. Let's see what he has for us. Up and over, big open face hack. This is opening up very nicely. Leopard getting caught up and over. Pedro Matos also going for that second wave. And what a wave it is, linking those turns. The style this young Brazilian have is so good. You can just see him releasing that tail, and that is what we are looking for. And now we are just waiting to see if his scores are going to be validated, because he did not have a Lycra on. He was assisted inside the heat area, so I'm waiting to see if scores are going to be validated there for Pedro, but it does look like they are. So yeah, there we can see already going, as we are just coming in with 40 seconds left of this heat. Heat number 2, round number 3.
Final 30 seconds. Pedro Matos sitting in that first position with a 5.33 on that last wave. And now we enter the final 10 seconds, and it's looking a little bit motionless out there. I don't think any of the riders are going to be catching any waves anytime soon in the back end of this heat, because the green flag is down. Green flag down. That is heat over for men's round 3, heat number 2. And before we move on to the next heat, let's go and have a little look at the recap from that heat. And there it is. That's our competition site. And these are our next riders. Roberto Barros coming out of Cape Verde. Camille Delanois coming out of France. And Matt Maxwell, the South African powerhouse, who is here to prove a point. All 3 of these riders very talented. We've seen Robertny Barros in action earlier today in those earlier rounds. But it's a first one for Camille and Matt. And I'm sure they'll be raring to go. Conditions, they've dropped off just a tad. But nevertheless, plenty of waves out there to be caught. The wind is still blowing. And let's see as 14 minutes is about to get going. Yellow flag still in the air. And there we have it. Green flag is raised nice and high. It's time to get the next heat underway. Robertny Barros, Camille Delamoire, Matthew Maxwell. Who's going to come out on top? It's looking like conditions have lined up early on in this heat. You can see a few waves peeling through. And on your screen at the moment, just coming in nice and close, Robertny. Mr. Barros. Let's see what he has for us. Dropping in. As the wave starts to form nicely, riding backside, you can see they're working on the bar, trying to generate a little bit of power, but unfortunately not being able to, but out the back. Camille here, the North rider, getting every ounce out of this wave here, just going through that middle section there, getting some speed. You can see pumping the board, working the kite. Nice snappy turn. Finishing it off nicely, carries on. As that wave starts to close out, gets another little check turn on the top of that wave. Wants more from it though, he's trying to get a little bit further afield. Past that white water, and he thinks, thanks for coming, I'm done, and I'll catch another.
Yeah, absolutely. These boys are definitely starting to go, and that golden hour as the sunset ascends. Just walked out there, just got a little information about that thing with Pedro not having the Lycra. So as it stands, it looks like he was having some assistance, but they're just deciding if that heat will be rerun or not. But yes, definitely a bit of an interference of the surfer going in the water to be able to give him that Lycra. So we will get more information back on that. Lucky that the trainer was there for Pedro, but we will see if that heat will have to be rerun or not. We will soon get that info to you. And now out there on the water, it looks like Camille Delanois in the lead so far, 4.17 on the scorecards. And now we can just see 2 more heats to go. So we're going to be finishing with heat number 4 of the men. So this heat and 1 more. What an action-packed day we have had, Liam.
It's been non-stop from start to finish, Joe, and it's been an absolute pleasure to just see this spot absolutely firing and all riders really getting fully involved in, you know, Ponta Preta here, Cape Verde, first GKA Kite-Surf stop of 2023. Everyone's been waiting patiently for this. We've had a good start to the year on the freestyle calendar, and here we are for the first Kite-Surf event. And we've got a good year planned as well, a tasty year lined up. But full focus is on Cape Verde, as you can see our riders on your screen. Pumping. It's definitely challenging conditions out there, but there's some sets coming our way.
Yes, there are. There are some solid lines making their way in there. And there we can see, waiting for Camille Delanois. Is he going to be taking off on this wave? Yes, it does. There you can see, engaging. What has he got for us? Driving down the face. First turn, up and over. Nice and sweet. Not getting a lot of power off the top. Not really throwing himself into it. As this set wave, that's a better turn there from the Frenchman. All the way down to the bottom, working that carve. Up and over. Turn number 3 there for him. But not quite getting the snap off at the top of the wave, Liam.
No, not quite getting the snap, the pop. Definitely want to be looking at improving that section. But nevertheless, the conditions have definitely got a little bit more challenging out there. So any score is a good score at the moment on the scoreboards. As we mentioned earlier, you know, getting those 2 first waves is super important. And once you've got those scores, you can have a little bit of fun out there. You can start to experiment a little bit. And in your screen is just a little bit of a replay from Camille's last wave.
Yeah, and here we can see Matt Maxwell also has a 4.40. Nice turn there. Here you can see a little bit of a difference. Swoop really pushes against the fins. And it looks like we have some of the guys I can see. Rorani also body dragging up so he can make the most
of that upwind ability as we are coming to the closing moments of the day. Less than 10 minutes on this second to last heat. And what a day of competition we have had so far. Currently out there on your screen, we have in first position is Matt Maxwell, second position Camille Delanois, and third Barros. So we are going to see what is going to be going down as they keep on pushing and they continue making their way forward. Because let's not forget, the winner of this heat will be making their way all the way through to round number 5. And the bottom 2 will have to battle it out in what I like to call the dungeons of round number 4, the first elimination heat of the competition.
The dungeons, I like that one. Banning it out for that spot, because competition is well and truly underway. We've got jam-packed days lined up for all of you tuning in at home. But we're not done yet. We're not done today. First day of competition today. It's a 10-day waiting period, and plenty of action to follow.
And there are some more lines coming our way. I can see out the top of our booth here. Camille is the only one who is all the way up the top, so he's going to be the only one to be able to engage on this sit. And we can see Max and Roberti are using the waves to be able to get a little bit further upwind. Sometimes you even see the guys pushing up against the white water of the waves to be able to get back up into that top section. And Matt Maxwell is making his way up there. We can see Roberti trying to go all the way down to the shore to see if he can make his way. And here, once again, Camille Delanois pumping, trying to get on these lines, but it has gone pure offshore one more time, Liam.
Just shows how challenging it is when that wind does the old switcheroo and goes offshore. It's done it a few times today, and we've always seen it to be a challenge for our riders. And that's just a lovely view. There we are, have it, our competition site. Nice wave peeking through there. Sun is setting right now, local time 6:15, so really not long until that sun dips away. We get the nice golden sky, and then before we know it, we'll be prepping for tomorrow. And at the moment, Matthew and Maxwell, first position, 8.40, closely followed by Camille on an 8.04. And Mr. Barros has got some work to do, but plenty of time left on the clock, still over 7 minutes remaining in this heat. And we can see nice and close in here, Matt Maxwell engaging on yet another wave.
You can see pushing out the tail, but way too close to the rocks. That's not going to work. So now patience is definitely going to be a virtue, because all of these guys are really having to use the set waves, as it does look like the swell is backing off a little bit. Let's not forget, we are already an hour and a bit past the high tide, so that little tide is now starting to go down. And normally when you have a change of tides, there is a bit of a lull out there on the swell, but it's been pushing so far. Only 2 heats to go, 6 minutes out of this one, and another 14-minute heat as we wait to see if the guys can jump in on another wave. If you're just joining us now, there has been a switcheroo. Matt Maxwell is leading by pretty much 0.36 of a point. Very close in between him and Camille, and now it looks like Camille is coming in on a swell.
Another line here on your screen. You can see working that kite, diving it, getting some momentum going. As that wave starts to build, that face starts to get that little bit larger. And you can see just checking over his shoulder, seeing what's behind him. And any second now, we're going to start to see Camille get engaged on this wave. Just waiting patiently. And here we go. Dives the kite. This is the moment. Just under 6 minutes remaining. Camille has got to take any wave that comes his way. Yet to put that first initial turn in. Just waiting for the sweet spot. You can see him flatlining this all the way past the judges, but that's a nice start to the wave. Definitely wanted to try and get a turn in a little bit earlier, but he's going to do what he can. That's much better. Plenty more power going into that wave while he links it up with a nice carving turn just to wrap things up. Is this wave done? It looks to be finished there as the white foam ball just follows Camille in towards the shoreline.
Yeah, no, definitely got some nicer turns on the bottom section of this wave. And now we are making, I can just see out here in front of the competition booth, also Ayrton Corsolino warming up, because he is going to be going out into the water next, multiple-time world champion. And he is back in action here. Hometown, homeboy here in Cape Verde, always a force to be reckoned with. And Matt Maxwell here on this little roller as well. Not looking like much, just a little bit too front foot heavy, went over there and just had to loop himself out of that wave. So still It looks like he is still in the lead by pretty much a hairline as we are now coming in at less than 5 minutes to go.
Matt Maxwell on your screen now. Very, very nice, stylish rider. I do love watching this guy rip up the waves. He was over in Dakar last year and put on a great performance. And he's super excited to be back on the tour. He did a little bit of studying over the last couple of years, and now he can commit a little bit more, just like he's going to commit onto this wave here. Matt Maxwell, current heat leader, gets that first turn in, looking for a little bit more speed. Nice carving maneuver there as he drops back in towards the middle section. Little bit of a pop there. Plenty of speed going into this next turn, but just gets swallowed up and bowled by that wave.
Yeah, just got a little bit of a munch there, but still he is putting in the work. He wants to improve on a 4.0 backup wave, and that last one, he's definitely going to be close. Looking at some of the judges, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, but keeping himself busy. I really like how he engaged, how you can see the body language. He moves along, pushes in his way out, and I tell you what, now the sun is at that golden hour, and we are waiting to see what is going to happen out there, who is going to be making it, because up next we have coming out on the water Ayrton Cosolino, Elvis Nunes, and Matthew Lopez. That is what I call a full lineup.
If there's a heat you want to finish on, that is a heat to wrap things up for the good first day of competition. Big, big names in the following heat. And just full focus now goes into the final 3 minutes of heat number 3, round number 3 of the men.
All right, Camille picking up a nice set wave. All right, so here he's looping that kite down. Now he's going to engage. He's got to hit a turn in if he wants to get some scores on this one. Boom, off the top. Nice little check turn. Comes back down. Now this is where he gets it off. Times it right, but the kite stays off behind him, and he is not going to be happy with that, losing that opportunity, because let's not forget the winner makes it all the way through to round number 5.
Super tight at the top as well, Joe. 8.40 for Matthew Maxwell. Camille still on 8.07. Mr. Barros doing some serious chasing as we enter the final 2 minutes. So all to play for. Some really nice lines, though, coming our way.
Oh, and look at that view. The colors are coming out, the orange and popping, and now we are talking. This is what we want to see. Matt Maxwell still just edging out Camille Delanois. That second wave giving him the glory there. Less than 90 seconds to go. Camille is the only rider semi in position, but it doesn't look like there's lines coming out there on the horizon. As we can see, some of the athletes of the next heat getting ready. Ayrton Cosolino just about to enter the water on the center stage for the first time. 60 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute to go. Are we going to see a buzzer beater? Because I know Camille is fishing for a wave.
He is on your screen, that red kite there, working it up and down, trying to get into the sweet spot. At the moment, it's looking awfully quiet out there, Joe, but hopefully we will see a little bit of action to wrap things up in this heat.
All right, so there it is. There is the end of the heat coming up very closely. It doesn't look like there's any more lines to go. So that is going to mean that winning this heat and making his way through to round number 5 is most likely going to be Matt Maxwell. Camille trying to get on a swell all the way out the back. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, for the final heat of the day, We are going to have Ayrton Cozzolino, Matthew Lopez, and Elvis Nunes. But before we start, let's see the recap of some of the action of that last heat. All right, well, there it is. Welcome back. And these are the athletes out there on the water. Matthew Lopez, Ayrton Cozzolino, Elvis Nunes. These are the boys that are going to go out, and we are about to get ready. Final heat of the day. Let's get out to the action, ladies and gentlemen. Stack in the waves coming our way. Less than 90 seconds, and just look at those colors. This is what we want to see. This is the kind of action we want to be coming up. Here we can see out there in the yellow lycra, that is Matthew Lopez. He is going to be out there on the duotone red kite. Ayrton Cozzolino, also duotone Red Bull athlete, is out there on the white lycra and the red duotone kite. And Elvis Nunes is out there on the blue North kiteboarding. And we are just, look at that line stacking across the horizon. Less than 60 seconds to go. Pump up the music, pump up the vibes. Now we're talking. It's Cape Verde time. Come on, everybody. Ten seconds, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, I'm going to stand up. I'm going to get off the sofa. I hope you are doing the same back home, because this is one of the big heats of the day. There it is, green flag, as we unfortunately had just missed that last set as it was not ready to go. And now the green flag is in the air. Now it is time for them to be patient, as this is the final heat. Matthew Lopez, Ayrton Cozzolino, the eternal rivals out there on the water. Elvis Nunes, also one of the handy locals, is there as well. Who is going to be the first one to fire off the first bullet out of the chamber? There we can see Elvis Nunes right on your screen at the moment. And I tell you what, Elvis has been putting on a solid performance.
He has. He's been in a few heats. And just look at that setting. Beautiful. That sun is dipping down. Look, the videos are out. Those golden hour. It's an absolute beauty. Just that perfect lighting for those shots. And what a way to round off the day, as you mentioned, Joe. Two heavy hitters, and Elvis in there as well. He's put on an amazing performance from start to finish.
If I'm not mistaken, that looks like Matthew's dog Max down there on the beach as well. So the whole family, the Pound, the Hoochers, everybody is out here to see the last heat of the day, and what a first day of competition it has been. So in the yellow on the right-hand side, that is Matthew Lopez. In the middle, that is Elvis Nunes, and on the left-hand side, that is Ayrton Cozzolino, as it does look like a little bit of movement is starting to happen out there. And the eternal rivals, Matthew and Ayrton, they have been first and second in the world, respectively, multiple times. They have both been world champions. They know what it is to go against each other. They know what they have to do. They know what they have to produce. Who is going to have the goods here in the first heat? What a way to start off your competition, going up against one of your good friends but very talented riders. And Elvis Nunes in amongst the mix there, but he is already put on the nose, and he maybe even have a little bit more of a groove because he's been out there today.
He's been out there, he's been getting used to the conditions, and he's the first rider to start on the wave. So here he is on your screen, Elvis, working, getting one turn in, going through this section here. You can see working the bar, trying to pump the kite, you know, a little bit of diving here and there. But it doesn't look like this wave has got any more juice left in the tank. You can see looping the kite just so he doesn't go down. And heads back out. And just looking out the corner of my eye, it looks like we've got a few nice perlers coming our way.
Yeah, we do. All right, so now I can see out the corner, it looks like we are going to have Ayrton Cosolino is going to be dropping in. Ayrton Cosolino, here we have him all the way down. The crowd is starting to go wild. Looking for the air section, gets it. He's going to be looking for another one. Let's not forget one of the most talented strapless freestyle riders as well. And I can see out the back in the corner of our booth here also Matthew Lopez backside. Hackaroo off the top. Let's see if we can get a replay of the yellow lycra as he started off on the wave behind Ayrton. Move for move, both of these guys. Who is going to be going into first after that first change?
It's anyone's guess, Joe, at the moment. It's anyone's guess. And what I love is that I've still got 10.5 minutes of this stuff left. So first score drops for Elvis at 1.60, and it'd be really good just to have a little look at that replay from Matthew. And here it is.
Yeah,
looks like...
There we can see both of these guys going along the wave. 3 guys in the water as we're trying to get every single little bit of action that we can. All right, there we can see Matthew Lopez getting a little caught up the top there, coming into focus for that first turn. Let's waiting for those scores to appear. At the moment, it does look like, I reckon Ayrton is going to have a little bit of a slight advantage, just waiting for those final steps, final shots to come in. But what a first set it has been. One of the smaller sets. I reckon the ocean has some more motion for us.
Of course it does. It definitely has a little bit more motion in the ocean, as you said. Brilliant stuff with Elvis at the moment, just waiting for those 2 scores on those last 2 waves to drop for Ayrton and Matthew. And boom, there is one of them, 6.50 for Mr. Cosolino. Matthew's score, boom, 5.60. So just sitting niftily behind in second position. And all 3 of your riders on your screen really synchronizing the dive of their kites.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, it looks like we're going to have an exchange of Nunes out here in front. So here we have Elvis is going to be dropping in. It looks like behind we are going to have either Matthew or Ayrton. But let's focus on this rider here. Oh, looking to get the cover up, trying to get a little bit of shampoo, but getting caught on the inside there. So that's going to be a wipeout for him. And now it looks like all the way out the back, both of the other 2 athletes are trying to make their way through. As like we say, patience is a virtue. It is better to wait for those set waves.
Sort of body surf that one in there for Elvis. And just having a little look what's going on out there. Currently none of the riders are on a wave, but here's a little replay of that last wave where Elvis just got caught up, went for the barrel super early on. And you can see there, just got taken out there and started to body surf that one back in towards the beach.
All right, Elvis again. He is not waiting. He is not missing a beat. Now we have a set coming through, so we are going to be seeing all 3 of these athletes. Elvis coming down. Are we going to be seeing an A? Looks like he's trying to make something a little bit of a hopperoo, but no, going down and outside of the stream booth. There we have Ayrton Cosolino, ladies and gentlemen. This is looking like a very nice wave. Engaging in, boom, and straight off the top. The difference of the power and the speed of Ayrton representing Italy coming out of Cape Verde. You can see it once again, hitting that lip, using the power. Great moves there from Ayrton Cosolino and Matthew Lopez all the way out the back, being patient. And he knows, once again, when we get to these bigger riders, when we get to the more experienced riders, they know they can produce the goods. So when they come up against other very heavy hitters, They know that they have to go on those set waves. They can't be scrapping for the little leftovers.
You can see Ayrton really working his equipment as well, and just looking at the board he was riding, it looks like he's on the whip. So, as you mentioned previously, a little bit more buoyancy in these more challenging conditions, because it's definitely dropped off just a tad since when we first started with the men, but nothing. These blokes can't hand it out there. And now on your screen, Matthew Lopez coming in towards the boost, and they're just coming across your screen there. Ayrton Cozzolino going for that air maneuver and stomping the landing on that one. Crowd loved that, hearing the cheers from the booth.
Yeah, a little bit of a psych out as well, doing that right in front of Matthew. Ayrton using all of the skills to be able to get the groove. At the moment, he is comfortably in the lead with an 11.80. He has a 5.3 as his backup wave. Matthew has his main wave and only wave of 5.60. So they are very close together. Matthew yet to get that second score. And just look, sometimes I honestly think this guy has the board stuck to his feet.
You could see on the head movement there, just looking over that shoulder to really initiate that rotation. Just really, really good stuff there from Ayrton. Knows what he's got to do.
All right, there we can see it looks like we got a Formula 1 pit stop out there. Who cares that there's rocks? I'll just walk over them. Fine. Ayrton changing up and switching his board. It looks like he's gone for a little bit more of a traditional waveboard. Yeah, he is definitely out on a more traditional waveboard. So maybe now, as he has a little bit of freestyle maneuver in there, he's going to be concentrating on the waves. The other two athletes all the way up the top of the competition area, seeing and waiting for that set. Under 5 minutes to go. If there's going to be a set, it's going to be one coming through. And I know Matthew wants to have priority and be in position because he knows he's probably going to have one more chance to get past Cozzolino.
4.5 minutes on the clock. So it's, sets are coming in not as frequently. This is the last heat of the day. Men, round 3, heat number 4.
Terminamos el hito y lo hablamos, ¿vale? All right, so not a lot of sets coming through in this final heat of the day. All right, Matthew Lopez, I reckon he's deciding to come out on one of these lower section waves. He's looking back. No, okay, so Matthew Lopez, he is going to engage. So, ladies and gentlemen, this could be the opportunity. This could be the one. Matthew, this is looking like a very nice one. All right. Up and over. Shebang! Vertical off the top. Matthew, good wave, and it is opened up nicely on the reef. Up and over. Can he keep it together? Yes, he does. Turn number 3. Big floater. Matthew holding it together. And I tell you what, he's going to wince this and work this one all the way to the end because he knows he needs it to be bigger than a 6.5 if he wants to have the chance. So he's gone. He has started backside and continued on the front side.
Wow.
Big wave here for Matthew Lopez. I tell you what, Liam, it is going to be close. Waiting for the judges to score that last wave.
Oh, that is what we want to see towards the back end of the day. Currently on a 5.6, needs a 6.21 to take the lead. That had everything. I thought he was out for the count at one point on that wave, but what a show-stopping wave that was from Matthew Lopez.
Yeah, no, incredible stuff. That is what we want to see. I mean, you always say any heat can be a final here at the GKA, and tell me about it. Matthew throwing down with that one. We only have 2.5 minutes on the clock. Ayrton Cozzolino also hooking in. I tell you what, this is going to be action to the end.
Oh, we love it that way, though, don't we? Wouldn't have it any other way. Ayrton Cozzolino, here he goes. Just shifting out that tail side of the board there and still getting fully on, but I'm just getting caught up as he needed to continue on that wave.
Yeah, just going across that front edge, unfortunately there for him, missing that opportunity. He is going to be spewing not to be able to produce that. He did let the tail loose. Here we can see the replay. Just look at the ability here. Up and over, pushes, lets the tail out. once again engaging, and here is that little move. Up and over, off goes the tail, little bit of a grab, little bit of a style, and down again. Matthew Lopez in first position with a 7.53. What a great performance there for Matthew. He knows he's in the driving seat, 90 seconds. And is Ayrton Cosolino or Elvis Nunes going to be able to take that from him? Here we have Elvis dropping in.
Dropping in here, unspins the bar just to get that tension out of the lines. No lines crossed now. Elvis just flat line in this section. Looks like he's going to go for an air, grabs the board, but unfortunately just can't lay down back onto that same wave.
All right, so coming up on the final minutes, ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Lopez has produced the goods. He is currently in first position. Let's have a little look-see. Who is that on the front? So that is going to be Matthew. There he is. Okay, no, Ayrton, here it is. This could all change. It's a set, final set. What's it going to be? Big top turn, almost, going down on the inside.
Wow.
So that is going to be it. Ayrton is not going to have a chance to take out Matthew here. And I tell you what, that is going to be a huge win for Matthew. And he is just enjoying it and on fire here. I just love it how he mixes it up, changes his feet. He is dancing out there on the water. And that is going to be a big one for Matthew, but watch out.
Is he going to do it?
Cosolino out in front. He has 5 seconds to go. This wave is going to count. So watch up, ladies and gentlemen, as it could all come down to this final section.
Is he going to get engaged? Goes to that little 360 maneuver. Is he going to drop back down to wave? Yes, wave is not over yet. Puts in the turns, really working every ounce of this one. Plenty of speed. Goes to grab the board, but unfortunately can't keep hold of it and goes down on the back end of that wave. That is not going to be enough to take Matthew from first position.
That is definitely not going to be enough. Missing that one off there. Very nice top turn. Getting back onto the wave, off on top. Even hitting it at that sweet spot. There you can see pushing against it. Did go a little bit off the back of the wave, but was able to get back on it with the kite. But I tell you what, that was an incredible one from both of these guys. And here we are back, ladies and gentlemen. What a way to finish it. That was intense. That was what we wanted to see as a final heat of the day.
I wouldn't have had it any other way. What a way to round off the day. We started competition at 10 o'clock this morning. We've been pumping through it. The conditions have provided some amazing waves. What a day. And you know, it just gets me itching for the rest of the week.
It does, and thank you very much for everybody for tuning in on the stream. I hope you have enjoyed it. We're going to be back very shortly tomorrow as there's going to be more action out there on the water as we're going to be pushing through at the moment. Definitely highlights. On the women's side, we have Muna White, the winner from 2019, getting the highest combination score and the highest wave score of the event. And then tell me about the men, Liam.
Well, where do I start? First, I mean, great performance there from Matthew. Pedro also just snatching through after his little mishap with the Lycra. It's all been going off today, and I just wouldn't have had it any other way.
Yeah, that is what we want to see. Well, I'm Joe Siesta. This is Liam Dredge. We will see you tomorrow, everybody. Thank you very much, and continue to follow us on all our social channels for every single update of here, the event organizer, the event opener of the 2023 season, Cape Verde, Ponta Preta. Welcome everybody to the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour.
Inside the water, like everybody want to win. It's gonna be a good show.
We now have like the best showcase.
No, I'm here to win.
me, freestyle is everything in my life.
Pressure is a privilege, brings out the best in us.
The level can fully be shown when the conditions are perfect.
It's time to show it.
Let's get it.
Who are going to be our new world champions?
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.